Oh, okay. Word exposing it to them because doing studies on very time, but life never stops, learning never stops.
There was too much interesting things to still explore. I know it, like,
I think my graduation acquaintance, Dr. Sarabhai, social, socially, yes. She was a big school when I was here. My father participated with my thinking here. So she said he was there for the inter-relationship. Inter attendance 40%. So I said, she said, don't worry, I'll take it. Finish your graduation. 90, different from here to 76 or 77.
I have done past, yes. Not this time. Not this time.
Oh, okay.
I have done past.
Exactly.
I love the building. That wonderful building.
Argue not because for me, I'm a person what I do in the right side. If you do this, and the reason behind why it is so important for academic when we say we are, far and because initially Indian we will still need the validation for that. I'm sorry. No, because many of them there's no maximum discussion over
Reading in the library. Wonderful library.
We are involved in a very cannot we can say very they have no
Read it on the screen. I was like very tired.
But it is really. Another the one thing for the first time, see, you say there is
Interest contributor, I would want one. I would want, if he's contributing, maybe one. Nobody's editor spent 4 or 6 copies. I put it there because I felt yeah. And you have to do all the work. I still remember in the old days, basically you sent a manuscript. Yeah, that was what you did. I sent it was done, got to read the proof. Often in Chennai, sometimes I realize I'm meeting with someone. Where are you? Was that? Big thing.
அங்க போடலாமா அங்க அதான் யோசிக்கும் இந்த பக்கம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு இல்ல சரி படுக்காதுல எனக்கு 2 பேரும் பக்கத்துல
Yeah, she's not being வந்து relocation.
Know each other for years. We know each other for years. But it must be 10 years ago. Make sure.
We enjoy it. We enjoy it.
ஒரு செஷனுக்கு ஒரு யூனிஃபார்ம் மார்னிங் அந்த சுற்றி பார்த்து எடுக்கிறோம்ல ஒரு படம் மட்டுமே அதுக்காக இல்லை ஒரு பிரேம் இருக்குதுனாக்கா அந்த பிரேம் அப்படியே அதுக்கப்புறம் நம்ம எம்ஜி யூனிவர்சிட்டியும் எவ்வளோ வந்து இருக்குல்ல அந்த சொல்றது அவரு நேற்று அதை சொல்லிட்டே இருக்காரு, நீங்க ப்ரீத் பண்ணுங்க அவர் அந்த பண்ணலாம் இல்லை, அது பண்ணலாம் சரி நம்மளும் பண்ண இந்த இவருக்கு இது ப்ரோக்ராம் வரும்போது இது மாதிரி ஏதாவது கேமரா தான் எனக்கு திரும்பி எதுவும் வரல. அந்த VHS கலர் பட்டன் தான் எஃப்டி அவுட் இருக்கு, எஃப்டி எஃப்டி வந்து HDMI நீங்க இதுல போட்ட ஒரு ஆடியோ வரல இருக்கு. கொஞ்சம் நான் போயிட்டு போகும்போது நல்ல எடுத்து ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டு பிரேக் போட்டு அது வந்து கேமரா ஆஃப் பண்ணுறீங்களே எனக்கே அப்படி ஆகும். ஏதோ ஒரு டைம் வந்து மாறி நம்ம போயிட்டு கேமரா ஆஃப் பண்ணிங்களா, அது என்ன 2 தடவை மாற்ற வேண்டியது இருக்கும். அது எனக்கு இந்த விஷயம் வந்துச்சு அவங்களே போட்டேன் பேட்டரி மாற்றும் போது அது ஏதோ ஒரு நாய்க்கு அதுக்கப்புறம் போய் பார்க்குறேன் பழைய வாட்ஸ்அப் ஆடியோ அந்த நம்ம டேபிள் வந்து நல்ல சின்ன லென்ஸை விட்டுருக்கு நம்ம எங்கே எடுத்துட்டு எப்போதுமே கொஞ்சம் தேவையாக
நீங்க கொடுத்த பேன் எழுத நீங்க கொடுத்த பேன் எழுத இந்த ரைட்டிங் மேட்டர் all right or a date please pay
yes
I borrow man can you give it
அதே
5 minutes
வெளியும் போலாம் மற்ற இதுல கூட வந்து 18 அது 70 முடியும் அதுல அதனால நீங்க அங்கே லட்சம் கூட நீங்க அப்படி
Check.
அதான் பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கேன் செகண்ட்ஸ்ல ஏதாவது ஒன்று வந்துச்சுன்னா அந்த வாங்கி போகிறோம்
இப்போ நீங்களே பண்ணிட்டீங்களா?
நீங்க வச்சுட்டீங்களா? இப்போ அது சூடாக இருக்குன்னா கூட இருக்கு
கொஞ்சம் பின்னாடி தள்ளுங்க. ஆஃப் பண்ணுறோம்.
அந்த இடம் மட்டும் பேக்
இது நீங்க லாக் ஆஃப் பண்ணுவீங்க சீலிங்ல
பால்
உள்ள வச்சு
பண்ணி இங்க பண்ண முடியாது. இல்ல போடியம் இருக்கலாம், முடியாது முடியாது. கண்டிப்பா சூடா இருக்குங்க. இப்போ இப்போ எனக்கு பண்ணா நீங்க வந்து பாருங்க. ஏன்னா இந்த ஒரு சேர் உள்ள விட்டு இந்த சேர் அங்க எப்படி லெவல் வச்சிருக்கீங்களோ அதே மாதிரி வச்சிடலாம். வேணா அந்த பில்லருக்கு அந்த பக்கம் வச்சுக்கோங்க. பில்லருக்கு அந்த பக்கம் வச்சு அங்கேயே
But that book was translated by one of my professors. The really old ones.
My father, my teacher, he was my teacher
So rare.
Actually, no, you say, but you said try outside. Don't take tablets.
उपत्वाग्ने दिवे दिवे दोषावस्तर्धिया वयं नमो भरन्तये मासि राजन्तमध्वराणां गोपामृतस्य दीदेवीं वर्धमानं स्वेदमे सनः पितेव सूनवेग्ने सूपायनो भाव सतस्वानस्वस्तये ओम हरे राम।
Request Father Vincent Shaker to come and invocate his prayers, please.
Yesterday, there was a talk about the mother goddess. Almost every religion has got a mother goddess whom the respective religion practitioners worship, adore, hold her in high esteem. Similarly, we Christians, particularly the Catholic Christians, we have the worship of Mother Mary. We respect her so much. And today I thought I could say the prayer of Saint Bernard. He hails from France, belongs to 11th, 12th century, is an abbot who was the prime person to start the Benedictine monastery. His prayer said in 11th, 12th century is popular even to this day. So the Catholic Christians pray this prayer even now, especially when they do the rosary, what they call the 5 decades of the rosary for Mother Mary. At the end, they will eventually say this prayer. I would like to say that prayer. May Mother Goddess, Mother Mary, protect all of us. Remember, O most gracious Virgin Mary, that never was it known that anyone who fled to thy protection, implored thy help, and sought thy intercession was left unaided. Inspired with this confidence, I fly unto thee, O Virgin of Virgins, my mother. To thee I come, before thee I stand sinful and sorrowful. O Mother of the world incarnate, despise not my petitions, but in thy mercy, hear and answer me. Amen.
Thank you, Father. Now I welcome you all to the last and final session, final day of the wonderful conference that we've had on peace and reconciliation, and peace is born out of justice. I take great pleasure in welcoming Dr. Nandita Krishna. Now we will have the lighting of the lamp by the dignitaries. I would request Dr. Nandita Krishna, Dr. C.T. Indra, Dr. Paneer Selvam to please come and light the lamp. I request Dr. Nandita Krishna to please come and take her seat at the dais. Dr. Nandita Krishna is the president of C.P. Ramasamy Iyer Foundation. She founded the Grove School, Saraswati Kendra Learning Center, and CPR Environmental Education Center. She has restored sacred groves, trained indigenous tribes to develop their traditional skills, revived rainwater harvesting, and successfully undertaken several such socially impacting activities. A graduate from Elphinstone College, Mumbai, and obtained her PhD on iconography of Vishnu Narayana from the University of Bombay, 1975. Dr. Nandita Krishna was a Hera scholar during the period of her research. I now request a doctor to address the audience.
Hari Om, Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. I would like to address Swamiji, who has organized this very important conference on peace and reconciliation. I think we are living in a world where we see less and less of peace, and we need people to reconcile with each other for what they are and accept each other. But I've come here, I'd like to also say good morning to all the wonderful people who are here, and thank you all for inviting me today. I've come to speak on sustainable development, and frankly, I'm embarrassed to do so. For the last 1 week, we have been seeing unsustainable development. So one of you could have given the speech, because what is sustainable development? It's what Chennai is not. We have streets which are paved with tar and cement and concrete, so the water has nowhere to go. So where will it go? Our rivers, we have 3, Kuam, Adayar, Kostalayar, but the waters cannot go there because they are so heavily polluted. We had 250 areas, lakes, tanks. All that has disappeared. 4, 5 are left, 4 or 5. We did a survey some time back. I mean, and even our temple tanks, they're all in such a bad condition. So this is unsustainable development. And unfortunately, this is what most of India is going through. All our areas, they say Velachery is full of water, floods. Where will the rainwater go? There is no master plan for Chennai. In the past, Indian culture revered nature. You mentioned sacred groves. Yes, I took it up because I felt that as a person, I've taken so much out of the earth, I wanted to give back. And it's very difficult to give back to the earth when she has everything. So then I went to a sacred grove and I hit upon restoring it because there was a grove once on several acres and now only 2 acres or something were left. So we decided to start with that. And over the years, excuse me, we have restored 53 sacred groves in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and Karnataka. And this is my very, very humble offering to Mother Earth, from whom I have taken so much more than the few trees we planted to restore these groves. Everything was held sacred. Why? The rivers were sacred. The lakes were sacred. You had sacred trees because they were so important. You know, the Punnai Maram, the Alexandrian laurel of Mylapore, was a sacred tree. And why? Because once upon a time, the ships that went from Tamil Nadu to Southeast Asia were made out of Alexandrian laurel. And in fact, this one small Punnai Maram, I think there are just a few left. And we have one in our garden. We had one which has, Namaskar Swamiji. We had one in our, No, I'm so happy you came, but I'm very sorry you've come when you're not well. So everything was held sacred in India. The trees, the forests, the waters, the mountains, everything was held sacred. And over the years, that sanctity, that respect has gone. And we think everything that nature has created, has given us, is there for our exploitation. In the last 300 years, we have waged a relentless war against nature, resulting in a very unsustainable lifestyle. Most importantly, our thoughtless exploitation of nature and natural resources is taking us on a path of self-destruction. I don't know how long Chennai is going to survive. 150 million hectares of India's land is degraded and unsuitable for any form of food production. Now we have so many hungry people, but they cannot even plant on the lands that are available. Water is becoming a major problem as we overexploit groundwater resources and pollute rivers, lakes, so on. Tamil Nadu and Karnataka are waging an unnecessary but unstoppable war for nothing except a river. So that is what we are doing. And of course, we let out toxic gases into the air without any thought of public health. So the basics of life, clean air, clean water, clean surroundings, are becoming things of the past. We have a growing population, which the land is unable to support, and this makes us encroach into forests. So we cut more forests and kill more animal species. Do we really believe that we can outsmart nature and manipulate it for our ends? Can we do this forever? I mean, let's not be naive. Today I may exploit something, And okay, I do that to make a lot of money, leave a big legacy for my grandson. My grandson won't be able to even live in the world that we are creating. That is the sad story. It has become a fundamental challenge of our century to find a balance between a healthy environment and economic development. A sustainable environment is possible only if development is sustainable, following certain basic principles. That economic development is not possible without environmental protection, that our immediate needs must not result in sacrificing the ability of future generations to meet their needs, that all economic growth must be examined from a long-term point of view. According to the famous Brundtland Report of 1987, Our Common Future, sustainable development has been defined as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. I think we have already gone beyond that. I think future generations are going to sit back and curse us, and let's know that this is what is coming to us. So it becomes our duty to ensure that the environment is sustainable for human, animal, and plant life. Can we live without trees, without plants, without vegetables, and so on? We cannot. Environmentally sustainable economic development must ensure that natural resources upon which we all depend are not depleted and destroyed. To do so requires shared responsibility, conservation, and protection combined with development. We must realize the importance of maintaining the various ecological systems and processes, such as biodiversity, natural resources, and other life support systems. This can also be extended to include recycling, reusing, and scientific and technological innovations. More lab-to-field technology transfer becomes essential for this purpose, because now we are a technology-driven society, and so we cannot do anything natural anymore. The Chennai floods taught us a few things. That, okay, we need roads, we need buildings, but cementing everything, is it worth it? My driver said, Amma, yesterday, he said, Amma, come with me. I want to show you Madras. And he took me to all the posh areas. This thing, the Boat Club Road, he took me to Shamiers Road, he took me to that part of the city. He said, Amma, do you find one place for the water to go? He was right. If you come to our foundation, you'll find only mud. We have left the whole place. We have a lot of buildings. We need the buildings. But immediately around the buildings, it is mud. It's difficult to keep it clean, but it has to be done. It can be done. And you spend a little on something else and get a couple of more people to come and sweep the place. I think Jayanti, who's sitting there, knows how spotlessly clean it is kept. And yet it is all mud. So and all along the periphery, we have put in rainwater harvesting systems. Complete trenches, 40 feet deep, have been dug. So when the rain stops, immediately it all goes in. So we have our own water and all the biodegradable waste, because we have so many trees and all the leaf litter, we have put them into composting pits. So all the leaf waste comes back into our garden. So that is how we are trying to manage the environment in a very restricted area in the middle of the city. There are tangible and non-tangible natural resources. Tangible, such as mineral resources, fossil fuel, are not renewable, while others, such as land and water, are becoming non-renewable because we are not getting more water, we are not getting more land. So what happens? Countries start fighting each other. Israel wants Palestinian land, Palestine wants Israeli land, Russia wants Ukraine, such a big country. That's not enough. They want more land in Ukraine. India and Pakistan, we are fighting over Kashmir. There are other reasons also, but the fact is we need more land because it is no longer a tangible resource. It is an intangible resource, whether we like it or not. Thanks to our indiscriminate use and pollution, we are losing our intangible resources, including air and biodiversity, to which a value cannot be given. Look at Delhi. I mean, all of us, we are all, most of us, I won't say all, are senior citizens here. How many of us can say, oh, I'll go and settle in Delhi? We can't. We'll all fall ill. As it is, at our age, we spend a lot of money on doctors. We can't spend more money in Delhi. I wouldn't do it, at least I would not. So land degradation includes overharvesting, intensive cropping, overgrazing, and overuse of chemical pesticides and fertilizers. Take, for example, the issue of shrimp or prawn farming. Korea and Taiwan destroyed their coastal ecology till shrimp farming was banned in their country. So what did they do? What did the businessmen do? They came to India. And we were very happy to have their prawn farms, shrimp farms. And now the whole entire villages along coastal Andhra Pradesh. And I don't know if there are Telugus here, but my husband is from Andhra Pradesh. And they're very proud of the fact that we are from coastal Andhra. And I said, what coastal Andhra? You have only salt water in your coastal Andhra today because of prawn fishing. Salt water was pumped from the sea into the land, into inland ponds for growing shrimps. And how are these shrimps grown? If I tell you the cruelty involved, do you know their eyes are taken off? They're just removed and they're blinded so that they will multiply faster in their desperation for survival. They don't know what else to do. So that is the kind of work which we are doing. And those countries have banned it there. And we have accepted it here. The whole issue of farming itself is highly debatable. We acquired our knowledge of breeding and utilizing domestic animals and agriculture over several thousands of years, slowly discarding what was unsustainable and ensuring that the land was protected at all times. Today, the nature of farming has totally changed. Newborn animals are brought up on antibiotics and pellets of their own species, thereby cannibalizing them. Naturally, this results in new diseases like the mad cow disease, because the cows were given pellets made from the calves and so on. Today in the Nilgiris, cattle are grazed in the forest. Now, in the past, the dung was left by. Actually, earlier, people paid those who owned cattle to come and graze on their land. Now, of course, that's no longer done because everybody uses chemical fertilizers, which comes into our food grains, our food chain, and it's destroying our lives. Now, in Nilgiris, what happens? They graze in the forest. At least if they had left the dung there, it can rejuvenate. But no, behind them come men and women who collect, of course, out of poverty, I agree, all the dung. By evening, lorries come from Kerala. And they collect all this dung, take it to Kerala. Why? Because Kerala has killed all its cattle for food. So they don't have dung. So they come to Nilgiris and take it. Now, Nilgiris, where the forests where these cattle are being grazed, do not get the dung. And so they do not rejuvenate. And they completely dry up over time. Wanton exploitation of forest land has led to excessive deforestation, land erosion, loss of biodiversity. And today, this is happening more and more as land is coming at a premium. Nobody wants the dry lands and the wastelands, which would be the best place to set up a factory. No, they want the forests where they find minerals to exploit and so on. The loss of agricultural wealth has led to a migration into cities, city slums, and poverty. This is the degradation of the individual, adding to our growing numbers of ecological refugees. When you see people living in slums, they're not just slum dwellers, and nobody chooses to live in a slum, but they are ecological refugees who have fled their villages where they could not get a sustainable livelihood. Nature is an indivisible part of the existence of all human beings. The earth and its inhabitants are part of a highly organized cosmic order called Rita, and any disruption results in a breakdown of peace and the natural balance. The primordial or cosmic matter of nature is made up of 5 elements: the Pancha Mahabhuta, Prithvi or earth, Vayu air, Agni fire or energy, Apa water, and Akasha space. These 5 elements caused Srishti, creation, and Prakriti, nature. The harmonious coexistence of these 5 elements is essential for the well-being of life on earth. Their proper balance and harmony are essential for the well-being of humankind, and maintenance of this harmony is a dharma or a religious duty. Whatever your religion, maintenance of the natural resources and land is a religious duty. The basis of Hindu, Buddhist, Jain culture is dharma, the law of righteousness, incorporating duty, cosmic law, and justice. It is Sanatana, or eternal, for it is without beginning or end, and it supports the whole universe. Every person must act for the general welfare of the earth, humanity, and all creation, and all aspects of life. So Sanatana Dharma is not a religious group. It is the eternal law of righteousness, which alone can ensure the well-being of all creation. Today, somebody offered me very kindly coffee, tea. I don't drink coffee, tea, milk, but why? Do you know how cattle are milked? As soon as the calf is born, it's taken away. If it's a male calf, it's sold for veal, meat. Female calf is brought up separately so that it will come back. The cow is kept permanently pregnant and milked and milked and milked with the injection of oxytocins and more, till one day it can no longer produce milk. And do you know, with all this ban on cow slaughter, they are still sold and end up as beef exports. So no amount of sustainable development is possible without awareness and education. All sections of society must be addressed: politicians, government officials, industrialists, industrial workers, rural workers, youth, children, and so on. Today, we are faced with a global challenge of balancing a healthy environment with a developing economy. There is growing public awareness of these problems and a growing demand and need to address them. Sustainable development is not just a beautiful phrase. It is an ethical response to the requirement of balancing these 2 essentials, the essential of survival along with development, in order to create a sustainable environment. If we do not, there will be more wars over diminishing lands and a burgeoning population, which is mankind's response to these problems. I want to end with a shloka, which is recited before or after every religious ceremony. Om Dhyo Shantir Antariksham Shantihi, Prithvi Shantir Apaha Shantir, Aushadaya Shanti, Vanaspataya Shantir, Vishve Deva Shanti, Brahma Shanti, Sarvam Shanti, Shantireva Shantihi, Sama Shanti Redi, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. And for those who do not know Sanskrit, I'd just like to translate. May peace radiate in the whole sky and in the vast ethereal space. May peace reign over the earth, in water, in all herbs and the forests. May peace flow over the whole universe. May peace be in the Supreme Being. May peace exist in all creation and peace alone. May peace flow into us. Oh, peace, peace, peace. A sustainable environment can alone ensure a peaceful world. Namaskar, Jai Hind. Certainly.
You spoke about the Alexander Laurel and you didn't complete that. So will you please?
Okay.
This is my turn.
Voice is quite loud.
Please.
Okay. There's an as you all know, Alexandrian laurel was the tree of Mylapore. And it is this tree which was used to build ships, which went to Southeast Asia. And in fact, this tree inspired me because I saw one Punnai Maram, as it's called, in the temple, and I saw one in our garden. And I asked one of my botanists, I said, what is this? Only one here and one there? Why aren't there more? So then they told me how it had been completely removed. To talk about unsustainability, this started in the British period. The British had to fight the French, who are coming from the south. So they completely cut down every tree on what is now island grounds and right up to Mylapore. Because in those days, the soldiers hid behind trees and slowly came out, that's how they fought. So they cut down every tree so that the French soldiers could not hide and come. And it so happened they cut down all the Punnai trees. So when I saw that, I said, oh dear, nobody knows that this is what happened to the Alexandrian laurel. So I wrote a book called Sacred Plants of India. And that has been translated to Hindi and Marathi, Mr. Nadkarni, which I'm very happy to say. Sakal took it up. And so that is how it inspired me to write. Of course, we also have an old ancient peepal tree in our garden, which I circumambulate every day. But it was more the Alexandrian laurel, which I did not find and which I knew was the Sthalavriksha of the Kapalishwar temple, but it's not to be seen.
If I may add, this tree is called Hundi in Maharashtra, and French are making a big fortune out of it. It is called the Tamano oil tree. All the great A-grade cosmetic manufacturers have discovered how rich this oil is, and it is called Tamano from the South Pacific Islands. So there is an economic gain to be made if we understand the interlinkage and the correct use of these resources.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, they were using it to make entire ships.
Yes.
So you can imagine how much economic. Always the sanctity given to plants was either for economic or ecological, some reason, which the plant had.
And you are also connected to the atomic energy family through Professor Srinivasan.
Yeah.
And during Bhaba's time, all of Tarapur streets are planted with these trees.
Oh.
Tarapur Atomic Energy Plant.
Yeah, but in those days, I didn't notice it.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else would like to ask any questions? Yes.
What steps do we need to take now to restore what we lost? Degradation of forest, environmental exploitation. What can we do? Is there a plan of action we can draw to?
The cities are going to be very difficult. I don't see any building, starting with our own hotel over here. They aren't going to remove the cemented pathway around the building or anybody. If that can be, what should be done in future is that all new construction in the cities should not have any cementing around it. That is something that should come as a law. But more than that, outside the cities, we must have very strict laws. We have excellent laws in India, but zero implementation. When an area cannot be planted upon, it should not be planted upon. That is the kind of problem we have in India, and we should keep planting trees because it holds the soil, it takes in the water into the soil and so on. And we should try and have trees which are indigenous, not exotics, bring in the maple tree from Canada into Chennai. That's the kind of rubbish that we are doing. And instead of that, have the local trees, and you will find, if you come, I invite you all to just visit the foundation. We have a wonderful library with 50,000 books, and you can sit there 10 to 5:30, read, there's no charge. But if you see the entire campus, it's so noisy with parrots and quails and all kinds of things, all coming for the birds. And yet my heart is broken right now because in this latest cyclone, 5 trees, big trees fell down. So that also happens, but I'll plant some. I will immediately plant 6 or 7 trees to make up for the ones that went. That is what we have to do. We have to plant a lot of trees. Trees automatically bring with them wildlife, birds, everything else. And during these rains, it was wonderful. I had kingfishers, I had frogs screaming through the night. It was lovely.
You spoke about your work on sacred groves. Is it possible to re-sacralize urban minds, through this concept of having a little patch behind your cottage or whatever? Is it possible? Have you tried something in that?
In the city, actually, you'll be surprised if I tell you, there are 2 sacred groves within the IIT campus. I don't know if there's anyone from IIT here or retired or anyone. Nobody in IIT knew. I was shocked. So it's there. If you take Alayaman Kovil, which is down Eldams Road, once upon a time, it was surrounded by a sacred grove. Now there's no place. That is the big problem in cities. In Mumbai, where can you... But, we have gardens. We can create parks. We can do it.
One last question from Father Vincent.
It's not a question. Just want to add my own reflections, especially in view of the sustainable nature and its development. I think the role of religious communities and religious institutions, particularly educational institutions, they have got a great thing to play, because nowadays, because they, as you say, they want buildings, they need buildings, but at the same time, the pathways and everything is now filled up. All the mud is removed, and then the blocks and tiles are laid so that when somebody enters there, the campus is beautiful, it looks colorful, things like that. But the natural environment is lost because of this. And nowadays, in the last 10 years, especially in relation to the UN, religious communities are becoming more and more aware of this fact of sustaining nature. And then you have the Jain Declaration on Nature and Environment, Buddhist declaration, especially this the Hindu declarations, and Pope Francis making comments on, especially now in this COP 28. So I think the religious communities and their institutions should become more and more aware of this particular fact of sustained development.
Absolutely right, Father, because I know that I go abroad frequently for interfaith meetings where we discuss how religion can help the environment. And I have always felt that religion was the strongest, because when I talk about sacred groves or sacred rivers, on their own, what is a grove or a river? But people respected it because they were told that this belongs to the goddess, to the temple, and so on. And we did it in one place in Tiruvannamalai, which was a Christian community. And we got them, we said, you plant trees. I said, Jesus, his last night, he was walking in a grove of olives. I said, you create a grove here. And they did it. So I think the role of religious communities is very, very important. And it can be done. And schools must learn to live with nature. If you come to our campus, we have 2 schools there. One is a ICSC regular school, and another is Saraswati Kendra, which is a learning center, as we call it, for special children. And surrounding them is trees and plants and everything. They grow vegetables. They live with nature. I think that is very, very important. Today, unfortunately, even in a place like Ooty, in the schools over there, there's no nature. So we have to sensitize people to nature. I mean, I always say my own love for the environment, for nature, came because as a child, my great-grandfather, Sir C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer, used to take me for long walks through the forest. And he used to say, you know, this is a berry, this is poisonous. He taught me how to identify sweet berries, which I could eat, and poisonous berries, which I shouldn't touch, and so on. So that kind of education is not something that can come out of books. A child has to see and see whether you can eat the tulsi leaf and you cannot eat another leaf which is poisonous. Somebody has to tell them, like anything, a child. You're absolutely right. I think the answer has to come from the religious world, because the political world has let us down. The bureaucratic world has also let us down. So I think religion is the last thing left to try and save this planet.
How do you control the narrative? Because the mainstream narrative is all about science. The science taken over by interests, motivated by big corporations. So how do you bring in this foundational view that you have into the mainstream narrative that is now hijacked? Sustainable development goals seems to be influenced by big corporates. So,
it's very difficult. I try to do my small bit by writing and more writing. And
actually, there is Gaia. You see, Gaia hypothesis. There is what possibly you need is a coalition of enlightened leaders, thought leaders, and activists and ground level workers. I think it is possible, and there are like, you know, the family of Imran Khan's in-laws. They have a prize, Goldsmith Prize, for all this. We need awareness and I think interlinking between people. And I'm so glad that you're speaking about Vanaspati Shanti, Aushadhi Shanti. It has already been known by us. We need to rediscover these things, I think.
when you have a function or a prayer and they say Om Shanti Vanaspati Shanti, nobody knows what they're saying. Nobody understands. Yes. So I think it's important to translate this and say it in Tamil and Marathi and Hindi, in other languages also. I'm a great believer that all shlokas should be in the language of the people, what people can understand. That's very important.
Ma'am, thank you for the timely speech that you gave, because yes, Chennai is really suffering and people, once things come to normal, they just forget it. So we need such voices that would remind them, hey, wake up, your city needs to live. So thank you, ma'am, so much for this wonderful speech. Now I request Dr. Meenakshi to please come and honor her with the memento. What to do better. Thank you. Yeah. Now we shall continue with the first session of the day. I request Chairperson, Dr. C.T. Indra, to please come onto the stage. Professor C.T. Indra taught in the Department of English, University of Madras, Chennai for over 3 decades. She's a Fulbright postdoctoral fellow at Harvard 1980-81, an American Studies Research Fellow at University of California, Santa Barbara 1990. She was a British Council visitor to Cambridge 1988, Shastri Indo-Canadian Fellow, University of York and University of Alberta 1999. Australia Indian Council Scholar to University of Sydney and University of South Australia, Adelaide 1997 to University of Wollongong 2008. Her areas of interest are literary criticism and theory, translation and hagiography, besides articles and translations in journals. She has many publications, including Coleridge's Biographia Literaria, a selection, and others. She has been a jury member for Sahitya Akademi, KK Birla Foundation's Saraswati Samman, and the Jnanpith for Literary Awards. She has been associated with Fulbright Foundation in various capacities as mentor, subject expert, and selection committee member for nearly 2 decades. She was nominated for the inaugural award of the Australia-India Council for Education in 2008. She was the recipient of the Katha Translation Award 1995 and numerous other awards. She has translated from Tamil into English short stories, plays, and novellas and critical writings. Special mention may be made for her translation of Indra Parthasarathy's Tamil play Nandan Kadai as Legend of Nandan with a new historical introduction. Her other publications include Ramayana, a comparative study of Ramakathas with Prema Jagannathan. She has and continues to speak at various foundation seminars and is respected for her unassuming and friendly nature, which nicely complements her depth of knowledge and erudition. Over to Dr. The speakers for the day today will be Dr. Jahira Khatun, Dr. Syed Moinuddin, and Dr. Khalil Shakir. I think both of them will be joining online. And Dr. M.R. Rajgopal and Dr. Jayachandran. So, introduction about yeah, I'll introduce them. Swami, I'll introduce them and then. Dr. Jahira Khatun is a research fellow in Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, New Delhi. She was faculty in Department of Philosophy at Navanalanda Mahavihara, Nalanda, and Sarojini Naidu Government Girls PG College, Bhopal. She was postdoctoral fellow in Indian Council of Philosophical Research, New Delhi. Her area of specialization is philosophy of religion and Indian philosophy. She has contributed more than 45 research articles in national and international seminars and conferences. She has published 16 articles in various research journals. Dr. Padma Shri Dr. M.R. Rajgopal, I request him to please come. Dr. Jayachandran is here. Please to come on the stage. Yeah, please go ahead. Okay. Dr. Jayachandran, BAMS, ISM, Ayurveda Acharya. Dr. Jayachandran completed his schooling from Kerala, National High School, Iranyalakuda, pre-degree from Christ College, Iranyalakuda, Thrissur. He has done 1 year training in geology, then shifted to Ayurveda. He studied BAMS from Vaidyaratnam, Ayurveda College, Thrissur. After graduation, got training in modern medicine under well-known physician, Dr. T.I. Radhakrishnan. He studied Upanishad under his spiritual guru, T. Shivashankaran Nair. Trained in Ayurveda under the legendary gurus of South, namely Pumalli Neelakantan Nambudiripat, Ashtavaidyan Narayanan Mose, Ashtavaidyan Divakaran Mose, Vaidya Bhushanam Raghavan Tirumal, Hyderabad, Pandit Madhavan Nambiar, for 10 years. After completing his bachelor's in Ayurveda before going into specialization and training in modern medicine under world-known neurophysician and philosopher Dr. T.I. Radhakrishnan, former registrar of London Neurological Institute. First, he attended Kerala Sangam Ayurveda Diabetic and Sub-Fertility Institute, Shornur, as student in the panel consultation. Diabetics and sub-fertility. Later, he was posted as Assistant Physician Vaidya Ratnam, Ayurveda Hospital, Thrissur in Kerala. Now, head of the Department of Panchakarma Division, Nadakadaru, Sri Satya Sai Baba Super Speciality Ayurvedic Center, Puttaparthi, Andhra. He has taken charge of Ambi Prabha Ayurveda Hospital and Research Center, Baroda, Gujarat, and then shifted to Ahmedabad, worked as the Chief Physician of Santom Ayurveda Treatment and Research Center, Ahmedabad. Later, he has taken charge as Chief Physician and Center Head, Sholail Sanjeevanam, Ahmedabad, worldwide known as makers of Medimex soap. Having internationally acclaimed research foundation, Saubarnika Ayurvedic Foundation for Research and Health and Education. He has worked as the AVP at SMO, and since 2012 onwards, he's been on the panel, Ayurveda panel physician to ONGC Ahmedabad, Ayurveda panel physician to Honorary Governor of Gujarat, Shri Om Prakash Koliji, worked with Padma Shri Dr. K. Rajagopal, Director Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi, and Padma Shri late Neelakandan Moose for physician, President of India, Padma Bhushan Narayan Moose, Chairman Vaidya Ratnam Aushadha Sala, Padma Shri Vaidya Bhushanam Raghavan Tirumalpar, and Dr. T.I. Krishnan, MRCP Cardiology, MRCP Neurology, MRCP General Medicine, and Dr. Samba Shiva Rao, Director, Medical Institution, Andhra Pradesh. A great Ayurvedic exponent. So we have two panelists here, and the rest all of them will be joining online. Online will be Dr. Khalil Shakir and Dr. Saeed Moinuddin. We met both of them yesterday, and once they join, we will, I would do the introduction about them. He's also online, but recorded. So I request chat.
Namaskaram, Swamiji. Pranam, Shri Sadguru.
Ma'am, one second. Dr. Khalil has joined. So let me do a quick introduction of Dr. Khalil Shakir, Ahmed Shakir. He has 20-year experience of working as a psychiatrist in the UK. He's employed to look over the mental well-being of the students at the University of Leeds. Dr. Shakir is a humble student of Sufi master Hazrat Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani. His inspiration towards his master helps him in linking spirituality with mental health. He endeavors to connect with his patients on a spiritual level and to minimize the use of medications. He also works at the BYMF UK, a Sufi fellowship that promotes holistic healthcare and energy healing to alleviate suffering and promote well-being. Welcome to Dr. Khalil Ahmed Shakir.
Hi, can you all hear me and see me, please? If you can confirm this, that would be great. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
sir, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. Namaste, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Swamiji, for inviting me for the
Now,
conference.
can you just wait?
I'll start this talk about peace and reconciliation with my clinic, because that comes naturally to me. The most common complaint in any psychiatric clinic is, doctor, I cannot stop my mind thinking. Okay, so I repeat this. So the most commonest complaint in psychiatric clinic is, doctor, I cannot stop my mind thinking. The single cause of all the psychiatric disorders, that is all the mental dis-ease, is obsessive, cyclical, self-centered thoughts. I repeat this: obsessive, cyclical, self-centered thoughts. And this is said by Preeta Ji in one of her TED Talks that she gave in United States, I believe. I think Preeta Ji is from Chennai as well. So what is happening here is that instead you are using the mind as a tool, the mind has started using you. So instead of you using the mind has started using you now. And that's why you cannot stop thinking. Like it's like a hammer in your hand. So instead of me controlling the hammer, the hammer is controlling me. And that is creating havoc. And once this becomes, when someone becomes overwhelmed with it, and when this gets out of control, we call it nervous breakdown. So coming back to the question of my mind cannot stop thinking, unfortunately, I have got no magic tablet for it, because the tablet does not know which thought to stop and which thought it should not stop. It can only slow down the process of thinking, lift mood and reduce anxiety. I'm not taking anything back from psychiatry, but this is at the prevention levels. Once the threshold crosses and things started tipping over, then the tablets do have to come in. But before that, they don't work, because tablet at the end of the day is still in psychiatry is a symptomatic treatment. It's not treating the underlying cause. So now what can I do? Whatever I do is symptomatic. I'm not treating the cause. So, I send him to Swamiji or Hasaji or the priest. But why would I do that? I do that because the crux of every religion is the awareness, is the consciousness. And Islam, the word for awareness or consciousness is taqwa. And from taqwa, you get taqwiyat. Taqwiyat means power. We think that the power comes from thinking, but the power doesn't come from thinking. If you look at it, power comes from attention, from deep awareness, because that's where creativity comes from. One can stop the mind overthinking just by shining a light of awareness on his thoughts, just by being aware of the cyclical negative thoughts can make them disappear. It's as simple as that. And that's the problem, that it is too simple. So what is peace? The peace is the awareness of thoughts and being able to reconcile with them. This is what peace is. Now let's move to the community. We as a human being are the building block of the society, of course. If I'm at peace within myself, then wherever I will go, I will take the peace with me. I will spread peace. But if I don't have peace inside, then there won't be any harmony in my work. And there will not be any reconciliation with my fellow human beings. Let me give you an example from the religion I follow, which is Islam. So when I was a child, I was always instructed to say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim before starting any work, or if you're sitting on the dining table, before we start eating, etc., etc. So what does this mean? Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ba-ism Allah means in the name of Allah. And what is the name? The name is the pointer for my attention. So it means that my attention is towards Allah. But now the question arises, who is Allah? So Allah gave me the pointer for that as well. And it's a beautiful one. He says, I am Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. Ar-Rahman meaning beneficent. Beneficence meaning sharing. Someone who let other eat from his plate. And Ar-Rahim means caring. Someone who gives to others from his plate. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim means my attention is towards Allah, the sharing and caring. So my attention, the way I need my attention will be in the direction of Allah is to share and care. That means that when I'm dealing with myself or others, I should be sharing and caring. I should serve everyone and everything as if I'm serving Allah, because my attention is towards Allah. The attention cannot divide between the one I'm serving and the Allah. No. There's no duality. So my attention towards Allah means my attention is towards the sharing and caring. So we talked about sharing and caring. And now, what is sharing and caring? If you want to define compassion, probably the simplest way to define it is that, the compassionate is the one who is sharing and caring. So the name given for the person who share and who care is compassionate. Only compassionate person can do this. Not everyone can do this. It looks very easy, but it is not. Prophet Muhammad ﷺ had many titles, like Sadiq and Amin, that is honest and trustworthy. However, his biggest title, which encompasses all the qualities in him in one word, is compassionate. Compassionate for all the worlds. That means the world of both seen and unseen. Of course, we all have knowledge, power, accomplishment. We are religious or try to be religious and so on. But the ultimate test or the altar of any human being is love and compassion. Hazrat Jilani, my spiritual master, always says that once you have compassion, you will start living in love, peace, and joy. And once you have this feeling of love, peace, and joy, once you taste this nectar, you will not barter it for position, power, or any other worldly or bodily desires. Because this feeling of love is so deep and it's so good. So even if when they throw stones at you, you will respond with love. You will not react with hatred, but instead you will respond with love. There's a difference between the two, reacting and responding. Why? Because you don't want to lose the paradise. You are already in. You are already in the paradise of love. Why do you want to lose it? Because it's so precious. So forget about going to paradise after dying. You're already in paradise if you're in love. Like Swamiji, like Sufis. Remember, you can only give what you have. If you have peace in your heart and if you have reconciled with your mind, then only you can give peace and reconcile with others. You can only give what you have. Hazrat Jalaluddin Rumi, a mystic of 13th century, and now his mazar is in Konya, Turkey. And still thousands of people visit his mazar every day. And why they are doing it? So they're doing it when they enter into the mazar, they feel peace. That's why they're spending so much money to get to his mazar and feel that peace inside, deep inside you, which is the basic need of every human being. So Hazrat Rumi's poetry got translated into English by Professor Coleman Barks. And particularly there's one book called Essentials of Rumi, which is very famous. And it got translated only in 1995. So it published only in 1995. Hazrat Rumi then became the selling poet in the United States in 1992, just within 2 years, and is given the title of the Master of Love by the Westerners. This is Wikipedia talking, sir. It's not me. That he was given the title of Master of Love. Normally, the West thinks that they are the experts in love. And we are, the Eastern culture is uncivilized with poor aesthetic sense. However, Rumi turned the tables just in 2 years. And this by itself is a miracle. If we translate Shakespeare into Tamil, let's say, the beauty of the poetry will vanish. And on top of that, the change in time, culture, and language, after so many years, reduces the effect of poetry. However, Rumi wrote his book 750 years ago. So this year, in December, Hazrat Rumi's Urs is celebrated every year. And this year in December, it will be his 750th Urs. So, but I doubt really that Shakespeare will be alive after 7 years, even in English from now on. Even if we do not translate him, even if we don't do anything, 750 years is a long time. However, Hazrat Rumi is still shining both in the East and the West. So how is this possible? This is only possible by having ultimate compassion in your heart. He wrote the poetry with ultimate compassion. And that compassion gets translated. It's not the words or the meaning get translated. It's the compassion which got translated from Persian to English. And that's why it did not lose its essence, its power. If you go on Amazon and to buy Hazrat Rumi's book, Essentials of Rumi, and then if you look at the reviews, what people have written, again, these are the people who call themselves sometimes atheists in the Western countries. They say, oh, this book seems very sacred. I only read, one paragraph at a time. And, and that guides me in doing what I'm doing. Another person has written, whenever I have a problem, now this is not Eastern culture, remember, this is Western culture. Whenever I have problem, I open the book just from the middle somewhere, and I start reading. And the first line that I start reading somehow tells me the answer for my problem. So what has happened here is just the compassion that got translated, the essence that got translated. Unfortunately, Tamil Nadu is peppered with the mausoleums of saints of high stature. And we should revive their message of love and peace in a society by making their literature, which is of course in Tamil, common to every household. I remember I had an uncle, unfortunately, he passed away, and he used to go to a madrasa in, I believe it's Vanambari somewhere. This was in 1960s and 70s. And he used to study Hazrat Maulana Rumi literature in Persian in 1960s in Madras. Now, what the Western world got in 1995, and now the elite of Western world, they read the Maulana Rumi, and on Wikipedia, he is the most famous poet in the States. Our children were reading it in 1960s and 70s, and even before that. I'll conclude my talk with the original complaint of my patient. Doctor, I cannot stop my mind thinking. Perhaps I can answer this question with the following quote from Hazrat Maulana Rumi. You have no need to go anywhere. Journey within yourself. Enter a mine of rubies and bath in the splendor of your own light. Thank you very much for listening. Any questions or comments are welcome. Thank you.
Doctor, can you hear me? We will be
I can.
taking questions at the end of the session. So would you mind waiting for us or?
No problem.
No problem.
No problem.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Now I request Dr. Jayachandran. I have missed out one very important information when I read out his CV. He is right now the Ayurvedic doctor for the Prime Minister of India. So this is something that I had missed out. I'm very sorry, Doctor. Can take over this.
Respected Sadhguru and respected Swamiji, missing is not a problem. Missing forever is a problem. See, after hearing a lot of discussions related with peace, reconciliation, after the altruism, theoretical aspect of the peace. Basically, I'm a man in last 30 years in my intense medical practice. We generally face the practicality of the peace. The practicality of the peace means we know where the peace is getting disrupted, to what extent the peace is getting evolved as a physician. Ragadi rogan sadadanushakta nasheshakaya prasadan asheshan. Alsugya moha aradi dan jaghan yo abhurva vaidyaya namostu tasmai. This is the first shloka of Ashtanga Hridaya. a very well learned, high qualified Sangrahakara, we call Samudragupta, who had written this one, because he faced the real essence of the peace and struggle of the human life, lastly committed suicide by writing few words in the Ashtanga Sangraha. Whatever I wrote is meant for the humanity, where I can able to see, where I can able to feel the original peace. Medicine is not a few prescriptions. Medicine is not merely disease and deformities. Ultimately, medicine or medical science represents evolving and evaluating the peace in general sense. Hidahidam sukham dukkam, ayustasya hidahidam, manam chatayatrayatroptam, sa samadhanam uchyate. This is one of the shloka from Susruta Samhita. Where there is sukha, where there is asukha, we, the Vaidyas, Vaidya means Vishesha Jnani. It's not. Vaidya is not a person who is treating. Those who has committed to the society is called Vaidya. Because I know the system Ayurveda is one of the highly evolved, the political system of India. Proudly, I can able to say Ayurveda, more than a medical system, it's a political medical system. We deal the politics. We deal the regular day politics. The politics is not in the sense of the regional politics. The politics in a very colossal manner. Wherever there is a sukha, where there is a asukha, to make asukha into sukha, to become a tool in between, is called samadhana, is called a treatment. But actually, it is happening or not? It's not. The symbol, because wherever I go, we are living in a world of definitions. Without the definition, no science can be fulfilled. Wherever you go, whatever you speak, immediately ask definition of the subject. Throughout the globe, I travel on behalf of the government, on behalf of the organizations, and even peacekeeping, some programs. They used to ask me a single question, give me a single, very precise definition of health. So I respect Charaka, I respect Shrusuda, I respect Madhavacharya, I respect Sharngandhara, I respect Bharadwaja, and I respect William Osler, a man who stands for the modern medicine. All these people stand in one line, but it's really elaborately told. What is medicine? Medicine is the travel from comfort to happiness. Medicine is the travel from comfort to happiness. Wherever there is happiness, there is health. Wherever there is comfort, there is medicine. Medicine is comfort. Health is happiness. We, the doctors, in one way or another way planning to put a person from comfort to the happiness. Even doctors are not comfortable and not happy, then what we will do? So I'll give a very simple example, We are not negating against the comfort. We are not against the comfort, but should not keep always in comfort is a little limitation. Example, a cot you are lying is 1 lakh or 2 lakh. I have one of my patients who brought a cot which is costed 12 lakhs. He's sleeping in Ahmedabad comfortably. Then he called me one day to see this particular cot, and he told there is no need of any comment. If you give a comment, our relation as a friendship will vanish off. Why? I require only one thing, whether it is good or bad. And I told it's difficult. Whenever see an object, we will give a comment. because doctors are commentarians. We do comment. Then he told no. Then what happened? One day we together gone to Mehmedabad. It's a city little outskirt of Ahmedabad to attend a religious function. After returning in a very chilly, cold December month, around, you know, in Gujarat, those around 5 to 7 or to 10 years back, very chill during the December, the same time. So we reached in a Char Rasta. The time we reached, it's very chilly. So we go and take a kitli. Kitli means the bucket tea, the tea vendors. And once the time we are having this tea, we see a lump of stone pieces a little away from our area. And something is there on the top of the lump. Then we both of us gone there. You know, the time is 1 o'clock, mid-December. The bone and the fleshes are getting chilled. A small little girl around 4 to 5 years is sleeping there. And she's not having any coat, overcoat. We have a coat, overcoat, a sweater, blanket. Still we are trouble. Then I called my friend, told, see, this girl is sleeping. Then I told, okay, now I'll give a comment regarding with your coat. The coat you purchased, the lump where the small girl is sleeping, after 12 o'clock, both of you are in same condition. 12 o'clock. Why? The cot is comfort. Sleep is happiness. My friend is sleeping in a Malaysia's house, and his house, we can able to make a FIFA football cup ground. It's a huge 450 square feet bedroom. But he used to sleep with the 2 medicine I used to prescribe to him. So, not to get disguised. This is the thing. If you buy a cloth which costs around 1 lakh, another person is buying a cloth around 2,000, 3,000. The value of the cloth is comfort. The cloth is happiness. The vehicle by which you are traveling, you can travel by Mercedes-Benz, you can travel by jet, you can travel by flight, a chartered flight. Like, even nowadays, from the bedroom to the bathroom, people are seeking vehicle support. From the bedroom to bathroom. And we are quarreling and shouting that lifestyle diseases and lifestyle cure. So, vehicle is your comfort. The journey is happiness. Once we discriminate and realize these two things, peace is going to be practical, unless until the peace is only a literary jargon we use. We used to feel. Example, a few medical example in my personal practice. If an asthmatic patient, a migraine patient, hypothyroid, diabetes, autoimmune diseases, is it possible for to accept and expect peace? You heard about a word called autoimmune disease. Very, very classical example of the peace that we are perceiving in the universe. Autoimmune. What is autoimmune? It's a fight between within. In a family, there is a fight. In our body, there are two things are fighting and your immunity is getting compromised. That is called autoimmune. The same thing is happening in a human life, in a very comfortable human family. If one person became a rebel, what is going to happen? If brother or son or father or mother became a rebel, is it possible for you to throw him off? No, it's a part and parcel of your human life. And you won't be able to accept it. Then what is the solution? A conflict in the body, which reflect as rheumatoid arthritis, sickle cell anemia, sickle cell diseases, SLE, psoriatic arthritis. We are still in dilemma. We don't know. What we will do, we give immunosuppressants because this problem comes due to increased immunity. because you are planning to evolve more peace. If more peace comes, the lack of immunity can develop. You will susceptible for anything, so that you will develop additional infectious disease. So what is required in that condition? We require a regulation. We are searching for regulatory medicine to field this kind of a disease. The same kind of a regulation is needed in the universe or in the earth. Then only we can able to have a proper peace. This is, no, I'm in the panel of Honorable PM. When he was CM in Gujarat, that time we started having the discussion how we can able to inculcate a medicinal peace. Now we are in the verge that diabetes is going to be a curable disease. Happily, we can say now we are reached into that level. Tomorrow, maybe within 5 to 6 years, we will come with a protocol. Diabetes is curable. But what we don't know what is going to have a new era of diabetic synergy. So, in each houses, the disruption of peace we have seen. I'm talking about the very small piece. I'm not looking into the huge dimension of this piece. The peace in your house, in the society, will reflect in the entire universe. Early morning, if you to go to house, we used to. What is the fight is going in house? Most of them in our Gujarat, in North India, the school starts at the early morning, 6 o'clock. The child is in the bathroom. Husband is about to go to the office. He is searching for another bathroom. Wife is preparing some food and she want to go to bathroom, and there is 2 bathrooms. There is a quarrel for bathroom. And the children doesn't know how to defecate in the morning. Most of the children in the early morning attending the schools and nursery schools, they don't know. So there is an interesting case. I written a very emergency letter to one of the principal that you have to have a provision for child to go to the toilet. Otherwise, I'll write a particular sentence case that, you are the cause for intussusception, There is a very devastating disease is approaching in children nowadays. Intussusception means your intestine get clogged. If you are not able to defecate properly in the morning, the intestinal motility will reduce. We heard about a disease called IBS, irritable bowel syndrome. This is happening. And a child has to having an intussusception by sermons of the speech will get any result. The peace has to originate from each small houses in the society, then it can replicate into the universal level. So I told in diabetes cases, 2029-30, we are going to be the reservoir of diabetes. 69.3% of people are already diabetes. 23% of the people are diabetic, but they don't know. And remaining 5 to 10% are incurable diabetes, even though we are searching for. In this condition, can we make a slogan in peace, peace, peace? No. As a physician, as a social activist, the peace is a reality in front of me. I'm going to tell the government that, CCA, Constipation Commission of India, has to become than CII. Constipation became a national disruption problem in India now. Early morning, unless until you are not able to defecate properly, how you can able to stand in a dais to say that, Vladimir Putin and Zelensky to stop the war. I think in a CA commission comes, one commission goes to Russia. There is a solution for war. Most of the war erupted from constipation. That's we are feeling like that. Because in a disturbed mind, the bowel movement is small. It's not a joking thing. If your mind is disturbed, the rhythm of the intestine is losing. This is called peristalsis. This is a reaction, this is a movement which is 100% connected with your mind. Your mind is not calm. Your bowel movement is not comfortable. So we require solution for the peace. In Ayurveda, there is a term called Janapada Udvamsam. Janapada Udvamsam. We the people, our gurus have started shouting Janapada Udvamsam, Janapada Udvamsam. What we done creatively against that? We destroyed our resources. That respected the lady who spoke about the plant conservation. I'm a person who studied Mrigayurveda, Palakapya Samhita. I know how to treat elephants. I treated an elephant in Punayur Kota in Guruvayur. I know. I studied that one. Vrikshayurveda. When we say the puja to the vriksha, then okay, entire the so-called Buddhijeevis. I used to say, are you bringing the deprived or petrified images into our culture? No. The area where we live, that area is also deserving for so many creatures, and we are arresting and disturbing their livelihood. So at least we can able to do one solace is that, we can able to ask them, let give pardon, and me, I'm going to construct something in this mud. This is a Kshamabana. At least a Kshamabana may create a little bit of a comfort in the human mind. In a social and preventive medicine, we call Swastavrta. Food brings peace. Reality, this food, has got 3 components: Sushma Bhava, Madhya Bhava, and Sushma Bhava. All food has got 3 components: the gross, subtle, and beyond that. The gross portion of the food became our excreta. The middle portion of the food became our human body. Another small, the Sushma Bhava is going for, became our mind. So food dissect and food create your characteristic. We studied in the jail, the food that we give to the criminal elements. So Ahara Upacharana, Dinacharya, Ruducharya, this has to be implemented into our human life. Then we will start to respect the food. Unless until we don't know how to respect and how to utilize the food, how you can able to think about the sustainability of the peace? Ruducharya, Kalartha Karmanam Yogo, Hina Mithya Adimatraga, Samyak Yogesya Vijñeyo, Roga Arogya Karanam. I think this is enough for a simple definition of prevailing or want to know about the peace. Kalartha Karmana Yoga, Mithya Yoga, Adi Yoga, Hina Yoga. What is happening? In midst of the December, we have a downpour. In March, May, extreme winter, called Mithya Yoga. Who is responsible? Janabadodhamsa. Who is responsible for Janabadodhamsa? We create a problem. We say that there is disruption of the peace. We are searching for the peace. A peace already we disrupted. And disrupted peace we want to evolve. We want to bring it out from the destruction level. So very simple is how we can able to, even a medical man, I'll say no medicine will give you comfort, happiness. Medicine is comfort, and health is happiness. To attain that level, to attain that stage, we have to have compassion. A doctor in a mind is a devil in a pocket nowadays. Now, I had seen the exact peace during the COVID time. I'm a national coordinator. Those days, a doctor in Ahmedabad, running behind the crematoriums. We are not running for hospitals. We are running for crematorium. So we realized what is peace. Peace is, not to get misunderstood. We go to another shop. We go to a pan parag shop. We go to a grocery shop. Give me 1 kilo of peace. It's not possible. So my humble request is a realization, realize what we have shortage, what we are lacking, and whatever the religious scriptures or the doctrines or the science or the legitimacy, whatever it mentioned, we lose to implement it. Almost all the day we are radio wave-like discussions. Radio wave-like discussion means somebody is to speak and somebody is to sit to hear that one. We need a solution. And solution comes, okay, dialogues are important. And beyond that, implementation, unless until we don't have the capacity to implement the rules and regulation, merely speaking or taking the adjectives from the religious scriptures or the other things, okay, that will fulfill our intellectual inertia. But it is not going to be the societal improvement. I think as a doctor or a teacher or a professor or an advocate, need to implement what we studied. No, as a medicos, we have started correcting. We are not writing medicines now. A duty of the doctor is not to prescribe the medicine, is to educate what is medicine and what is medical system. So one way, I'm so happy that, education, the proper education will change a lot of things. Have a lot of bombs in my hand, but the time is very, very small, because if I say something that disrupts our speech, one is our hormonal system. We will discuss about the criminality, the criminal. We got the criminal and we said that, this, and he is from that situation, he is from that culture, and he is having this background, nothing. 80% of the criminality is due to the hormonal disturbance. The criminal has to be properly treated. Reconciliation is not possible unless until the proper treatment. I know one case which I was very directly involved, one Soumya case in Kerala. She was brutally raped and thrown out from the train. And the culprit is simply sitting in the jail and eating 3 times. When he was caught, his weight was only 45, now he is 75. And the court told there is no evidence. Priya, Soumya's mother, is wandering from one area to another area still for the justice. And what the justice told, there is no evidence. Do you feel the peace will come to our safety? No. Here, a practical man, I'm a very practical man, because I used to see the difficulties daily. Even my mother comes and say there is nothing, no happiness from her. She also come and tell always. We the doctors used to hear complaints. Nobody come and approach her and told, doctor, are you happy? No. Doctor, this is our problem. So we are standing for the result. How the peace result will evolve? Dialogue and implement the rules and regulation. I'm very thankful to Vishwa Mohan Foundation for giving such an option, because a doctor's presence in this discussion is more disturbing. More disturbing because we used to see the reality almost all day. And I am a doctor who had done 7 MRI scan in a dead body. I gone and questioned him when I told how to run a hospital. In that world, we are searching for peace. There are a lot of stories are there. But my humble request, Vishwa Mohan Foundation, I know Swamiji for a long time. We are from the same district. And Vishwa Mohan Foundation is the only foundation, I tell you, with the struggle even lasted 8 years, is standing for the implementation of the truth of the peace. No other foundation. And Swamiji's effort is a human task. We have to respect him. A sannyasi, who is the original sannyasi, who has to stand. Sannyasam is a disease in Ayurveda. You know, sannyasam is a disease. It's called the confusion. In Ayurveda, sannyasam is a disease. It's a mental disease. Apasmara, unmada, and sannyasa. That sannyasa is different. This sannyasi is, that's why. So I still remember a word from Swami Vivekananda. Him I call a Mahatma whose heart bleeds for the poor. Him I call a Duratma. His heart bleeds for himself. His heart is bleeding for the poor. So he's searching for that. So under Vishwa Mohan Foundation, we can able to evolve and inculcate a lot of heights in peace, not the Kavala Prasanga. In Malayalam, we used to say Kavala Prasanga because, you know, politician used to blah, blah. Sigmund Freud, one who speaks loudly, hours and hours, he is expressing that I am not having anything to communicate into the society. That is happening, Sigmund Freud. And Jung is come and corrected. No, little more shout. And somebody told regarding with the liquor, I'll still, there is a word from Sushruta. Madhyam na peyam, he told, not to drink alcohol. He know that it's not practical. Then slowly diluted. Peyam was so helpful. If you are drinking, drink it little. He knew that it's not going to be practical. Then told, Peyam subhahuva riva. You started drinking with more water. So not to water it in the peace. That is my request.
Thank you, Doctor, for such a humorous and hard-hitting speech that you've given us today. Any questions? Because Doctor is giving in please keep the questions short, and whoever is asking the question, please come forward so that we can get your persona on the video. Otherwise, we are not able to see who's asking the question. So, any questions? Sir, can you please come forward?
Doctor, there is an old saying, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. So these are obviously it's a reference to the preventive aspects we can take to avoid disease. There seems to be just like trigger happy policemen. There seems to be a whole set of surgeons now. They want the operative for what are the issues they want to operate. They don't have the patience to treat you. So I've had an experience of this. So they don't want to say home amputation. And they're divided, doctors are divided.
No, I'm really sorry because whenever I go and speak, after the speech, it's going to be a medical conversation. So start asking about the disease and treatment and cure. See, sir, you are absolutely right, I'll give a small example of, you heard about arthroscopy and arthroplasty, the knee replacement, where the piece is getting disturbed. I'll give you. If you go to an orthopedician, he say that you can able to control the disease with a simple medications. He will prescribe a medicine for a week or two. Then you continue the medicine for a week or two. You will be comfortable. Then you yourself will stop the medicine. After the 2 weeks, the pain will restart. Then doctor will again consult. Will start with a second group of medicine. You take the second group of medicine. After 2 weeks, you stop it, pain increase. Then he will recommend for you to physiotherapy. The same thing will happen. Then it already 4 weeks is gone. Then doctor say, come for the surgery. He already decided the surgery. He's already decided the surgery. Because why? It's difficult, even for us. If you come first time, I'm telling that your knee has to be replaced. Either he will slap me, you will slap me, or I will make you run away from my room. So there is a consensus. It's called a diplomacy. So some diplomacy is disrupting peace also. So this is one. And second, how to prevent? This is a very good question. How to prevent a disease? Ahara, Nidra, Maidhunascha, Samadhana Uchyante. Ahara, Nidra, and Maidhuna. These are the three pillars to sustain a peaceful human life. Maidhuna is not a sexual interaction as per the Ayurveda. It's called happiness. The word that it has to be used in the proper contextual meaning. Aharam. It's very important. No, see, the biggest, even for lifestyle disease, we know lifestyle disease and the doctors recommending lifestyle correction. But doctor doesn't know what is lifestyle. Regarding the exercise, you know something about the exercise? How long, when, where? I used to walk 15 kilometers a day. I myself thought, my knee joints will get degenerated, my fellows doctors. Then I realized after walking 15 kilometers a day to cover around 22,000 footsteps, my health is that the pillar where I'm standing, that is called perfect Vyayama. Vyayama means it's not the 21,000 footsteps at a stretch in 24 hours. Food. Food means the climate-oriented food. It's a huge chapter. So I'm not disturbing the peace to evolve a new topic of food. So Tristuna is the answer for a healthy well-being.
Since he is leaving shortly, I request Dr. Indra to give her summary on his speech.
We have so far heard two speakers. One online, the other one physically present, challenging formidable presence, I should say. What struck me was that we are looking at a subject, what's now called happiness quotient. We are looking for so many other indices and areas. On the other hand, we are still to retrieve, if we thought that we had already that happiness quotient, we are now searching for that. Dr. Jayachandran spoke in gnomic English, I should say, very epigrammatic, unless he moved into technical details. For instance, how he defined lifestyle: Aharam, Nidra, Miduna, Maiduna. And Maiduna is happiness, part of the happiness quotient, and not mere appetite satisfaction. When we read neurological critics, positivist critics, Professor Panniselvam, we looked at this happiness arrived at through satisfaction of appetites, which brings you a kind of a neurological, I should say, comedy within your body. So today, we are looking for a holistic view of life. I mean, it is unfortunately, language has become cliche, but it is still what he was trying to say, how we must just think of a holistic view. But he was compassionate to us when he said, there is comfort, medicine is comfort. At the same time, health is happiness. That's what I meant by epigrammatic, almost gnomic way of putting it, like Naladiyar in Tamil, not even Tirukkural, Naladiyar in Tamil, gnomic way of putting things. So he said, you have to think of this this combination. I cannot simply say, here is happiness on a tree, I just pluck it. No, you must have the comfort, because caregivers are absolutely the order of the day today. And how much care they also require is a problem, sir. People who come to attend to us, they stay with us and so on. But caregivers are also highly stressed. It may be a paying job, but they are also highly stressed. And therefore, you talked about the need for medicine and also some kind of regulatory principle. It is there in the universe, not only the system, but also in the universe. That is why I thought your talk was just trying to relate the microcosmos with the macrocosmos. As a student of literature, we often use that term, the microcosmos and macrocosmos. And the prognosis was alarming, the way he spoke, that, I mean, any disease for that matter, it was very alarming. At the same time, he talked about the 3 levels of even medicine or food, the gross level, the subtle level, and that which is beyond. He talked about a very mundane thing called constipation, but it is important. If you sit for long hours in conferences, what happens, you see? You have some problems. And so he was, I think, stressing the need for harmony. And he also made a very alarming statement that in Ayurveda, sannyasa is a disease. Okay, so that needs to be understood properly. So I should think that this Swamiji has planned in such a manner this kind of session that there is an attempt to understand the here and the now, the concrete, the material reality for existence. At the same time, the subtle connection it has with the other dimensions of our life. So thank you very much. And I'm sorry, Dr. Zahira, because I thought what little comments I have to make, you might find it useful. Thanks a lot.
I request Mr. Ishwar to please come and honor Dr. Jayachand. You're coming? Or you can shove the doctor, he's online. Doctor, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Doctor, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
So a brief introduction of Dr. Syed Moinuddin. He's a world-renowned specialist in newborn baby care who has dedicated his life to nurturing and supporting life. His passion for caring for newborns stems from his belief that every life deserves a chance to thrive, especially when natural protection offered by the mother's womb is disrupted for whatever reasons. Dr. Syed is a medical expert and a spiritual leader who believes that humanity needs to be nurtured and reconnected to its source. He is the chairman of BYMF UK, a Sufi fellowship that promotes holistic healthcare and energy healing to alleviate suffering and promote well-being. Dr. Syed is an expert in critical care, neonatology, patient safety, human factors, and team training. He takes an evidence-based approach to medical and spiritual education. He believes in simplifying and connecting the common threads of all religions and faith towards self-realization. Wherever human can live a fulfilled life of peace and joy and happiness. By working together, people of faith and wisdom can nurture and reconnect humanity to its source. Dr. Said's expertise and leadership in medical and spiritual fields are helping to bring people together to promote well-being and alleviate suffering. Over to Dr. Said Moinuddin. Doctor, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. You can go ahead and give your speech now.
Am I able to share my screen, please?
Yes, you should be able to share your screen.
It says host disabled participant screen sharing. Thank you very much.
Now, I think we can see your screen now.
Excellent. Thank you so much, ma'am. Respected Swamiji, honored guests and fellow participants, I send my namaskar, salam to all of you. I've been listening to some of the talks, and I think Swamiji has done in his own way a balance of getting the external and the internal aspects of everything. At times I even think, why am I speaking? Because there's not much to be said. Everyone knows what is to be said. It's about the doing part, as the previous speaker has said. Well, anyway, let's, what I do is I'm probably going to keep it completely non-medical and keep it very spiritual, perhaps. So, and in doing so, I'm telling myself, this is a revision for myself so that I can deepen my learning and understanding. So any shortcomings are mine, and I give all praise to God for all the inspiration that God provides. So I had the privilege of presenting my spiritual master Jilani Saab's talk yesterday. And one of the feedback given to me was, while there are theoretical aspects, if one can focus on the practical application of some of these concepts. So today I thought, while I'll try to do that, I'm more of a contextual person, but then of course application is equally important. So the way I've chosen this photograph in this introductory slide, I've not mentioned it, but perhaps those pile of stones precariously balanced, maybe the key message that I would give, this whole system about internal and external, theoretical versus practical, it's all about balance. So let me proceed. Delineating context and content is vital for clarity of thought. Context gives meaning to the content. In our example, the content here is some sort of a liquid which occupies the number of containers that it's poured in. Despite its many forms, you may be seeing that there is an underlying oneness. Now, some of you might say, well, I don't agree with you, because it could be that the teacup has tea in it, whereas the bottle has milk in it and the cup might have juice in it. But let me urge you to try and see the oneness. At the end of the day, it is still the liquid. The context in which we approach a subject, like the vessel that holds the fluid, shapes the meaning and depth of our understanding. And this I call the game of one. There is that oneness. People like Swamiji remind us to see the oneness despite the multiplicity that we see everywhere. I've seen my master Jilani Sahib with Swamiji there, and it's such a beautiful reminder of these personalities who are spreading the light in the world. I've come to learn that Gu means darkness and Ru is to dispel. So Guru is the one who dispels the darkness of ignorance by bringing the knowledge of certainty. To explain this, I will convey a Sufi story. A disciple did not know what a rose is. So the Guru took him to his garden, gave his disciple a rose flower, and instructed him to smell it. The next time the disciple came, the Guru asked for a rose incense stick to be lighted. The disciple could smell the rose, but could not see the flower and was a bit baffled. Guru explained that the form does not matter. It is the experienced essence that will give him the certainty. The next time the disciple was served a gulab jamun, and immediately he identified the rose in the sweet. Thus, the Guru works on building certainty within the disciple. Yesterday, we learned the analogy of the protective lantern and the inner flame. At its core, Islamic spirituality has three fundamental principles. Tawheed, the oneness of God. Akhirah, the belief in the hereafter. And Adl, the divine justice. These principles are not isolated. They are intricately interwoven, forming the fabric of Islamic thought that guides Muslims in pursuing justice and peace. A lantern without a flame is useless, and a flame without a lantern risks being blown out. So how does one light the inner flame and then safely sustain it? Another sustainability question. Let us read a prayer asking for the lighting of the inner flame and guidance on its sustenance. The divine guidance comes with the bestowing of wisdom and the company of the righteous, like the Guruji or the Pir or the Murshid in Sufi language. Right knowledge, right provision, and right deeds are needed to achieve that sustenance. Each of us is a vessel in which our thoughts expand towards knowingness and away from doubt. The oneness within the core of certainty becomes apparent as we embrace the teachings with gratitude, sincerity, and genuine desire for spiritual growth. This leads us to certainty. First, as knowledge, which is called ilmul yaqeen, then the vision, which is ainul yaqeen, and finally experience, which is the haqqul yaqeen. This journey, described in 3 simple steps, can take a lifetime and more. Sufism, in essence, is the inward journey in search of God that passes through the milestones of reconciliation, renunciation, awareness, culminating in connection and reliance, leading to the purification of the soul. The emphasis on meditation, reflection, contemplation, and purification aligns with its core principles. In this journey, humility emerges as a recurrent theme, and sincerity in every action is for the sake of God. So while we say a lot of words, at the end of the day, it is the implementation of this. I've practiced as a medic, I've practiced, I've been a researcher, but I think while we talk about peace, while we talk about reconciliation, these, as the previous speaker said, have to go beyond words. They have to come into each one of us. Only then can we find that peace that we are looking for at a communal level. And of course, while they all appear simple theoretically, the journey to the core needs a traveler with sincere intention, a clear roadmap, and a competent guide. Sincerity in intention is vital at each step, whether it is about going to school, whether it's about doing a piece of work, whether it's about treating a patient. One cannot reconcile without sincerity. Hence, there is a prayer, as we say in many aspects of Islamic tradition. But unfortunately, a lot of it then becomes just words without the sincerity of intention. Without the sincerity, it becomes the lantern without fire again. And this is by far the most important reason why we fail to reconcile despite our external efforts of prayer. You might have heard your Muslim friends insisting on halal food. While there is an externality to it, the essence of halal is the concept of right sustenance. This does not just apply to food. It is the right knowledge, provision, and deeds in every aspect of life. Lack of purity in this will impede progress on the inner path. I want to stress here, especially as a pediatrician, the importance of right sustenance when it comes to creation. God is our creator in the spiritual realm, but our mothers are our creators in the physical realm. Of course, fathers have to play a part. Right love, care, and nurture are vital for a healthy child. This is also true in the spiritual sense. Not only one only reaps what one sows, as they say. And while this is universally accepted, why are we surprised when it comes to harvesting what we have planted? Mercy, a quality deeply embedded in God, is sought and extended to all creation. Through acts of mercy, the Sufi transcends ego and becomes a vessel for divine grace, echoing the profound Islamic principle, as said in the Quran, "My mercy encompasses all things." In Sufi teachings, hope is the driving force that propels the seeker forward on the spiritual journey leading to certainty. The anticipation of God's infinite compassion and mercy ignites the flame of hope, dispelling the darkness of despair. As Rumi says, where there is a ruin, there is hope for treasure. Compassion begets mercy, and mercy fosters hope, and hope in turn deepens one's capacity for compassion. Together they form the heartbeat of Islamic mysticism, or for that matter, any mysticism, resonating with the divine rhythm of love, forgiveness, and boundless optimism on the journey towards spiritual fulfillment. The hadith or narration of Jibreel unfolds a profound dialogue between the Archangel Jibreel or Gabriel and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, providing a roadmap for seekers on the path of spiritual enlightenment, or for those who seek peace, so-called externally. Jibreel questioned him about Islam, Iman, and Ihsan. And this guides us beyond the rituals into the depths of mystic understanding. In a mystic lens, this hadith invites contemplation on the significance of Ihsan or excellence, which encapsulates worshipping God as if one sees him. This dimension of spiritual excellence challenges the Sufi to transcend the formalities of worship, cultivating an intimate connection with the divine that permeates every aspect of life, urging the seeker to embrace a holistic spirituality. It encourages a profound awareness that extends beyond the physical realm, inviting believers to embody the essence of worship, faith, and spiritual excellence in their everyday lives. Rumi often tells us good stories, and he tells us of a story of a cunning thief who finally repented. And once he repented, he transforms into a force for justice by joining the police force. And Rumi argues that this transformation makes this person a more certain than those who have never walked the path of being a thief. I leave you with Rumi's words of hope. Ours is not a caravan of despair. Come, even if you've broken your vows 1,000 times. I'd like to thank Swamiji and the foundation for giving this opportunity to share some of my thoughts and also learn so much by attending and by your broadcasting on YouTube. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. We will be having a few questions right now. Can I call upon Mr. Srikumar?
Greetings, Pranam Shri Sadhguru. Dr. Khalil, Swamiji had this question to seek your clarification and insights. One of the things you spoke about was on self-centeredness. So Swamiji's question was, are people who tend to be extremely self-centered, how are they in terms of their own mental, emotional stability? This was a question to you, Dr. Khalil.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Swamiji. As I said,
sorry, just to add,
can you hear me?
Just to add, if I, yeah, just to add, can you hear me?
Of course.
Swamiji wanted to add one more point. Are people who are more self-centered, are they more prone to mental illnesses and instability and so on?
Thank you very much. As I said in my in my talk, that the one single cause of all the mental disorders, and this includes anxiety, obsessive compulsive disorder, depression, psychosis, which in general terms we call madness, like a crazy person. All of them stem from obsessive, cyclical, self-centered thoughts. And again, I'll repeat it. It's very important. And this is said by by Preethaji. And this is brilliant. And you won't find this in psychiatry books, unfortunately. Obsessive, cyclical, self-centered thoughts. And yes, so self-centeredness is the main part of this root cause of any mental disorder. There's no doubt about it. Now, there's a difference between self-centeredness and being compassionate for yourself. But this is we should not mix it up. Being compassionate for yourself and having a good self-esteem and good confidence is very essential, because unless you have it, you cannot give compassion to someone else. Unless you're not compassionate, you're not respectful to yourself, you won't be able to give it to anybody else. But sometimes we see it as self-centeredness. This is not self-centeredness. Self-centeredness is completely different, and self-centeredness comes from ego. So ego is the thing which makes someone self-centered. And once person becomes self-centered, they lose the connection between themselves and the people and the things and the world around them. And once so it's like, as I said, in Bismillah Rahman Rahim, Allah says, I am the one who share and care. So when I say Bismillah Rahman Rahim, I'm saying my attention is towards sharing and caring. But the one thing which is extremely important for sharing and caring is the connection with other person. Unless you connect with other person, this dance of sharing and caring cannot happen. So, and self-centeredness will stop you from doing that. And once this has stopped, then it becomes, then the ego takes over, and the person gradually, the mind start overthinking, and it becomes so much that a person cannot tolerate anymore. So once the mind cannot tolerate the influx of thoughts coming in, what it tends to do, it's decouple. And once it decouples, then psychosis comes in, paranoia comes in, because it cannot take the firing of the negative thoughts anymore. So as I said, I work for the University of Leeds, and children come from all over the world, China, States, India, Venezuela, Brazil, everywhere, to study there. And the first question I ask is, how do you spend your time? Not about any symptoms of depression or anxiety or any checklist, but how do you spend your time? So what I try to see is, how isolated are you? Because once the children, after coming to UK, once they become isolated, they lose the connection of sharing and caring. And once they lose the connection, then what happens? These thoughts start coming in, and they can't deal with them. And then they come up in the form of any mental disorder or mental disease. The other thing which is very important, I believe, is the physical activity. Because when our body becomes active, our mind gets still. And it is extremely important that children, when they come, they remain active. They go out, they go to the gym, go for walks, running, talk to their friends, go and see their friends, mixing with other, sharing and caring. Once this sharing and caring stops, the compassion stops, then the water becomes still and becomes muddy. And I hope I have answered your question. Thank you so much.
Doctor, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, we have Dr. Shrikala Nair, who has another question for you.
Dr. Khalil, wonderful insight. In fact, my question you have almost answered, but nevertheless, so you started your talk saying, your patients complaining that I cannot stop my mind thinking. I know, let me just link it with Dr. Jayachandran, would have gone by now. See, the way Ayurveda treats the diseases and how the allopathy treats, where there is a watertight division drawn between the body, mind, and the spirit. Well, Ayurveda doesn't do it. And interestingly, in Ayurveda, it has been said that when nothing can be done, read Vishnu Sahasranam. So this kind of, the unity that is brought between the body, mind, and the spirit, it seems to be significantly lacking in the current medical system. I know patients who have been treated for psychiatric diseases, and they have a young girl, she has stopped her cycles, and everything has been, in the somatic, the bodily factors, but then she is somewhat able to reduce the thoughts. And now these thoughts, why this psychiatric diseases are in advance? One reason is that even adolescent age, children are not able to stay alone for some time. They always want to be in company. And if no one else is there, they look into the mobile because I do not know, they don't want to address themselves. That's crap. I mean, an exercise to go inward, look inward, as you have rightly said, is not being given at all. Either you look at some screen, and if no screen is available in front of you, look at the mobile. And this is one trauma that we are having, I suppose, and there should be, as Dr. Jayachandran has said, I totally agree with him. What is needed is action. Enough of, we have been preaching and preaching and preaching, particularly at the age of the young people, from the college times onwards. Let us train them, at least basic meditations, at least, if not meditation proper, let them sit idle for some time. Let them be alone for some time, addressing. Of course, you spoke about how important it is to mingle with others and how one should be action-oriented. True, very true. But at the same time, they should also be given training to be themselves, to attend to their body. When the body is diseased, the body will talk to you. Body knows how to talk to the patient, the self. But then we don't lend ears to that. So thank you very much. I would like to have a response from you.
Thank you very much. I think you have asked quite a few questions in one question, but I'll try to remember and answer them. The thing is, psychiatric medication. Unfortunately, there's a huge stigma behind psychiatry and psychiatric medication. Now, blaming the psychiatrist is like blaming the diabetologist once you start having diabetes, that he's treating you for your symptoms and not, and not being good enough to stop you from the symptoms. As in diabetes, we all know that after the pancreas keep taking the pressure of glucose in the blood, and but we are healthy, we are not diabetic, we keep eating carbohydrates, we keep eating fats, and then one day comes when the pancreas says, enough is enough, I'm breaking down, I cannot take this pressure anymore. And once this happens, no matter how much you try and be away from carbohydrates and how much exercise you do, you will need to take tablets. There's no doubt about it, because it's too late now. The time for prevention was there, but it's gone now. Now it's too late. Now you have to go to diabetologist. Similarly, in psychiatry, of course, there is a role for prevention, as I said, through spirituality, let's say, for example. But after some time, when it crosses the threshold, then the intellect of the mind, no matter what advice you give them, you tell them, oh, have more willpower, everyone, you are so good, why are you being anxious, why are you being depressed, look at them, look at this. It won't work. It doesn't work. So you have to take them to the psychiatrist, as you have to take anyone to the diabetes specialist. But at the same time, the problem is not the psychiatry tablets. The problem is the psychiatrist who is prescribing the psychiatry tablets. Because we see here in a clinic, the children coming, let's say children coming from India, China, and other countries. Sometimes they are over-dependent on medication and they over-medicate. So you have to keep the balance between the medication and the advice that doctors give. But at the end of the day, tablets are important. There is no doubt about it. Once you tip over, you know, advice won't work at that time. So that was one thing. The other thing I think you mentioned was, and is that children spend time on mobile phones and screens. Unfortunately, seeing someone or chatting on social media is not same as going and seeing someone face to face, where you share your energy. I understand that in Hindi, they say namaste, and namaste means that the light inside me honors the light inside you. It's not about me and you. The me and you is gone. The duality is gone now. The light inside me honors the light inside you. Unless we have that kind of connection, by connection, I don't mean that you go and see someone, you are with your ego, they are with their ego, you talk to them for an hour, you come back, you won't feel any relief, you won't feel any happiness after that. Why? Because the light inside, both of you did not connect with each other. So and it's not just with children, I think even with grown-ups and adults nowadays, we have lost this concept. And unless we bring this concept again, unless we start seeing other person consciously, being very aware and conscious of the other person. Like, for example, when you go and see a friend, there's a difference between you go and see a friend and you go and see Swamiji. So what is it? Why you feel so better when you talk to Swamiji? The reason is that his divided concentration on you connects him with the one inside you, and that grows the light inside you. When you meet him for at least for some time, when you are with him, because of his vibrations, because the vibration are contagious. One thing vibrating can make everything vibrating. So once you sit with Swamiji, his heart touches your heart, his vibration makes you vibrate on positive frequency. And that is very important on every level. I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Doctor, we have one more Dr. Meenakshi who has another question for you. This would be the last question for this session.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
How can we instill compassion into the minds of young men who are brainwashed into becoming terrorists?
I mean, as you know, only the light can dispel the darkness, as Moin Bhai was saying. Darkness cannot dispel the darkness. And the thing is that nowadays we are very used to things happening in a flash. Okay. We don't have a patience. So we are used to, putting the switch on and the light comes very quickly. The thing, like people are like plants. So let's say if I have a rose plant in my garden and the roses are not coming properly, the color is not good, the quality is not good. Now, if I say, oh, I have to see that plant once and it should, you know, become perfect the next day. It won't happen. The problem is our expectation. The problem is not the terrorist. The problem is our expectation to change him to an angel the next day. And it doesn't happen. Like, even so, what do I need to do with the plant? I need to start looking after the plant. I need to change the environment around the plant. The soil is I need to put fertilizers in a bit. So, and then I need to start watering it regularly, put some shade on it because the sun is too bright. And then gradually, and I need to wait for a season, for the next season. And then gradually it will happen. But what we do is, I went and I talked to him and I gave him a lecture and he did not understand. So, you know, we can't do anything about it. Sorry. What the approach that Swamiji takes, patience, and then, you know, everyone, even if someone is, no matter how big that criminal is or how terrorist that person is, there is light inside of that person. And if, like Swamiji, you are able to connect, not you are able, because you cannot do anything. You have to become the vessel to make the ultimate guidance, the God, to pass through you and take the light from you to the other person and kindle the light inside him. And then it will happen. But it takes time. I hope I've answered your question.
Doctor, thank you very much. You've been very patient in answering all our questions. It's been a wonderful session from you. And thanks to Dr. Moinuddin too. Thank you very much. Now, another big thank you to Dr. Khatun for having been so patient in allowing me to manage the morning session. I invited her first, but I'm making her speak last. I hope she will forgive me for this. That is a recorded speech. So over to Dr. Khatun.
I offer my pranam to Sri Sadguru Ma, Reverend Swamiji, Honorable Chair, and dignitaries. The paper entitled Acharya Shankar, the Champion of the Eternal Peace, discusses two sorts of peace. One is the peace of the mundane existence, and other is the eternal peace. Mundane life is full of conflicts, anguish, and clashes. In this journey, the force of ego frequently asserts its presence, influencing our day-to-day interactions and relationships. Despite these challenges, the ultimate destiny of humanity lies in the pursuit of eternal peace, a serene state that transcends the turbulence of worldly concerns. The inherent quest for tranquility amidst the chaos of mundane existence serve as a reminder that beyond the transient struggles, the true purpose of human life is the attainment of everlasting peace. In the complex fabric of society, justice and peace intertwine as guiding forces. Advocating for the equitable distribution of resources, opportunities, and rights. Together, they weave a narrative that fosters harmonious coexistence among diverse communities, striving for a balance that enables each individual to flourish. The pursuit of justice is not merely a moral imperative, but also a pathway to sustainable and enduring peace.
Throughout the history of human civilization, an unwavering quest for an ideal form of justice has persistently woven itself into the fabric of societal evolution. Whether undertaken consciously or embedded in the subconscious, the fervent desire for a just and equitable society stands as a defining pursuit throughout the annals of human progress. From the earliest stages of development, as humanity transitioned from primitive existence to the state of self-conscious being, the yearning for justice became a cornerstone of social dynamics. This intrinsic aspiration transcends cultural, geographical, and temporal boundaries, illustrating a universal longing for fairness and moral equilibrium. As civilizations have risen and fallen, ideologies have shifted, and socio-political structures have transformed. The essence of the quest for justice remains a testament to the profound and enduring nature of this human pursuit. The quest for peace remains at the core of Indian philosophy and philosophers. Reverend sages and scholars persist in delving into inquiries concerning existence, knowledge, morality, and the very essence of reality. Through their timeless exploration, they seek to illuminate paths towards harmony and spiritual enlightenment. I understand peace in two ways. One is the absence of conflicts and violence, and the other is the attainment of the state of equanimity, which begets eternal peace. The quest for worldly peace can be examined through a dual lens, encompassing both the absence of external conflicts and violence, as well as the attainment of internal mental equipoise, leading to eternal peace. Eternal peace, as envisaged by Acharya Shankar, is synonymous with a state of bliss, representing the ultimate goal of human existence. Adi Shankaracharya emerges as a champion of eternal peace, advocating for a transformative journey within oneself. According to his philosophy, true and lasting peace begins with the individual attaining equanimity. As human beings cultivate a sense of peace within, they are better equipped to extend that peace to the external world. Shankar's teachings emphasize that the reconstruction of a harmonious society originates from the individual pursuit and realization of eternal peace within oneself. By striving for this inner serenity, individuals contribute to the collective well-being, fostering a world where conflicts are mitigated and the peace becomes a shared endeavor. Undoubtedly, the root of all incidents of oppression and social justice lie in the pervasive inequality that exists among individuals. In this societal framework, a stark contrast emerges between the powerful and the weak, the rich and the poor. This divide fosters a mindset among the powerful and wealthy, wherein they perceive themselves as inherently superior to their less privileged counterparts. This dynamic sets the stage for a cycle of injustice as the powerful exploit their positions to maintain dominance, while the weak and poor find themselves subjected to systematic oppression with limited avenues for recourse. Addressing the core issues of inequality is imperative to break this cycle and create a more just and equitable society. In a notable incident in the sacred city of Kashi, Sri Shankaracharya was returning from a ritual bath in the river Ganga, accompanied by his disciples. Along their path, they encountered a man who belonged to the outcast community, considered untouchable in the rigid social hierarchy of the time. As an untouchable man approached Sri Shankaracharya, an onlooker recognizing the person's social background urged him to step aside and not obstruct Acharya Shankar's path. However, the untouchable man, displaying remarkable self-respect, and spiritual wisdom. Refused to yield to the discriminatory norms of the society, he responded with 2 verses, which are encapsulated in the text known as Manisha Panchakam, emphasizing the universal spiritual essence that transcends caste and social divisions, highlighting the core teachings of equality and unity that Sri Shankaracharya philosophy stood for. This episode served as a profound illustration of the saint's teachings and the potential for transformation and spiritual realization, even in the face of societal prejudice and discrimination. In his conversation with Shankaracharya, the untouchable man asked a very meaningful question by comparing the reflection of the sun in the water of the sacred river Ganga to its reflection in a ditch and at an outcast person's place. This analogy emphasizes the universality of the sun's reflection, regardless of the water source, highlighting the inherent equality of all individuals, regardless of their social background. This query challenges the discriminatory social norms that exist within the caste system. He asked that Annamaya Dannamayam Athva Chaitanyamaya Chaitanyat Dvijvar Duri Kartum Vanchi Kim Bruhi Gach Gachyeti. Do you wish to eliminate the physical body or isolate consciousness? Could you please clarify whether when you say gacha, gacha or get away, you are talking about removing the physical body that is formed through nourishment, or if you intend to separate that consciousness which permeates the entire universe? The person continued to express their curiosity and said, King Ganga Muni Bim Tado, Chandala Vithipaya, Pure Vantarmasti, Kanchan Ghati, Mrit Kumbyor Vambhare. प्रत्येक वस्तुनि निस्तरंग सहजानंदाव बोधम बुधो विप्रयोम स्वपचो अमित्यपि कोयम महान विभेद भ्रम. This verse conveys a significant message about the impartial nature of natural elements. It emphasizes that the sun's light shines equally on all, whether it be the sacred river Ganga or a ditch in marginalized communities. Similarly, the vast sky, which envelopes the entire universe, does so uniformly. Whether it is inside or outside the boundaries of a simple pot, this message signifies that nature makes no distinctions between different entities, treating all with the same universality and equality. Whether it is a precious golden pot or a humble earthen one, the sky extends itself uniformly, emphasizing the idea of impartiality and unity within the natural world. The presence of consciousness in all living beings serves as the foundation for the entire existence of creation. An individual who is deeply connected with their true nature, serving as a source of perpetual and joyful consciousness, while maintaining unwavering thoughts, holds a remarkable understanding of the interconnectedness of all life. It is worth pondering whether it is fitting for such a profound yogi to create deceptive divisions based on social distinctions like labeling someone as a Brahmin or as an outcast. The essence of this message underscores the idea that true wisdom and spirituality should transcend such artificial differentiations, emphasizing the unity of all living beings. The person's dilemma was, why did a sense of duality arise in the mind of a great yogi like Shankaracharya? Their curiosity was about King Ganga Muni Bimbin Timbarmada, Chandal Vithipaya. In this verse, the concept of the pure and eternal consciousness, employing metaphors that liken it to the all-pervading radiance of the sun and the river Ganga as the divine creator. He also explores the ever-shifting nature of individuals, acknowledging how they transition between being sattvic, embodying purity and goodness, rajasic, displaying activity and passion, and tamasic, exhibiting inertia and darkness. This underscores the idea that ordinary individuals are akin to secluded pond, symbolizing their fluctuations and imperfections within the vast expanse of the universal consciousness. The pure consciousness, often compared to the essence of the sun, remains unaltered, unaffected by external factors, just as the reflection of the sun on the surface of a sacred river like Ganga or in a dirty pond appears the same. The distinction arises from the nature of the river and the pond itself, with the Ganga being revered and its water considered sacred, while the pond is not afforded the same reverence. This metaphor illustrates how the intrinsic purity of consciousness is unaltered by external circumstances, and the perception of the sacredness is relative to the context. Similarly, this concept extends to the idea that pure consciousness is a universal element that permeates all living beings. Yet each living being possesses a unique nature and displays distinct behavior, much like the different nature of river and ponds. As a result, the reflection of consciousness in each being varies in accordance with their individual nature. This perspective highlights the diversity and individuality of living beings, each a unique reflection of the same underlying consciousness. In this philosophical context, the question arises of how one can differentiate among individuals based on their birth or actions once they attain a realization of their true self. The answer lies in recognizing that the soul, which is considered distinct from the ultimate reality or Brahman, exists within all living beings as an identical unifying conscious element. In other words, when one realizes their true self, they understand that the essence of consciousness or the Atman is the same in all beings, transcending the distinctions created by birth or action. This realization leads to a deeper understanding of the unity that underlies the diversity of life. Pratyek vastuni nistarang sahajananda bodham buddha. The man says again, the ocean serves as a symbol for the entirety of creation or the universal self, representing the concept of a pure, eternal, and all-pervading soul. In this analogy, waves of the ocean symbolize the thoughts of individual and the inherent diversity within creation. The very existence of waves is intrinsically linked to the presence of water, mirroring how the ocean itself is nothing but water. Without water, there would be no waves and the ocean would cease to exist. This idea underscores the relation between the individual and the broader universe. It emphasizes that the supreme consciousness is fundamental cornerstone of creation. Without this consciousness, there would be no living beings, no individuals, and no deities. Ultimately, this supreme consciousness is the substratum of the entire universe. In this thought-provoking conversation, an untouchable man posed an intense question to the revered philosopher Adi Shankaracharya. His inquiry delves into the heart of a significant philosophical debate exploring the distinction between the material and the spiritual, and whether the exhortation carried deeper metaphysical implications. The question invites reflection on the nature of the self, the body, and the spirit, and prompts us to ponder the meaning of detachment in the context of the human experience. In fact, these questions gets to the core of the long-standing problem of discrimination in society based on people's caste or social class. Shankaracharya, upon receiving the untouchable man's questions, experiences intense pain and is moved to offer his own contemplation in 5 verses. In his response, Shankaracharya conveys a deep conviction of Advaita Vedanta, a philosophy that emphasizes the oneness of all existence, transcending superficial distinctions like caste. This narrative provides the background of the text. These 5 verses are collectively known as Manisha Panchakam. I would like to discuss here 5th and last verse, in which Shankar says there, Yat Sokhya Ambudhi Lesh Leshat Ime Shakra Dayo Yachite Nitram Prashant Kalne Labdava Munir Nivritta Yaspin Nitya Sukham Buddha Galit Dhir Brahma Na Brahmavid Yah Kishit Surendra Vandita Pada Nuna Manishamam. Droplet of a drop of the ocean of bliss is ample to please or to fulfill the Indra and the other deities. A yogi whose mind is quiet and tranquil, this equanimity state of mind is satisfied by acquiring the ocean of bliss, and he or she becomes not only a perceiver or the knower of the Brahman, but the Brahman itself. He is a well-qualified self whose feet are revered for the deities to bow down. This is my conviction, says Shankar. A tiny droplet of worldly happiness from the vast ocean of peace has the ability to satiate and fulfill even the deities. This idea emphasizes the incredible potential of even the tiniest taste of bliss. For a sadhaka or yogi who can uphold a calm and tranquil state of mind, achieving this equanimity leads to satisfaction, similar to acquiring an entire ocean of bliss. In this state of inner peace, an individual not only comprehend their true nature or connection with the divine, but actually embodies it. Such a person is considered a highly qualified and enlightened being, and their presence is to so reverent that even deities bow in reverence to them. This concept underscores the transformative power of inner serenity and self-realization, revealing that a drop of bliss can lead to an ocean of self-realization. Supreme Self, or the Brahman, is the ocean of eternal bliss. Fraction of a second of bliss is sufficient to gratify the worldly deities, says Shankar in the last verse of Manisha Panchakam, to glorify the eternal peace of supreme consciousness. An individual driven by the aspiration to attain oneness with the supreme self and finds that the pleasure of the material world fit to provide lasting satisfaction. Instead, their focus becomes a constant contemplation of the Supreme Self, leading to the realization of eternal peace. As this aspirant's mind becomes inseparably intertwined with the realm of supreme consciousness, they transcend the mere status of being an observer or knower of Brahman. In this profound state of unity, the aspirant is no longer distinct from Brahman, but rather becomes one with it. The teachings of Yagyavalkya to King Janak, the essence of existence, is beautifully described in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. The self, through realization and transcendence, attains a state of oneness and transparency, similar to the nature of water. In this state, the self becomes ultimate observer and devoid of a second entity. Yagyavalkya emphasized to Janak that this state represents the pinnacle of spiritual attainment, the highest glory and the ultimate realm of existence, radiating with unbounded bliss. The interconnectedness of this peace is such that it sustains all other living beings. This spiritual wisdom underscores the unity and interconnectedness of all life, with the attainment of oneness being the highest and most beautiful state to which one can aspire. When an individual attains the realization of their self as a self-luminous consciousness, transformation occurs. This awareness leads to a state of tranquility and eternity. In this state, the individual self reflects the nature of water, symbolizing a non-dual consciousness where all forms of duality cease to exist. It is the recognition that the dualities experienced by the individual selves, stemming from the ignorance, are illusory. The pleasure experienced by the jiva or individual selves, including the deities, I'm skipping few paragraph. Realization of the self is, in essence, the process of shedding the erroneous identification with the mind and body, leading to the realization of one's true nature as the infinite and eternal Brahman. It is important to recognize that bondage is not an absolute reality, but rather a result of ignorance, as this ignorance dissipates the individual self become a Jivan Mukt or liberated while still in the embodied state. The proclamation that Brahman is everything and everything is Brahman is a fundamental concept of Advaita philosophy. It encapsulates the idea that Brahman is the underlying essence of the entire universe and that everything in the universe is ultimately a manifestation or expression of Brahman. The verses exchanged between Adi Shankaracharya and Untouchable Man underscores the core principle of equality, non-discrimination, and the divinity of all beings. It's a powerful example of how Shankaracharya's teaching transcends societal norms and challenge the prevailing caste-based discrimination of his time, promoting a more inclusive and spiritually profound understanding of humanity. One of the salient features of Advaita philosophy, as exemplified in Manisha Panchakam, is the idea that discrimination based on caste, creed, or color is incompatible. Instead, this philosophy emphasizes the unity and interconnectedness of all beings. According to philosophy of Advaita, the individual self is not only encouraged but also obliged to serve the well-being of humanity. This service extends beyond just human beings. Individuals are equally obliged to nurture and care for the entire creation, including both creatures and nature. The human obligation towards nature and the entire creation can be seen as an expression of the humanistic aspects of Shankar's philosophy. It emphasizes the realization of the unity of all existence and encourages a sense of duty towards the welfare of all living beings and the environment. Advaita philosophy inspires individuals to find meaning and worth in their lives by caring for safeguarding the interconnectedness of creation. Okay, ma'am. So, when an individual transcends the challenges of early existence or worldly existence, is not mere a product of fanciful desires or detached contemplation rooted in abstract reflection. Instead, it necessitates a deep understanding, one that can only be acquired through resolute and unwavering dedication. This realization is the result of ardent effort and a deliberated journey toward self-awareness. In fact, the quest for peace is a transformative process. It transforms the society because development and justice are possible in a peaceful society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Do we have any questions for her? Wind up. Yeah. Are there any questions for her? When you do because we are running behind schedule, so I now would like to play the recorded version of are we ready?
Namaste. Thank you for this honor and opportunity. It is a privilege for me to be able to talk to you today on this important meeting. I am going to talk about the relevance of palliative care in the context of justice and peace. And start by quoting Mahatma Gandhi when he said that poverty is the worst form of violence. When there is an injustice, being neutral is not an option. And I'll go on further, one step further, because I am in healthcare, and say serious health-related suffering is the worst form of violence. There are 7 to 10 million people in serious health-related suffering in the country, while the healthcare system goes on concentrating on disease and treatment. A crore of people continue to suffer. A guru for everybody in healthcare was shown in 19th century said the physician is the natural attorney of the poor. And here I am standing before you as attorney for these 10 million Indians in serious health-related suffering. I would like you to look at this of my colleague, a fellow trustee of Pali India, and she has an important message for you.
My name is Ashlam. I have a spinal cord injury and I use the wheelchair for mobility. Mahatma Gandhi said that poverty is the worst form of violence. When I think of that, I feel that there are some other things which can come under the same class. There is violence when a person with a disability does not get an opportunity for rehabilitation. There is violence when a surgeon fixes up someone's spinal cord and then he or she is discharged from the hospital without getting any training on how to sit up on their own or how to move to a wheelchair on their own and move around. There is violence in public places not being accessible. And there is violence when a meeting for strategizing for people with disabilities is conducted on the first floor of a building without any lift or without an access to a sign language interpreter. There is violence in public places not being accessible. There is violence when you don't welcome me to your world.
Thank you for watching Ashla's message. In the context of major disabilities in our country, we are leaving them to suffer. not only with disabilities, with any vulnerability, poverty, inaccessibility, geographical issues. The healthcare system continues to look only at the diseases. But I am here taking you for a deep dive into the cold sea and see what that suffering is about. And reminding any healthcare providers here that the duty of care of the healthcare provider is to mitigate suffering. It is to cure sometimes, relieve often, and to comfort always. Please note this last sentence. There exists no exception to this rule. This is from a statutory body of Government of India, the Indian Council of Medical Research. Well, though I mentioned about the need to treat suffering, I have never seen it so well expressed as the statement by this young plastic surgeon from Kochi. He writes, he means healthcare providers, often live in exalted orbits, inhabiting an idealized problem-solving scientific space. While most of our people needing desperate care fall through the cracks of our system, rising in agony. We close our eyes and minds to the enormous Jurassic monsters facing us every single moment of our sojourn. Pain and death, while chasing rabbits and playing with squirrels. While we are chasing rabbits and playing with squirrels, less than 4% of the needy in agonizing pain have access to pain relief in India. Not a matter of money. Pain relief is very inexpensive. This man with advanced cancer of the tongue, felt like somebody putting a nail into his ear and striking it with a hammer. Can you think of it for one time? And he was experiencing it at a time for about 10 minutes and then coming back for the rest of his lifetime. And we are leaving these millions like that. That is a passive kind of violence, not acting on that pain. But there is an act of commission, a violent act, destroying peace. Our healthcare system is pushing 55 million Indians below poverty line by catastrophic health expenditure every year. Another act of commission on the part of us, our healthcare system, is the inappropriate end-of-life care of the people who are listening to this. I suspect that at least 1/3 of you would have an experience in your own extended family of a loved one dying in intensive care units. Is that the way to go? Dr. Sankha Mitra, a British oncologist who does charity work in the northeast of India, says In India, the poor die in misery of neglect. The middle class die in misery in ignorance. The rich die in misery on ventilators. No one gets a pain-free and dignified death. Can I ask you a difficult question? Death is something that will happen to everybody. Where would you like to be when you go? I'll tell you what I feel. If healthcare can reach me at my home, I need you. I need the healthcare to relieve my pain and suffering. If it can reach me at the home, I would like to die at home. If not, I would still in the hospital like to be surrounded by any family member who is available. I would appreciate that last opportunity to say a final word of farewell to my wife, to hold my son's hands, and to get a farewell kiss from my grandchildren. Those would be valuable for me, but those are precisely the important things that will be systematically stolen from me by the healthcare system. And if my family is not vigilant enough to act against that violent act, this is likely to happen to me. But not only to me. This is not as if the rule, this is the order of the day globally. Here you see in Europe, 90% of people treated in intensive care units, once the disease is considered futile, is taken off artificial life support systems and instead given palliative care. Whereas in our country, once they are in ICU, 70% are continued on artificial life support systems and die on the ventilators. And the remaining 30% who are taken on still die violent deaths, even if outside the ICU, because they don't have their suffering treated by palliative care. This palliative care that I am talking about is mitigation, that's prevention and treatment of serious health-related suffering. Irrespective of the illness, it's not only for cancer or AIDS, whatever be the illness and whatever be the stage of the illness. Palliative care should go along with any treatment of any disease. Is that too utopian a wish? I can tell you it is happening already. Already, medical and nursing students have palliative care included in their curriculum. I know there will be an implementation gap, there will be delays, but we are working at it. So the day will come when, along with the diagnostic and curative efforts, somebody will ask, what is your problem? Why is your forehead furrowed? And treat any pain or psychosocial issue. Talking about psychosocial issues, let me tell you the story of this child. The child in that examination couch had been in agony for the last 3 weeks following treatment of an infection in the brain. The child was left with severe contractures, muscular spasms, which were intensely painful. The child never slept for more than 15 minutes at a time. The mother was standing like a statue in a corner of the room. She had lost her mind. The father no longer had an income. And this sister had taken over the role of the mother. And I asked her, so if the child sleeps only for 15 minutes, when do you sleep? She said, whenever baby sleeps, I also sleep. Later, the father confided to me that he had actually bought poison to feed to the whole family and then to kill himself. The child's suffering and the family's suffering is not only the pain, it is not only the physical suffering. It is the intense emotional distress of the whole family and the pain, the suffering of the child. It's also the social issues, the poverty, the suffering of the family, and spiritual. What's the meaning of living like this? Death would be better than a life like this. All this needs to be addressed. And how can we? Some people care. Not only doctors and nurses. We doctors and nurses could relieve the child's pain. The child lived for 3 months pain-free. But because we have volunteers from the community working with us, one of them rang up the father's employer several times and kept on nagging him till the employer agreed to give the man his job back in the factory. The volunteers also accompanied the mother so that she could get the help of a psychiatrist and help her to become a mother again and a sister back in school, got her childhood back. The doctors and nurses couldn't have done it by themselves. This required a community. In any healthcare, I am not saying this as a personal opinion. The Global Astana Declaration of 2018 came out with this resolution that community not only has to be made partners in healthcare, but has to be given some control over healthcare. That forms the basis of our palliative care work in Kerala. There are more than 450 small community-based organizations. About 200 of them officially registered organizations, taking responsibility for supporting people around them. And as more and more doctors and nurses learn palliative care, it will become part of healthcare. And some of us in palliative care units would still be there for consultative purpose to lend a hand. And the care has to reach people in their homes. This man had maggots on his wounds. Would never have got proper treatment if the healthcare team, including a doctor and a nurse, but mostly with the volunteers, had not reached him in his home and helped him. People need care where they are when they need it. If we sit in our air-conditioned healthcare palaces, we will miss the most vulnerable. See what a group of college students did. They are active volunteers helping us on Saturdays when they don't have college. A man's house was ridden with mice because he was paralyzed and his wife no longer could look after everything that was necessary. They transformed the house, showing you, demonstrating to you the value of the community. And these volunteers together make sure that when a disease or death has struck a family, the children do not drop out of school. My main messages, therefore, are when you have peace on one side and violence on the other, being neutral is not an option. Being neutral means siding with the violence. Leaving pain and suffering unrelieved is violence. Catastrophic health expenditure and destruction of families to poverty is active violence. Infliction of the suffering on the dying in intensive care units instead of providing them compassionate end-of-life care is active violence. And a solution is palliative care. Mitigation of serious health-related suffering at any stage of the illness, along with disease-specific treatment, but particularly being there when the disease is no longer curable. This is not to be standalone things done by a few crazy people like me. This is to be integrated to all healthcare and everyone with compassion in the heart needs to be an integral part of it. And the final and the seventh message, please give yourself permission to be compassionate. I'll quote this from the Tibetan Book of Living and Dying by Sogyal Rinpoche. Every day Life gives us innumerable chances to open our hearts if we can only take them. Any one of these sites could open the eyes of your heart to the fact of vast suffering in the world. Let it. Don't waste the love and grief it arouses. In the moment you feel compassion welling up in you, don't brush it aside. Don't shrug it off and try quickly to return to normal. Don't be afraid of your feeling or embarrassed by it. We all have experienced this. When you see a terrible sight on the street, somewhere inside you want to do something to help. You want to buy a meal for that person begging for food. But you are embarrassed. You start thinking about what will people think and walk away. Be vulnerable. Use that quick, bright uprush of compassion. Focus on it. Go deep in your heart and meditate on it. Develop it. Enhance and deepen it. Thank you for listening to me patiently. I repeat, let us give ourselves permission to be compassionate. Thank you for listening, and I welcome correspondence to this email ID that I have given on the screen. Thank you.
Actually, we started this session in the mystical dimension of Dr. Khalil Shakir's presentation, who also spoke about sharing and caring. And he made an important point. We've been using the mind once as a tool. Now the mind is using us as a tool. And then he went to the Quran. He spoke about the definition of compassion and the compassionate person and what he can do to the world, the reaction and the responsibility and the difference. He quoted one of the favorite poets of contemporary India, Rumi, the mystical poet. I was thinking of the Indian term karuna. Yesterday, Professor Shikula was talking about karuna. It is in itself. But when you come to the last paper, which is about compassion, which is about karuna, karuna cannot drop like Tailadhara, as Ramanuja said in his commentary. Tailadhara is something continuous, natural flow from top to bottom. It's not discontinuous. But world is full of discontinuity. And the last presentation effectively, visually told us how we must develop compassion. It's not as though we wait for, we don't take it for granted that compassion is part of us, despite what Professor Zahira Khatun presented. That ultimate level of consciousness. But we have to go through this world of suffering, endurance, and those who try to mitigate it also, they are subject to so much of stress. So I cannot simply sum up anything about Dr. Rajagopal's presentation because it was so measured, as I said, like Tailadhara. At the same time, it has to sink into us, not like oil deposit but as something which just anneals our spirit. As I said, the spectrum of this whole session has been moving from the metaphysical to the material. We started with the metaphysical, the mystical, and the metaphysical, and the material. The other person, Dr. Syed Mohinuddin, he spoke about an important question of the roadmap to inner journey, how we have several steps to take up, to go there. And then he also said how there is this Swamiji's question of self-centeredness. He answered Swamiji's question of self-centeredness. Be compassionate, otherwise you cannot give it to anybody, anything. And he also made a very important analogy. A flame without a lantern can be blown out. An unlit lamp is useless. So we have that spirit of compassion. If it is there inside us, no, you must light it, otherwise it is useless. But it should also be protected, sustained, fostered, otherwise it can be blown out. That is why people like Dr. Rajgopalan tell us how to just foster us. I come to Dr. Zahira's paper on Acharya Shankara, and it is on Manusha Panchakam. With Swamiji's permission, I would just say that yesterday, I've been reading this in comparison with Tirupannalvar for the last 5-6 years. And yesterday, Brett Lee Sarkar from Nayakar, Brett Lee Nayakar from South Africa made a reference to Tirupannalvar. In both the situation, it's the same. You think you are enlightened, but you are shown that there is scope for enlightenment. And even Acharya Shankara, who had attained that kind of self-realization, realized that he had to listen to a Chandala. And in one of his satsangs, Swamiji, when I was about asking, he himself explained that even if you attain that state, there are times when your consciousness moves away from it and you have to constantly lift it up. No other Acharyan would have admitted it. I was so very, what shall I say, touched and enlightened when Swamiji explained it. I did not ask him. He said it in one online satsang. Zahira Khatun's paper tries to reconcile the two ends, the material and the metaphysical, in terms of the concept of bliss. How a drop of bliss can just redeem you, to use a Christian word. At the same time, it can just help you to every time improve yourself. And that is why Gatsa, who do you ask to move? Okay, the Chandala is equally, as Professor knows, he may be a Chandala in his physical body, but his mental consciousness, spiritual consciousness is no different from Acharya Shankara. So that's why he's able to pose that question. Yesterday, Brett Lee Nayakar, I thought, made a kind of a, I don't know whether that such a version is there, the versions that I have read. No Brahmin scoffs at him. He's standing there and singing in praise of Lord Ranganatha, and the chief priest of Srirangam temple, Lokasankara Muni, he comes there to collect water from Kaveri river for oblation. Okay, and this man, Tirupannalvar, who was a Bana singer, he stands there and he's lost in his music, adoration. And therefore, to draw his attention, Lokasankara Muni or some of the Brahmins, they just take a pebble and hit him. And that hits him here and there is bleeding. Okay, this is recorded in Guru Parampara and also in the anecdote. And then the moment the temple is bleeding, Bhagwan's temple in Sri Ranganatha's Sanctum Sanctorum is bleeding. Lokasankara Muni doesn't know. He just collects the water. He goes and performs the daily ritual. And in the night, Lord Ranganatha tells him, we have to believe all these things because it's a matter of just reviving our fundamental soul self. And Ranganatha tells him, I'm very grieved. He goes there and sees the Lord bleeding from the temple. That boy didn't mention that. He presented it differently because I've been writing on this for some time. I'm not satisfied with what I have written. And then Lord Ranganatha tells him in his dream, you have heard me, you have to bring him inside. And then next day, Lokasankara Muni is called Lokasankara Muni. He goes there and then asks him to come into the temple. And given his Varnashram Dharma, that man, that is Tirupanalvar says, no, I cannot enter the temple because I subscribe to Varnashram Dharma, I cannot come. But he tells him, Lord has asked me to carry you. If your foot cannot touch the sanctum sanctorum or the temple, long way into the temple, I will carry you. That is why Muni Vahana Bhogam. He was carried over the shoulder of this. And Lokasankara Muni actually thought it was his great privilege to carry this bhakta into the sanctum sanctorum. And 10 verses are sung by, they're called Amalanadi Piran by Tirupanalvar, and thereby first time he enters into the temple premises, one by one, we come to know, it's a kind of a video presentation of how to enter Srirangam temple and go into the thing. And therefore, these are all anecdotes or hagiographies. My great interest is in hagiographies, and this is one such hagiography, and it is a kind of counterpart. There, Ranganatha himself is there. Whereas in the kind of hagiographies about Manisha Panchakam, even Paramatmananda and others just tell you, ultimately it was not a Chantala, Lord Parmeshwara came and so on. So Lord Ranganathananda of Ramakrishna, but he clearly says it should be Chantala, it should not be transformed into Parameshwara. Otherwise, Shankara's realization will be defeated. That is why, that's what I want to finally write and so on. I thank Swamiji for giving me this opportunity. I thank every one of the speakers who just gave a kind of insight, and I cannot be like Father Vincent Shekhar, who makes a very good summing up. My summing up is something very characteristic of how I feel about it. And I'm grateful to Vishmohan Foundation and Sadhguru for giving me an opportunity to enlighten myself. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Doctor. Now I request Dr. Shubha to please honor Dr. Khatu with a memento. So the pre-lunch session has now come to an end. We are behind schedule by a complete hour. So it's 1:45. So would 45 minutes do, or can I cut it down by half an hour? 45 minutes? $45. Okay. 45 minutes lunch break, and then we meet again for the next session. Good afternoon, everybody. We will be starting the sessions shortly. I request all of you to take your seats, please. We will be starting the session now. I request all to take their seats as soon as possible. This is session number 5, and the chairperson for this would be Mr. Ravi Gopalakrishnan. Yes, Shri Ravi Gopalakrishnan is a management professional with over 38 years of experience in IT, product management, strategic management, and human capital development in the areas of fintech, edutech, and marketplace management. Has in the past held top management positions with MNC banks like Citibank, ANZ Bank, and Dresdner Bank. Currently associated with multiple business engagements as CEO and director with Byte Academy and Nestria, a edutech product company, director with Byte Consulting, a fintech product company, and director with Sprite Labs, a marketplace management company. A devotee of Her Holiness Sadguru Sri Jnanananda Saraswati Ma and Swamiji Sri Hari Prasad for over 30 years. We have Mr. Shri Ravi Gopalakrishnan. Now I request Dr. Naomi Shireen. Shireen. Yeah. Shireen, who is a chairperson and actionist from Bangladesh, is a lawyer. And Shri Mahesh Venkatraman. Shri Mahesh Venkatraman is an engineer and has over 34 years of experience in the IT industry. He has held senior positions in premier organizations like Wipro, Infosys, and TVS, and is currently Managing Director, Technology at Accenture, responsible for application of artificial intelligence and machine learning and software engineering. He was a visiting faculty at Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode. He is currently a visiting faculty at Indian Institute of Technology, Mandi, and is a frequent speaker at premier educational institutions like IIM Lucknow, Symbiosis, National Institute of Advanced Studies, Center for Policy and Society, and also in international conferences. His area of interest and study include application of epistemology, philosophy, cognitive science, and perception in scientific and technological research, scientific discovery, and artificial intelligence. He also holds 13 patents in the area of application of AI in software engineering. We have Dr. Ramachandran Krishnan, associate, co-founder, Littler Associates, former CEO, Battery Business, and Director, Amco Batteries. I now do this. Sorry for that little bit of a delay. Sri Ramachandra Little Ram co-founded Littler Associates in 2005 on the back of over 38 years of industry experience in the areas of sales and marketing, corporate strategy, international operations. Littler Associates is a boutique consulting firm focused on advisory services in the area of business and marketing strategy, with a variety of assignments across the industry verticals, from automotive engineering to consumer goods and technology sectors. His last assignment was as CEO, Battery Business, and Director at Amco Batteries, a position he held in parallel to his consulting role for 5 years. He guided the resolution of legacy issues, built up the business to sustain growth with improvement in all metrics. Ram has held leadership positions at Pidilite, Amara Raja Batteries, Sterlite Copper, and Exide Industries. He conceptualized and established the Amaron brand battery program and also guided Exide to achieving super brand status. His experience covers industrial and consumer products and spans domestic and international markets as well. For the year 2004, the Center for Change Management recognized Ram as one of the super achievers. In addition to his work as principal consultant at Littler Associates, he also lectures at business schools on topic of brand management and marketing strategy. He also serves as independent director on the board of IP Rings, Amco Batteries, T. Staines & Co., and George Oaks. He also serves as an advisor to the board of Lucas Indian Service, to the Indian Battery Manufacturers Associations, and on some committees of Multi-Commodity Exchange. Ram holds a degree in mechanical engineering from the University of Madras and a postgraduate diploma in management from the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He loves reading, is a current affairs junkie, and a physics buff. He has an active interest in a wide variety of music, ranging from Indian classical to jazz. That's my small introduction. Sorry, with a little bit of stammer here and there about Mr. Ram. Naomi, okay. To introduce Miss Naomi Shireen. She has a remarkable work history as a researcher, academic, social worker, and public speaker. With multiple publications under her name, she has bagged a plethora of awards and grants, including the Australian Leadership Award 2010, the Cornell Climate Online Fellowship, and the DHS Fellowship by USAID in 2019. Currently, Dr. Naomi is doing a postdoctoral fellowship at Kriya University, India. Her research is about understanding the role of religion in anti-feminist backlash in Bangladesh. Dr. Naomi holds a PhD from Mudrock University, Australia, as well as a Master's of Arts in Human Rights from Center of Human Rights Education at Curtin University. Her PhD thesis was titled as Tibetan Buddhism and Feminism in an In-Between Space, an autoethnography of a non-Western woman. She completed her Bachelor of Law from the University of Dhaka, Bangladesh. She has more than 10 years of research experience on gender, law, and human rights. She has 5 years of teaching experience in feminism and autoethnography at Asian University for Women. She also serves as the head of the core program at Asian University for Women. Forbes China featured a story on her teaching on ecofeminism. She is the chairperson of the youth organization Actionist Bangladesh, which works to promote mental health awareness. Naomi speaks on women's rights, environmental justice, human rights, spirituality, and international relations in national and international platforms and media. Her interviews on Bangladesh's politics have been published in Indian newspapers. That's Naomi for you. Now over to Sri Ravi to conduct the next session.
Okay, thank you, Shobhana. I now call upon Dr. Naomi Shireen to make a presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to share some thoughts on ecofeminism. What I will be saying has already been covered by most of the speakers, but still I will try to reiterate some of the points. Before that, let me tell something different. As you know, this is a month of December, and this is the month where Bangladesh got liberated, and India has a profound role to liberate Bangladesh. So my deepest gratitude to all of you. Thank you. So I'm going to talk about ecofeminism today. Ecofeminism is a school of feminist thoughts which talk about gender justice and environmental justice. So I always have a very weird experience when I talk about ecofeminism, because even my female students tend to ask me a question that environment is a gender neutral issue. Why you are trying to tell that women face more vulnerabilities during climate change? But it is true that whenever there is a war or there is a disaster, socially constructed marginalized identities face more problems than the identities which do not have that marginalization. Since women are socially marginalized, so that's why whenever there is any disaster like climate change, women face more vulnerabilities than men. So from that perspective, ecofeminism emerged in 1960 and 70 at United States. So mostly during the time when civil rights activists were very active in the road, and radical feminists were also very strong, and feminism became very heterogeneous rather than a liberal thought. So most of the feminists were liberal, but some feminists emerged as very militant feminists. And what they're going to talk about was very uncomfortable for the audience. So among this uncomfortable space, ecofeminism emerged. So what was their point? Their point was that definitely there is a relationship between gender justice and environmental justice. And when there is a climate change, women face more vulnerabilities. But they also tell a very, very uncomfortable truth that this environmental destruction happens due to aggressive masculine traits. So I think this is a very uncomfortable because whenever we talk about aggressive masculine traits, we tend to equate masculinity with men, which is not true. Ecofeminists were pointing towards a very aggressive traits. So these traits indicate domination and control of anything that can be categorized as feminine. So the whole politics is centered around objectifying feminine, dominating feminine with a belief that feminine is an inferior quality. So by doing so, the theoretical aspect of ecofeminism focus on human and nature hierarchical relationship. So in this hierarchical relationship, human are given more superiority and nature, because of its feminine quality, is given lesser rights. So ecofeminism also demonstrated a very critical outlook towards Western philosophical paradigm. So by Western philosophical paradigm, they tend to indicate very dominant discourse that is always quoted and referred in journal. So the human-centered thinking became very problematic in Western philosophical paradigm. So anthropocentrism, which is considered to be a root for human rights, human dignity, again became subject to question that what purpose it is serving and whether it is ending up creating more superiority complex for human being, which is resulting in domination of nature. So Carter writes about anthropocentrism. Anthropocentrism regards only human as having intrinsic value, a claim usually based on their capacity either to experience pleasure and pain to reason, and furthermore, the only human have interest. The rest of nature is of instrumental value. It has value and deserve more consideration only insofar as it enhances human well-being. So we see that this is subject to contestations. Definitely has some good aspects, but its limitation was subject to criticism by the feminism. So this tendency to promote anthropocentrism was found in Plato, Aristotle, Descartes, and other Western philosophers who actually try to ascribe an unique value to human being, which includes conscious awareness, reason, knowledge, freedom, and other personal identity and responsibility. The principle of human individuality and limitless human ability originate from this feature. While granting distinctive feature to human, Western philosophical methods by default tend to establish human superiority on the basis of a human and nature hierarchy. Plato introduced the human nature dualism that dominated Western philosophy to define human unique identity. He highlighted the formation of the cosmos to be order-disorder binary, where two opposing form prevail. One is higher, which is reason, and the another one is lower, which is represented by nature. So we could see the same tendency by Aristotle and also Francis Bacon. And even in Kant, although Kant's approach is debatable that whether he really meant to create this binary. Western approach to humanity highlights that the human being is a superior mental creation due to its capacity to exhibit human qualities. This approach makes human self-sufficient, completely distinct from nature, without emphasizing that human existence would be threatened in the absence of nature's support. Nature is reduced to an inessential part, only existing for the sake of human and nature destruction. It is commonly accepted that the Western view of humanity placed in nature is dominated by a dualistic opposition between nature and culture. Historically, this has arisen from externalization of nature in both productive and cognitive practice. Instances of such externalization have become generalized. Human being centrality in the universe on the basis of hierarchical relation to nature has been criticized by ecocentric discourse, which alternative view that could ascribe value to humanity at the same time place him in collaboration with nature. From this view, human beings do not need to be in hierarchical relationship with nature in order to claim dignity and value. Ecofeminism, Nisra King perceived this as an oppressive thing, which oppresses the environment and also as creates more gender inequality. The way human being relates to nature defines their identity to a great extent. The Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change, which is made of scientists from different notions, concluded that human activity is the primary cause of many changes seen in the atmosphere, ocean, and biosphere and other natural spaces. In the current dominant Western philosophical paradigm, human being is considered to be the master or better being in the universe, who should establish his authority over nature. Little thoughts have been invested to fathom what could be the possible consequences of giving the superior authority of human or man over nature. Ecofeminism found that the superior authority to define human on the basis of certain characteristics in relation to nature give rise to oppression of nature and justification for subordination of women as well. So we are in a paradigm where nature is subordinate to human end. Caroline Marchand found that the inferior view of nature occurred in the early modern age. Caroline Marchand argues the image of an organic cosmos with a living female earth at the center gave way to a mechanistic worldview in which nature was reconstructed as dead and passive to be dominated and controlled by human. Marchand refers to the intellectual tradition in ancient Greece, which perceived the concept of nature as feminine quality through the image of women. In this regard, Caroline Marchand also remained in a very West-centric thinking and promoted to the tradition which existed before the emergence of Christianity. What could be possible solution to address anthropocentric as well as endocentric view that are dominant in defining human being in the Western philosophical paradigm? It should be noted that although androcentric view could be easily to identify, this anthropocentric aspect is difficult to be challenged because of its tight knot with human dignity. So one solution could be looking back to the non-Western tradition and to break the binary between human and nature. Non-Western philosophical approach to human being, where human being and nature relation has been non-dual and non-hierarchical, can be solution to break these complexities that this anthropocentrism in the Western discourse has created. These approaches include indigenous worldview and ancient Indian and Chinese views of human beings, where human being is considered to be a part of organic chain of being with a higher consciousness or moral obligation to serve the animal and planet. In this non-Western approach, Earth with all its entities is considered to be a sacred entity where ecosystem and purity need to be revered by human being for his or her own protection. So there is no question of charity. It is a matter of survival for which human being has to depend on earth. This approach has influence on shaping alternative ecocentric narratives in ecofeminism and ecocentric environmental ethics. For example, ecocentric narrative like deep ecology consider nature as an independent entity and not of less value than human being. Ecofeminist Bandana Shiva promotes such a view, saying Prakriti is more than a human construct or an object to be manipulated for the short-term benefit of some human. She is the creative force of the universe. Taking assistance from these non-Western approaches, especially the ecofeminist critique of human and nature relationship, Western philosophical realm could deconstruct the anthropocentric and androcentric approaches to define human being and revisit the relationship between human and nature on the basis of codependency and reverence for feminine form of nature. Here comes the potential of spiritual aspect of ecofeminism, which has done a lots of work to conceptualize nature as a sacred organic entity, the divine feminine or women as her embodiment, which has profound similarity with Hinduism Shakti principle and some other non-Western worldviews such as Gaia. The perspectives from diverse spiritual ecofeminist perspectives could cultivate a non-hierarchical relationship between human and nature by conceptualizing Earth as the Mother Earth, where we all have individual and collective responsibility. So such an example could be Mother Earth Dharitri in Hinduism, and we could see that how this concept has been propounded in Hinduism. Just like a mother, the earth feeds and sustains the humanity. Each and every part of earth is considered to be sacred. For example, Mount Kailash, River Ganga, etc. Hinduism cultivates the spirit of interdependence between human and the whole universe, including the Mother Earth, as well as place environment in the revered position. All four Vedas, the Rig, Shama, Yajur, Atharva, emphasize the importance of venerating environment as a sacred provider to mankind. It is believed that everything, including human being, are made up of 5 basic gross elements, and there comes the interdependency. The nature of creation of binds everything together to common elements. People are often reminded to keep the nature in high esteem and not to destroy the nature. The well-being of the nature and well-being of the people were inextricably related. Nature is termed as she, the divine feminine with the utmost sacred power that deserve to be worshipped. So, the mantra for Dharitri Devi, the translation goes, the Devi who is having ocean as her garments and mountain as her bosom, who is the consort of Sri Vishnu, I bow to you. Please forgive me for touching you with my feet. This shows the extreme reverence that the feminine entity, nature, should receive from humankind. Now coming back to ecofeminist Vandana Shiva, the way she termed nature and Prakriti, a truly independent, autonomous feminine power, she thinks that women are the best representative of this autonomous true feminine entity, which is again subject to the feminist contestation within feminist discourse. Shiva has valorized women's body by connecting it to nature, unlike the patriarchal way of objectifying women like nature. Women are considered to be the best knower of the mystery of nature because of their gender-based responsibility to manage household and interact with nature for livelihood and healing practice. Here, women refer to the group who rely on nature for their livelihood and location, like the women who depend on forest, live near forest, women who are engaged in agriculture. Although the projection of feminine aspect to nature in the name of Dharitri is subject to feminist contestation due to the historical proximity between feminine and women on the basis of inferior quality to patriarchal structure, the idea that Earth has supremacy over human being and beyond instrumentalization could be extremely beneficial to bring a spontaneous responsibility to protect the Earth on the basis of spiritual values and practice. This responsibility reminds what ecofeminist Karen Warren described as care-sensitive ethics towards the earth and its sustainability. Promoting the symbol of Dhoritri that instantly connects our mind to a bigger feminine force to be venerated in the image of women could have a profound transformative power in dealing with the disaster from a more holistic approach. First of all, if the concept of environment is expanded to a bigger feminine force, take revenge or give shock or away to humanity for violating her balance, the responsibility to protect the environment in respect of a supreme feminine power becomes stronger and holistic. With the rise of this concept as an autonomous independent entity, reverence to women's voice, perspective, and knowledge will also follow. So, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
It's not on. Oh, there's green lights. But we'll take that one. Yes, that's what.
Thank you, Naomi, for your presentation. I now open the floor for any questions. I'll probably summarize at the end of the session across all the three participants, but any questions? The impact of technology on understanding. Check. Yeah. Have you considered the impact of technology, especially global media, net, and also things like deepfake? They're having certainly an impact, maybe positive, negative. What is your reading of this? One more question. Yeah.
I think media has a very strong role. Mainly it is the language, how the narrative around environment is constructed, whether environment is considered to be an object which could be controlled or managed, or the narrative around environment is being presented in a way so that people think that it's an autonomous entity. So it should be revered, it should be celebrated, rather than something to be controlled. So how it can be integrated in the narrative in media, that is a matter of practice. I think it should be started. Like it is a very organic process that how the writer will write about narrative around environment. Because media has a very strong role to play to transform the mindset of the people. So it takes time to inflict a narrative in the minds of the people. So today maybe one person will write, tomorrow 20 will write, next day 300 will write. But the narrative should be changed around environment, that how environment is presented in the visual images or in the languages.
One question that I wanted to ask you was, what about the role of changing or maybe working with bodies such as this? You know, earlier Father made a very important point about religion's role in this. Have you thought of that?
Yes, definitely. Religious organization has a very strong role to play, like promoting this idea and celebrating these ideas.
Thank
you. Good afternoon, Naomi. This is a general question, which your talk has made me think of. Do you think it's possible to do away with a hierarchical approach to anything and everything. Because I think that should resolve most problems in a sense. So what are your thoughts?
That's a very good question because I am a teacher, and when I enter into classroom, I want my student to, maintain that hierarchical relationship. So I agree that this is within us. Even I myself enjoy it. So if my student doesn't show me respect, definitely I take noted that she's the one. So hierarchy is definitely not possible to break, and it shouldn't be broken to maintain the chaos and conflict in the society. So it's not a general prescription. Yeah, thanks for pointing this out.
Thank you, Dr. Nomi. Just related to what she said earlier, we were talking about anthropocentric and androcentric. Feminism itself started as a kind of a combative challenge to hierarchical force. It fought many bitter wars everywhere. But do you think now ecofeminism has moved into a better space, less combative space, and men are also co-opted into it, and there is a more greater amity and so on, where religious and spiritual institutions can make a difference. Otherwise, we'll be forever. No, we can't be living on summit forever. We must just come to the kind of plains to become useful. So hierarchy is going to be there, but spiritualists have envisioned a future where there will not be hierarchy. There will be complementarity rather than hierarchy. Thank you.
I think it is difficult to say whether the world has become more environmentally conscious or not, but I think the people who are talking about environment, they're doing it because they don't have any option. There is a disaster one after another, so they have to talk about, environment. Otherwise, I still think that most of the people want business and money is more important to them than trees, but they have no option other than supporting environmental idea because they could foresee that what is coming for the earth. But in terms of women interest, yes, I have seen many young women. They are becoming very interested to promote climate change, which was not there among feminists because the word feminist is often misunderstood. And most of the time, women used to confine it within a very liberal feminist ideas. So I have seen now young women here, they're talking about environmental justice and they are including it in the feminist space.
Any more questions?
Ravi sir. Aruna Ganesh, can we please have you to present the memento to?
Actually, I had a question.
Oh, please go ahead.
Actually, what I thought considering you're talking about ecofeminism and the importance of feminism, and how come then we've occupied public spaces only for in the last perhaps 100 to 200 years in every sector? If we were really so powerful as we credit ourselves to be in all the narratives which have been said, don't you think we should have lasted a little longer from the beginning? How could we have been crushed for so many years?
I think we need to actually develop male allyship because the silo approach of feminism is not going to take us very further. It is going to make very isolated islands. So we always tell that how will be the next generation of men. So that is very, very important.
So I think you agree that we write off the past generation and hope for better alliances.
Yes, yes, definitely. Thank you.
Ma'am, please take this. Please go.
I now call upon Dr. Ramachandran Krishnan, co-founder Litter Associates and former CEO Battery Business and Director Amco Batteries, to make his presentation. Thank you.
Pranam Sadhguru, respected Swamiji, ladies and gentlemen, I must admit I'm feeling a bit foolish over here, standing here, you know. What am I doing at a conference like this? And given my background in business, it might seem incongruous for me to be speaking at a conference on the theme of peace and reconciliation. So I hope at the end of my talk, you would still maybe be around to the view that industry has a pivotal role in, to some extent, in contributing to peace and reconciliation. And the organizers felt I should talk about sustainability and how that's related to peace. So I made a valiant effort, and I hope that will be of some use to all of you. Now, my own background has got nothing to do with public service, spirituality, social welfare, activism, or anything of the kind. So it's all been in the world of business and commerce. So you might say that this is just the wrong kind of person to be speaking at this conference. So I look at all the people around me, and some of you are so distinguished. And in that sense, I'd be a nobody. So the point is that I have worked solely in the area of business and commerce, and I still consult in the area of business and marketing strategy for a variety of organizations, which are all devoted to making money. And my consulting is all about helping them create greater economic wealth. So still, is there a perspective that we can offer on sustainability or on peace, on reconciliation? Let's explore that and let's see where it, we have something to say. So just to give the full context of everything, and I have very little to say, but let me just give you the context. I spent a fair amount of my career, say at least half of my nearly 40 years of career, in an industry which is regarded as a red category industry. So I shall try to talk about that because this is the thin edge of the image. We're talking about the battery industry. No, it's a very, very useful product. I mean, right now, this is backed up by batteries. The vehicles in which we came were started, their internal combustion engines were started using batteries. Batteries are used in traction. They're used in defense and space applications. They're terribly useful things. Terribly, terribly useful. I mean, we can't exist without them. Our phones have batteries, our laptops have batteries, and we got terribly used to them. Storage power is now an inevitable part of our life. We can't roll back progress and go back to the way that we were. We can't deny ourselves the comforts that we have got used to. And no doubt these comforts also enable us to become more productive and also become perhaps better human beings. I mean, if we were back in the age of being, in the stone ages of fighting for survival, I don't think we'd have time to talk about peace, reconciliation, and sustainability. Life would be brutal, short, and nasty. And as mankind, we progress to a higher level of evolution, a higher level of consciousness. And that's also because many of the creature comforts that today we are used to have now become available to us. So we have physical comfort, we have food on our table, we can control the climate just around us, even if not the larger climate. And that makes us do things and gives us the time to reflect, to think, educate ourselves, and become maybe better human beings. So, I must also tell you that I run the Indian Battery Manufacturers Association. All the battery manufacturers know me, and they said, why don't you run this for us? And I can tell you that the number one agenda of that association is compliance. Compliance, environmental compliance. It may seem like a strange thing. An industry body, its number one agenda is environmental compliance. And I'm not saying it, you can just go to their website and see it at ibma.org.in. That is the number one thing. The other interesting thing is that in that industry, close to 10 to 15% of the time of the chief executive is spent on environmental health and safety. When I took over as CEO, I found that it it was an annoyingly large amount of time that I was spending on this. There were days like, when you were spending almost the whole day just reviewing EHS. But that is a fact of that industry. That industry has got, it uses lead in the batteries. Lead is an extremely toxic element if not used properly. And so you have everywhere an EHS officer, you have an EHS department, and a fair amount of time and energy is spent not on how you're making money, but how you're mitigating environmental health and, let's say, dangerous impacts of your industry. That's how important it is. I was also very pleasantly surprised when my good friend and the MD and CEO of Exide Industries, which is India's largest battery company, Shubhir Chakravarti, during his acceptance speech when he was bestowed the Distinguished Alumnus Award at IIM Calcutta just, I think, 2 weeks ago. In that acceptance speech, he devoted his entire address to sustainability. That's only an indication of, he could have talked about so many other things. He's been bestowed the Distinguished Alumnus Award. He could have talked about how he's built a successful industry. No, he talked about sustainability. And this is just not a stray case. This is the number one thing on people's minds. So that would seem very strange to you, and I shall explain to you the logic. So what I shall do over here is to try and break up this whole thing into answering 3 important questions. Just bear with me while I read out those 3 questions. The first question is, why at all would industry bother about sustainability? Dr. Naomi talked about, they're more interested in money than trees. So it seems silly. Why should you be wasting your time talking about the environment? You should be talking about how you can make more money, sustainability. Forget sustainability. It's all about shareholder value maximization, profits, EBITDA, and stuff like that. So that's the first question that's answered. Is there actually a driver for industry to concentrate on sustainability? The second thing, it's all very nice to say. Can industry really do anything about it? It's all about extraction of resources, mined resources or natural resources, and converting them into goods and services that you can sell for a profit. That's what industry is all about. So then, can they really do anything about it? That's the second question that I want to answer. And the third is, how is all that related to peace and justice, or is it at all related to it? So let us explore these 3 things. So the first part, let's talk to you about industry's drivers for sustainability. Does industry really have anything that's pushing it in that direction? The first point I shall give you a commercial compulsion, business compulsion. Now, we were all used to, when we secure business from automotive majors, what we call original equipment manufacturers, we're very used to the fact that they'd come into a very, very thorough and critical quality audit. Be prepared for it. They'd come in and strip you. They'd look at every process and see if anything could go wrong. And we were well prepared for it. I think one of the first experience I had was when we bid for Volvo Sweden, and we bid for their Indian business. And the first thing that happened is that a team came down to do an environmental and social audit. And we were like, we were completely blindsided. They came in to see that were we managing the environment well? What were we doing for the local community? They in fact asked the question, what are you doing for the rural women in Marimalinagar? And we had to scramble our brains and think of something. And if you don't score a certain minimum, you don't score 70% on that, on their sheet, that's the end of it. You don't proceed to the next step. It's not that you're competitive, that you make a great product. All that is secondary. First, do you qualify an environmental and social audit? You don't qualify an environmental and social audit, you don't even get to the next team. The next team doesn't visit you. You just red marked and that's it. I don't think you'll get that business for life. Luckily we passed that audit. That's a great thing, because by the time we had got some consciousness, but it was a dramatic indicator to us of the fact that large organizations especially are very careful about who they source from, who they do business with. So it's not a question of only Volvo, it's about responsible sourcing of even coffee beans, responsible sourcing of diamonds, and you have them marked saying, these are responsibly sourced and stuff like that. So the first thing is that there is an absolute business compulsion. You want to be in business, you better stay sustainable. So that's the first reason, so I don't have to tell you that. The second thing is that almost in every industry, you always look at how you can actually minimize your costs of operation. So extraction of groundwater, can I minimize it? And frankly, it might seem like a small thing, but it actually has an effect on the bottom line. So there is an economic rationale. So if you want to make money, you have to bother about the trees. You can't not bother about the trees. That's the second thing. So apart from a business compulsion, there is also the economic rationale. The third thing is, I think India has possibly seen the world's worst industrial disaster ever in Bhopal, when the methyl isocyanate leaked out of the urine carbide plant, where over 10,000 people dying. And it's such a raw thing. My train was the last train that went through Bhopal that night. Of course, I didn't know that MIC had leaked or that anything was happening. And my parents used to live in some godforsaken place called Ghazipur up in Uttar Pradesh. And that paper reached us 4 days later. That's when I realized that mine was the last train that actually went through there, the Ganga Kaveri. And since then, I think our environmental laws have undergone a massive overhaul. I mean, I've not gone through the history of our laws, of our environmental laws, but today, at least on paper, they are fairly tight. You have the Soil Act, the Water Act, the Air Act, all kinds of things. You have a whole host of bodies that actually pressurize you. You have the local communities that go up in arms. There was the Sterlite agitation. I don't want to talk about this or that. I mean, there are so many agitations everywhere. Anytime you try to do something, there is some group that actually comes up and says that, you shouldn't be doing it. And it can be a bit frustrating too, where it is the Adivasis in Niyamagiri, whether it is the people in the Konkan area protesting against a power plant or a copper plant or something like that. It's become extremely difficult. It's become extremely difficult to acquire land and to actually set up industry. It is challenging. Definitely it's challenging, and there is a reason for it. So I don't think you can get away from the fact that you have regulatory burden. You have actual need for compulsion for regulatory compliance. So aside from the fact that if you want business, you've got to be environmentally compliant, you've got to be sustainable. There is an economic rationale for it. The third thing is that there is an absolute regulatory burden on you. There is an absolute pressure over there. So I don't think you have a situation where industry can say that they're not worried about sustainability. Those days are past us. Maybe it was there back then, I don't know, 1980s, 1970s. And I do agree, I've seen industry from 1980s. I don't think we were so concerned about things at that point in time. We didn't know that there were harmful effects of what we used to do. Now, that's the first part. The second part is that, is there really anything that industry can do with sustainability? I know you hear a lot of buzzwords. So let me break this up for you into three things that industry can and does, absolutely does. The first is refuse. The second is reduce and reuse. And the third is recycle. When it comes to refuse, let me tell you, let me give an example of something that you'll be very familiar with. Expanded polystyrene, or what we call thermocol. Now, thermocol is a fantastic material. It is light. It can be shaped into almost anything, and it absorbs a lot of shock, which has made it the secondary packaging material of choice for white goods, electronic equipment, and also for batteries. We used to use a lot of it in batteries. It's only later that we started realizing that anything that requires protection, definitely first thing you opt for is thermocol. It's cheap, it's available. You can easily mold it into almost any shape, and sort of protect this thing. When it goes out, and when it's a one-use material, you have no use for it thereafter. Once it's thrown out, that thing just remains. There's absolutely nothing you can do with it. It doesn't degrade. You see landfills, and it's a sorry sight. You see pieces of thermocol lying all over, splattered. There's nothing you can do with it. It's when that realization started hitting us that, the one thing that you must realize that even people in industry are also consumers. They're also members of society. They want their children to have nice, clean playgrounds. They want nice parks. They want clean cities. They want good air. So it's not that they don't want it. They just can't, what do you do with money? You can't do anything with money if you have completely polluted air, if you don't have safe drinking water, the money is of no use. So what happens is that to industry, what happened is that they started now taking a movement against expanded polystyrene. So anti-thermocol. So started rejecting thermocol and started doing things like, craft paper, innovation. People thought, what is it that we can do that could actually become degradable? And so that is one example where the industry actually moved away from something that was highly polluting by completely rejecting that material and getting out of that. I think that's a remarkable example. Today, you don't find it. You don't find it as much. And still the other day, somebody delivered some stainless steel kitchen bowls to me, and I was sorry to see, they were packed with thermocol. So I'm not saying that everybody has got rid of it. I know the battery industry has got rid of it. It's a major advancement. They were a huge consumer. Every single battery had thermocol around it. Second thing that we did is we've gone about in a very major way to actually look at every metric of everything that we're using and trying to reduce it and see if we can reuse it. For example, let's look at groundwater. Now we tap groundwater, we use it, whatever. If you actually process it safely, and now today you can't get away from the fact that you need your sewage treatment plants, you need your effluent treatment plants, you don't have it. And even the readings on your sewage treatment plant and effluent treatment plant, the meters are directly connected to the pollution control board. They also, in some states, they mandate you to have a digital board at the gate of your factory reporting your lead in air, reporting the way your STP or ETP is working, right at the front gate. I think that's an extraordinary thing to be asking industry to do. I don't know what purpose it serves, but you can't tamper with it because it is directly connected to the servers of the pollution control board. So today, I think that there is a lot of awareness of the fact that you can reduce and you can reuse a lot of stuff that you do. So there are almost every plant today that comes up is a zero discharge plant. Nothing is let out into the open. Everything is consumed within the plant. So that's a great thing. And, they take a lot of pride. Everyone takes a lot of pride in seeing a green factory, a green cover, lovely lawns, more than your machines, That's the first sight that greets you. And everyone loves to see. They love to show it off. They love to show it off to their, the visitors. And let's say that somebody were coming to see your plant and they see all this. They are likely to be heavily influenced and likely to give you the business because they like it so much over there. And we used to have this thing when I was working for Ramana Raja, we used to proudly boast that, this curd that you're having for lunch, it comes to milk that the cows over here are bred on, and they eat the grass that is watered from the wastewater that comes out of our plant. And so, if there is something wrong, all of us would die. And it's a very impressive thing to say, And let me talk about the third thing, that is recycling. Now, this has become a huge agenda. You've heard about, I think, lithium ion coming in. No one really knows how to recycle lithium ion. It's a very difficult task. Now, the important thing is lead acid batteries. Lead acid batteries are the most recycled product on the planet. 98% of it actually goes back. You don't have much primary metal production, but you have a huge amount of secondary metal production, all coming from recycling. There is a huge economic incentive to recycle lead acid battery. We are struggling with lithium ion. Now, what do you do with so much amount of lithium that you'd hardly get any value for it? And if you use lithium ferrous phosphate, who's interested in the iron? It's of no value. So there is absolutely a huge viability funding gap when it comes to lithium ion recycling. But in lead, the economic incentive is fantastic. Now, this is a problem. Why is it a problem? I mean, it incentivizes recycling. It's a very easy metal. The metallurgy of it, I'm not getting into it, but it's a very easy metal to smelt. Very easy to extract lead. Anybody can do it using what they call a mandir bhatti, an open furnace. It doesn't require a high temperature. It doesn't require 1200, 1400 degrees centigrade that iron or copper requires. So it's a lovely metal. The funny thing about it is it'll always be present in the environment because every radioactive metal actually, when it decomposes, degenerates, it gives away its neutrons, protons, etc., it comes down to lead. Come down to atomic number 82. That's the largest, heaviest, stable element, but it's toxic within our bodies. So you have everyone that can lay their hands on a battery, taking it away and trying to extract the lead from it in very unsafe manner. So you have a lot of people affected badly by lead poisoning because there's a huge amount of activity taking place in the informal sector. And right now there's a huge dialogue to take it more to the formal sector, to make it more sustainable, to make it go back into the industry in a controlled manner without impacting the lives of society, people who are working there and everybody else. So that's the third part of it, the recycling. So I hope I've managed to let you know that industry can do something and actually does something for sustainability. So we come to the third question, which is obviously not easy to answer. How is all this connected to peace and justice and all of that? And I know, when you talk about industry, you always think about a lot of people, activists, NGOs, green warriors, who think about some nasty people sitting in a room around a boardroom table, thinking of how to make more and more money and become more and more rich and stuff like that. I think what sometimes people miss the point is you cannot become rich by making everybody else poor. You need somebody to sell to. You need them also to become very wealthy. And ultimately, you cannot do it on a sustained basis, because if you just keep on extracting everything, there'll be nothing left. So that is something that I think people are educated now. They go to schools, they go to colleges, they learn all those things. Yes, the incentives are in place for you to make money. Incentives are not adequately there in place for you to do the right thing by the environment, do the right thing by society. So it is more profitable to cut down trees, which happens in the Amazon, and a lot of stuff that happens that's not good. But I think in this country we have a reasonable balance. We do have voices. I mean, okay, it's a messy democracy. Anything you want to do, there will be 10 people opposing it. And that is good, bad, I don't know. I'm not an expert in politics. I'm not an expert in any of that. But I think a certain amount of balance is good in the long run. Maybe I won't live to see my theory proven or disproven or whatever. But my current conviction is that it is better to have a society where there is a certain amount of disagreement. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that there are some people who vote for X and some people vote for Y. Doesn't matter. You get different points of view. And I think that's very important, because everybody has a point of view. I mean, Mr. Tirumurthy mentioned it to me at lunch, there is always another point of view. And that's a nice way of putting it. No matter what you might say, you might hold very strongly to a point of view. Somebody else has got another one. And maybe there is something there. Walk a mile in their shoes and maybe you will think differently. So the first thing is that I'd like to consider, while industry provides well-paying jobs, provides good careers, it creates innovation. It helps people do great things, wonderful things. People in industry have created chips, they have created computers, they have created the steam engine, all kinds of things. They've done wonderful things. So I don't think we can say that it's a bad thing. Industry is the bad thing. The important thing is that in working in a society, the question that every CEO asks, apart from the fact that why should my employees come to work for me every day? Why should my customer buy my product? Why should my investor invest their money in my business and not in some other business? Is also the fact that why would society let me put my factory here and work here? They could say, not in my backyard, go and put it somewhere else. So that question is there. If you answer these 4 questions, you're fine. So in trying to do that, you actually also invest in good for your society. It sounds like, you're playing some lip service, going and giving some notebooks to somebody. But I can tell you that actually investing in the local community has its rewards. So invest in healthcare, education. You might say that's the job of the government. Now, all of us would agree that while there is the government also has got limited capacity. So everyone could do with a little bit of help. So you have NGOs, you have charitable bodies, and you have industry. So forget the corporate social responsibility part of it. I'm saying just from the fact that you want a nice environment around the place where you're working, and you can't solve the problem all over, but at least in your local area, you can actually create some amount of goodness. So the environmental impact on society, and I can give you examples where, because industry has come in, And they have actually planned the place better, denuding of the grassland where goats used to go and, virtually crop no tree used to even grow about 2 feet because the goats would eat it up. And now, because they managed it better, there are forests, there's lovely vegetation and stuff like that after the industry has come. So there's a positive environmental impact of this thing, which contributes to a greater sense of well-being. And I think a certain amount of social peace and justice around that place, and I have seen that personally. The second, and they also create, sometimes they create, in creating water resources, they create a watershed that increases the groundwater table all around for everybody. So there's a lot of good that actually happens. The second thing is, I must tell you the story about, one of my clients is Godrej. And you go to Godrej and Boise, you go to the plant, and the first thing you learn is they have something like, they own some 3,500 acres, I think, in Bombay, prime property, which is all mangroves. The Godrej group has taken a decision not to build anything there. Leave it as it is, as a gift to the city forever. It is theirs. The patta is in their name. They could do anything they like with it. Can you imagine the economic incentive for them? This is a group that has decided that they will not touch it. 3,500 acres of prime land as mangroves left as it is. Everybody that you go to, and the point I'm making here is, when you go into Godrej and you start with managers, one of the first narratives would be about this. They say it with so much pride. Imagine if you work there 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, those values get imbued in you. You know that boss is going to ask you, what is the impact on the environment of almost anything? It's an actual fact. You can see the pride in them, Now, those people who work there, they can't come out with any other values. They can't come out without values of, sustainability, peace, justice, doing the right thing. Almost everything that they do then becomes, gets translated into that. They would not get rid of workers just like that, just because it's profitable to let, say, 100 people go. They say we'll tolerate it. These guys stood with us when we were growing. Now we don't need them, but we'll keep them till their time is up. So every single action of theirs actually is guided by that one mantra, that we'll do what we think is absolutely right in the long term. So that's an impact on the employees there. And the third thing is, everybody deals with them, like I deal with them, or a vendor that deals with them, or a channel partner, sort of unconsciously starts imbibing that philosophy. So you see it's kind of a positive spiral. They're good, they do some good, the people within that get to know it, larger society gets to know it, everybody that's connected with them actually gets to know it. And then that helps. You can go on. There are very good groups in this country. I don't think you can say that all industries are bad. I think you could ascribe some amount of measure of this thing to goodness to the Tata Group, to the Godrej Group, and so many others. And even in Chennai, groups have done some fantastic work. So I think we have to respect that. So I think that there is an impact on employees, there's an impact on society, there's an impact on the larger ecosystem of players. So in conclusion, I would say that while industry is a driver of economic growth, no doubt about it, it is also a significant influence on environment and with a ripple effect on society, on social justice, and on peace. Because, okay, somebody asked me, like I used to be very much against, the servant maid bringing her daughter in to work, to help her work. I said, no, I don't want her to do work. If she wants to do anything, I'll do it. Take me as your assistant, but I'm not having her do it. So somebody asked me, you say, hey, Ram, are you solving the problem of child labor doing that? I said, no, I'm not adding to it. Okay, I can't solve it. I stop adding to it. So the least industry can do is to stop adding to it. There is some good that they do. We can't live without industry. So at least we give them that width, that maybe they can't solve the environmental problem. Maybe they cannot cause social justice and peace. That is left to all you wonderful people here. But they at least will not add to it. So thank you so much. Thank you for listening to me.
Questions, please.
I have questions.
Pranams to Sadhguru and Swamiji. You talk about battery industry, it was an eye-opener that the battery industry is working closely with the environmental structure. My question is more practical. How do we dispose the used batteries in the households? Is there a structure? Because generally we are told that we are not supposed to dispose them with the dry waste either. So is there, I mean, I don't see any separate policy or any, I mean, awareness is very poor. Actually, I've got a big box of all the used batteries in my house, you know, because I don't want to throw them away just like that. So trying to do my bit in protecting the environment. But is there anything that we can do? How do we dispose the used batteries in our homes?
Yeah, this is a very, this is a question that I think it's more to do with lack of awareness. Batteries are classified as e-waste. Anything that is connected to a wire is called an e-waste. And so all e-waste must be disposed responsibly back to an authorized e-waste recycler. And there are registered ones on the sites and stuff like that. So for example, where I live, all our e-waste that includes batteries and anything that would contain a battery. Say, for example, if you had a mobile phone, you had this thing and you want to throw it away, you go and put it in a particular bin. There is one bin for the entire complex. So all of us put it over there and that's taken away by an e-waste recycler. So these are not batteries which are meant for your vehicles and stuff like that, because usually when it comes to vehicles for batteries for your vehicles or your inverter, when at the time that you replace it, the dealer picks it up. You don't have the botheration of having to, the dealer is supposed to then return it back to the company. So, but the question is more of consumer cells. Consumer cells, you're supposed to put it in an e-waste bin and call up the e-waste recycler and take it away.
So can I ask a question? Here, the speaker. Vehicles with batteries are going to be slowly replaced with electric vehicles, but even they do have batteries. So how is the manufacturing industry looking at those kind of, because this is lithium and this is also going to be something similar to it. Has there been any idea of how we're going to manage that?
Hello. Yeah, so the government has promulgated the battery waste management rules in August of 2022. Realizing this, of course, the electric vehicle batteries would not come up for replacement for another 4 or 5 years. But ahead of that, they've already promulgated the rules, which put the onus for all batteries, including that for what's used in this, for example, including consumer cells, including car batteries, which are today used in the, the IC engine batteries and the electric vehicles, plus every single device that uses batteries, it covers all of that. They have put the onus on the producer. The producer is defined as the person who puts the battery in the market in their name. So if you are a manufacturer and I bought it from you and I put my name Ram on it and sell it to somebody else, it would be my responsibility to make sure that battery comes back. What I do for it, they don't bother. It's up to you to pick it up, return it to the recycler, and the recycler will issue for every ton of or every kilogram of end metal, recycled metal that they generate what's called an end producer responsibility certificate. As a manufacturer, you're got to buy that online, upload it on the CPCB portal and say, hey, I fulfilled my obligation. So the law in theory is very, very, they've already thought of it.
That's where I come. It's now becoming paperwork. So to complete paperwork, obviously there's going to be a lot of lacuna, which I can overcome by under the table dealings. So how environment is so sensitive right now for us. So how are we going to avoid these kind of, especially with such kind of sensitive material, how are we going to deal with it?
I am reasonably hopeful, like when you talk about under the table stuff like that, in my own dealings, I see this, this petty corruption and stuff like that has come down gradually. I mean, you don't have to really pay money for railway tickets. You don't have to pay money for air tickets. You don't have to pay money for death certificates. My father passed away 2 months ago, sad. But anyway, the legal hire certificate was available to me with 60 rupees paid by GPay. End of story. No standing in line, nothing. Even when it comes to this, everything is now with the GST invoice. They made it extremely complex. Like when you buy old batteries, they want to know where did you buy the batteries from, which of the invoice, does it have a GST number, does it have an HSN code? And nothing is accepted if it is not electronic. So it becomes extremely difficult for somebody outside the system to game the system. You can't pay money and get out. You can stay completely outside the system. Like, you can be a completely notorious criminal, not pay GST for your inputs, not pay GST for your outputs and do everything. I think, slowly this country is getting around to more rule of law. I'm hopeful about it. I mean, I may not live to see all of it changing, but I see this country is moving more in the direction of, it's becoming more compliant. I mean, you can see, I know you may say it's a very small thing, but I don't know exactly the numbers, but something like the income tax returns filed have gone from some 30 million, 60 million, some such number, So it's virtually doubled or 2.5 times. So I see a compliance. I see it. I'm seeing it. And no battery industry, no battery industry. As you become larger and larger, it becomes very difficult to be non-compliant. Very difficult.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is, actually, it flows from what you spoke all this while and also a little of what you said. As you said, as you get larger and larger, compliances are very good, which is what I'm a lawyer. So I see this day in and day out, and large corporates, I know how sticky they are about their compliances. The problem is not there. The problem is with the so-called activism, which is sometimes self-destructive. In a sense, you have environmental activists, which is different from people being genuinely concerned about the environment. You have activists, either they're ignorant or they are backed by the wrong forces. So that is our problem, because they are probably acting at the behest of corrupt competitors to these large corporates and who have very oblique purpose for this. I think we need to address that. The environment is in greater danger from those kind of forces. I have seen it personally in some of the, I won't name my clients, some clients who faced huge environmental backlashes from the, from the activists, including my daughter when she was very young, she said, we must boycott the products. And ironically, I was advising them on how to come out of the mess. In the sense, they were trying to get extremely compliant, more than and spending a lot of money on the compliances. But the activists did not want it to happen because their purpose, the goal was activism, not the environment. That is the point. How are we going to address and get over that? I think that is where our environment is in danger from those and the parallel lot who don't come under anything, the big criminals. I think a lot more focus is needed. Otherwise, when you're talking about GST and income tax compliances, not only is the collection so high because of compliances, but it's also high because of the high-handed approach of meeting targets, which those others who are, outside the spectrum, who are not paying, somebody else is paying, the large corporates are paying. That's my question.
So I can sense a certain amount of hopelessness in what you're saying, but I'm always accused of being an optimist. And I'll give you a story. I went to Marina Beach along with my friend who'd come from the US, and I told him, Balke, could you just take a look around? So he looks around and he says, that there are, did you see that there was somebody with a parda, there was somebody with a cross, there was, people of different religions, different socioeconomic category. There were people of all kinds. There was a millionaire taking a walk on the beach, and there was a beggar on the beach. I said, there's so much diversity here. This is a tinderbox, right? anything could spark off a conflagration and, an angry dialogue or anything like that. I said, I just want you to turn around once more. So I made him take a 360-degree look. And I said, did you notice another peculiar thing? He said, what? I said, did you notice a single policeman? He said, no. I said, law and order has been maintained only because of the collective goodwill of all these people. A huge number of people just want to get on with their lives, just do the right thing. Yes, there will be activists. There will be some people who are motivated by not the right thing. There will be some people who will try to stay outside the law. There in every society, I think even the most crime-free society does have its bad elements. But it's my hope and my wish. I mean, what I see around me, you can walk around here, you can walk around at 9, 10, and nothing happens to you. Largely, nothing happens to you. I mean, I have been to countries. I mean, I'm not the person with the greatest amount of exposure. But you go to Mexico, you go to Nigeria, you go to South Africa, it's positively scary. It is scary. I think we live in a much, much more law-abiding society. People are largely peaceful. And yes, there are arguments, there are altercations. It's a noisy democracy. And I think to some extent, some of the activists are misguided also. Maybe there are a few people who are getting paid off to do the wrong thing. But a lot of people that are following them are actually people who think that they're doing the right thing. They're all Greta Thunbergs in the, making stuff like that. They don't realize that what they're doing is not right. So, but I think you have to allow it to go. I mean, I don't think there is a solution to that. So long as you have 95% of people who want to do the right thing and get on with their lives and do the good thing, I think we are in a good spot. That's my, maybe I'm idealistic. So everyone calls me, I have too much of hope. But that's the way I'm built. Too old to change. Huh?
Join the club.
Yeah. Thank you.
I request.
Any questions?
Please forgive my voice. I have a sore throat, but I've also worked in the industry, sir. And my question is a little broad, and seeing that the theme is on reconciliation, I think I should ask you this. So basically, you're in the battery industry, but I think that is the downstream end of it. Going ahead, as Madam also mentioned, lithium-ion batteries and maybe other batteries are going to come to the EV space and whatnot. When we get our raw materials, they come from an industry where pollution is a very big aspect, in the sense you can make your factory a green factory, but when the raw material comes from a mine, maybe in Australia or maybe in South America, the pollution there is going to be manifolds. So what role do you think the industry, or you being a downstream player, can make in sort of mitigating that happening right now? Because as you mentioned, saving 3,500 acres of mangroves in India, maybe, but what about the many hectares of land that is, being mined in Australia or somewhere else? So what is your point of view on that? And what do you think you can do as maybe an industry expert in, mitigating that? So that's my question.
So I'm not an industry expert. That's one thing. B is I don't have that much, experience of the mining industry. I have been in metal industry. I've been in sterlite copper, and I know the harmful effects of mining. And regrettably, any resource extraction has got some negative impacts. There's not too much you can do about the fact that if you want to mine anything out of the earth, you will cause some pollution, you will cause some, and almost every development, any kind of development will cause it. Now, I'm not an expert on how you can actually remediate the situation. That is, some people, after the mining is done, they do a landfill and they do a green cover and stuff like that. They're also supposed to be doing it in a responsible manner, safe manner, make sure that the tailings don't leach into the ground and stuff like that. I don't know the technologies for it. So every large corporation has had its skeletons in its cupboard, whether it is Shell, whether it is Rio Tinto, whether it is BHP Billiton, anybody. They've all had Codelco. Everyone they have seen those days when they got away with blue murder. Also, to be honest, maybe they didn't know about it. They were not as aware of the fact that this was causing a lot. They said, how does it matter? It's somewhere nobody even lives there. But now people are living there. there are other deleterious impacts. So now they're getting to know about it. What are they actually doing about it? I wouldn't know because I've not worked in those companies. But today you can see that somebody like Shell puts a lot of money behind renewable energy, been trying to put on a green image and stuff like that. Some of it is PR, no doubt. But it's difficult to sustain PR without doing anything about it. So I think I think they do a few things. I'll be generous with them. And I think, and I also believe, you know, while they want to make money and stuff like that, they also live in this world. It's not that they came from Mars, pollute Earth, and go and live in Mars. That's not the nature. You know, they have got to live here. And their kids have got to live here. So if you're in Australia, you're an Australian miner. Where do your kids go? They can't live in the middle of the ocean, right? So I think it will begin to sort of make sense to them too. So the right economic incentives are the thing that I am a great believer in economics. You make it, you make the laws easy to follow, hard not to follow, they'll get followed.
Thank you, Ram. I think we had good deliberations on this topic, but I do have one question in the context of what you said. I am an optimist in terms of what progress industry is making and the country is making. Hopefully not in our lifetime, but at least the next year will probably benefit a lot from what's going on. But I believe sometimes I do wonder whether it's a zero-sum game. You're trying to address environment sustainability by creating electric batteries, EVs, and so on and so forth. But to charge those batteries, you need power systems. You need thermal plants. India is largely coal-oriented, coal-fired. So is that going to increase the amount of pollution? How is that going to impact the environment sustainability? Your thoughts on that? I don't want to be branded as an activist, but it's a genuine question coming from me. Thanks.
I'll just take it to a bit of science. And I'm myself a mechanical engineer. I love IC engines and stuff like that. But the point is, when you convert thermal power to mechanical work, you know this possibly if you've been to any physics class, there's an absolute limitation on it with the Carnot's theorem. It is determined with upper operating temperature and lower operating temperature. And typically, given the materials that we have, an IC engine can never give you anything more than 33-35%. So for every 100 units of thermal energy that you generate, only about 30-35 can get converted into mechanical work, of which by the time you take it to the wheel, it is 20%. So the world has lived for very long from the time that we started using thermal power and converting into mechanical work. When James Watt saw that steam kettle rising on his wife's this thing, whatever, and you know that the whole thing started. Now that is converting thermal energy to mechanical work. And we have lived with that for very long. It is a 30-35% efficiency kind of thing. Electrical is 97-98%, converting electrical energy to mechanical work. So in that sense, it's inevitable that the transportation will move in that direction. A lot of things will move in that direction. I think that era is gone, where you convert thermal energy into mechanical work. So it's a strong driver for it. Yes, you tell me tailpipe emissions will come down, the stack emissions will go up because you'll generate everything. Even if that is so, the fact is that let's say I've got a car which is, let's say, a 20 horse, let's say a 10 horsepower or something like that. Say 7-10 kilowatt, whatever kind of thing, as opposed to a thermal power plant which is 220 megawatts. I would imagine the 220 megawatt thing would be more efficient than my car. So I think that the overall emission would be less, even at the stack level. The other thing that's going to happen is that we are going to find more and more efficient ways of actually converting it. So if they move, for example, into hydrogen and stuff like that, so you might get a lot of green energy happening. My knowledge over there cracks up because I'm too old and I don't know how that will happen. But I think that inevitably, you will move towards more efficiency, less consumption of resources. You'll get more bang for the buck. And science is totally in favor of electric transportation. Although I would not be, disappointed heavily, but my career is over. Right.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think we'll move on to the next speaker. Oh, sorry.
Can we have Professor J. Ranganathan, Honorary Consul General for Myanmar, to please come and honor Mr. Ram.
Yeah, quickly. So now call upon Mahesh Venkatraman, a fellow devotee, trustee of the foundation, and a strong sounding board for a lot of my ideas to present his talk. Thank you.
Can we have the slides? So I think we are late. I think I'm the last speaker. So one quality of a last speaker in the conference is what? Can you guess? Compassion for the audience. Okay, it's been a very busy day and highly lively discussion. So I think I'll keep this short. And I've been asked by Swamiji to talk about sustainable development and connection with Sadhguru's Upadeshams. And Sadhguru's Upadeshams are all very pithy and very concise. So it shouldn't take very long. Yeah, in fact, that is also one of the. So if you look at the one Upadesham is here, by His grace, you're able to sleep when you want. Ask people who suffer from insomnia how much they value it. Water, sleep, food, these are gifts of God, which should never be treated casually or with contempt. These are things we cannot live without, but which we take for granted because they are always there. They should be used with care, never overindulged in, since that is also another form of waste, and received thankfully and with gratitude to the giver. I think this summarizes the whole concept of sustainable development as to how we can inculcate at the core of each person the concept of sustainable development. Shyam, next slide, please. So this, we all know that the UN United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, there are 17 of them. I don't know whether they've increased now. They are in the realm of economic, social, and environment. Many of them are interrelated with each other. And the idea is that if everybody understands it very well and form, create a good environment, socially, economically, and industrially, we will reach the Sustainable Development Goal by 2030. Of course, there are lots of controversies around it. You must have heard Elon Musk is very upset because his company is not in the S&P 500 Sustainable Development Index because he's very outspoken. And there is a lot of, criticism about it's not very clear. How do you trade off? For example, you have to switch off all the lights, very sustainable, but how can you work? And in Bangalore, you'll see many companies, they keep the lights on during the, all throughout the night. Sometimes because of, need, and sometimes because of branding, So how do you trade off sustainability versus the need? And what is required for you to, and how do you ensure that, something is more efficient, but if something is more efficient, for example, they said A380 aircraft is very efficient in fuel efficiency, but then, you end up using more, overall, you actually end up creating a problem for the environment. Next slide. So there is lots of, I would say rightfully so, alarmist reports about what's really happening in the world. Over 85% of the planet wetlands have been lost and so on and so forth. Many of them, I don't want to read through it. The point is that we are headed towards a huge disaster if we don't do anything about it. And SDGs no matter what the controversies around it, it's definitely one of the good ways of moving towards a sustainable world. Next slide. This shows the green ones are the ones that have less waste, and the orange ones are the ones that are, these countries have a lot of waste. You can see there's a correlation between development and waste. More developed you are, more you waste. Next slide. And there are accusations to, against many companies that they do what they call the greenwashing. Greenwashing is, you are claiming a lot more than what you actually do. One example is I saw somewhere in some paper, save the environment, use paper cups or paper glass, paper whatever. No? Then there is one more close to it, save trees, use plastic. So the debate is going to be never ending. What is, like Ravi asked, upstream versus downstream. You cannot really end this debate. It'll go on. And activism versus genuine people who are genuinely worried about environment versus people like us who want to enjoy life and still be sustainable. Sometimes oxymoron, sometimes. So go next slide. Look at this, the motivations for anything, especially in the corporate life, is there are three motivations. One is the law. You follow the law, you have to be compliant. Then there's the market motivation. Like Ramchandra sir spoke about very eloquently about market motivations, how you don't want to be seen to be polluting, you want to be seen to be doing the right things. Then there is ethical, you want to do the right things because you want to do the right thing. And the last is internal. And I think as a devotee of Sadhguru, as part of my topic, I want to focus more on how do we increase the individual internal motivation. Next slide. So typically in marketing, we have always 2x2 matrix. So this is no different. On the x-axis is the degree of self-awareness, and the y-axis degree of effectiveness. So as you move towards the right, in the diagram there, it's self-awareness is more. You're doing it because you want to do it, it's the right thing to do. And as you move upwards, it's more effective. In my view, the law is least effective because personally, I find you can always, get around and ensure that you meet the law. You meet the law, the requirements of regulatory compliance, still not be very effective, right? And of course, you have the market because it's more self-aware because you want to ensure the market sees you in the right way. You move towards the right direction there, which is upwards and right towards the right. Then the next is ethics. Even ethics is all about what I have learned in college. What used to be morality that we used to learn in school, and it's called ethics. What used to be honesty, we were taught honesty is called integrity. Everything is kind of repackaged and retaught. And all the way up to the top right, which is spiritual. Now, whatever that is, we all have our own understanding of what is spiritual. Spiritual motivation is the best motivation for us to be, more effective and efficient. Next slide. Certain concepts, words that we use creates powerful imagery and creates impetus for action. If you look at many of our words that we use here, because traditional development is all about you remove grassland and put up a IT park. You clear forest and create build a football ground. It is all development in the current sense is all about destroying something and creating something new. But if you look at what is the true meaning of the word vikas in Hindi, in Sanskrit, it is to expand, to bloom, a process of metamorphosis, and not necessarily to replace something. And Prakriti in our culture has always been, that we are part of culture. Part of nature. So, we cannot, there is no question of we're ruling over nature at the height, at the top of the food chain, right? And Shreyas, as we all know, is primarily for the larger good. we have a term called Shreyas, which is defer short-term goals, short-term pleasure, and pursue larger goals. Now we will go to how, next slide, we go to the, so if I have to meet a goal, what I have to do is first is at the top is my action. I have to do the right action. And then my action is dependent on my choice. What choice? I have lots of options today. Today, the modern world of free world is all about choices, right? So we have a choice. And then my choice depends on my motivations. How am I motivated to take that choice? What are the motivations? And we saw the motivations in the earlier slide. My motivation is driven by my thinking, and thinking in turn driven by my state of my mind, all the way down to what is core to me. And as a devotee of Sadhguru and Swamiji, I think the Upadeshams, they really appeal to the core of every human being. And sustainability, though we talk a lot about countries and corporates, what are corporates made of? People. Society is made of people. So finally, it's all about what is core, and how do I interpret sustainability within me? Should I not go to a party, tonight, and should I be sustainable and not be at home? Should I not buy that car? Very difficult. But then I think the best way is to have to bring about an internal transformation, and then allow the transformation to play it out in society, in corporates, right? Now, next slide. Next slide. With the blessings of Sadhguru, I read out some, so Upadeshams. Next one. So Sri Pidam is founded on 4 principles: Satyam, Satya, Ahimsa, Dharma, and Bhava Samshuddhi, otherwise also called Shaucham. Next slide. So if you look at this slide, action is necessary. It is not possible to remain without acting. And what is important to examine our behavior and intentions. And then you do it if it is worthy of being offered to God. If it meets all the criteria, then only you should repeat it. So that is related to action. Next slide. Motivations. We spoke about motivation in that slide, right? Happiness does not come from the satisfaction of desires, but rather from the cessation of desires. When desires are satisfied, then they cease to exist till a new one comes and disturbs our peace of mind. The sudden cessation of desire, because I got something today, I got my new pair of suit, or I bought a new car, that cessation of desire creates a sudden joy. Now, does Sadhguru ask us to deny ourselves from the worldly things? No, it does. She does not, right? It is realization that the desire that I fulfill, as Sadhguru has always told us, is not from the object, but from the temporary suspension of want, right? Now, next slide. My choice. We spoke about choice in that diagram, in that graph. Each person, there are 2 natures, lower nature and higher nature. So we have to cultivate the higher nature so that the lower nature gets subdued. Again, a very important part in ensuring that every person at his or her core practices sustainability, in the daily life. Next slide. In a world, if your happiness is dependent on something outward, something outside of you, then you are likely to become unhappy because of it. But if your happiness is based on something that is internal, feeling of gratitude, contentment, and the satisfaction from having done one duty well, and as an offering to God, then the happiness lives on. Now, this is sometimes difficult, because should I say that I should not buy my latest pair of shoes? Should I say that I should not, buy a new home? I think that is not the point. Sadhguru wants us to, suddenly move on to a state of complete self-denial, but again, understanding. Just understand this and do what you think is right for you without preaching to others, which I'm just quoting Sadhguru, right? So the inner world is important. And then in my view, Sadhguru always pushes us towards internal transformation and not symbolic external change, right? The next one, thoughtful use. Read it out, it's already here. And Swamiji used to say, he said in the Aligarh Muslim University meeting, he made one statement, which is, even when I take water and I drink a little and leave it here, that is also some kind of, he spoke in the context of violence there in AMU. So, but they're all connected. He said, that's also a bit of, you have to ensure that you don't waste that wastage of natural resources and water, sleep, and food. Sleep is a natural resource. So don't waste anything. And that is, you can interpret that as ahimsa, not overindulging, or you could interpret that as in terms of sustainable development. Next one. And the one foundation, food is a basic need, water is a need, shelter is a need, and the most basic need is the need for God's grace and love. God's grace and love. That's a need that most people ignore, and that is why most people are unhappy. And when that need is fulfilled, all else will also be automatically fulfilled. Sadhguru used to talk about the peace that passeth all understanding. Now, have I got that? I have not, right? But then, can I aspire for it? I can aspire for it. Does it have a connection with sustainable development? I think intuitively we all feel that way. Next one. Summarizing, that's, if we can address the core, address each of us as humans, as from a personal perspective, bring about a transformation, follow the right things that our Guru has taught us. I think that will contribute. It is not that we don't want to do other things. We also want to do other external things, but it is driven by certain momentum that comes from inner core transformation. Pranams to Sadhguru, pranams to Swamiji. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Mahesh. I'll open the floor for any questions.
Mahesh, can I answer your question?
Yes, sir.
You talked about the pillars. Does it have a link with the Purusharthas that we have? The four Purusharthas that we have.
I think, I don't know at what point these two planes coincide. So, Purushartha is all about fulfilling the worldly needs and then moving towards. So we don't in Hinduism we don't advocate denial. We don't go through the. But as you go through the whole process of dharma, artha, kama, and moksha, I think the way I have understood and interpreted is, if you follow these four pillars, then the planes coincide. If you dharma, artha, kama, moksha, of course, is a consequence of doing the right things. Satyam, ahimsa, dharma, and bhava samshuddhi. Then that becomes much more powerful. And Sadhguru, in one of her speeches, has one word she had used is have fun, and that was, somebody can tell me, have fun, and that fun, dharmic fun. Is there? I don't know whether I am quoting Sadhguru properly there. Enjoy in a dharmic way, and Guru, Swamiji also quotes about that is not opposed to dharma. Bhagavad Gita is one of the slokas, right? Dharma aviruddha.
Yeah.
So I think that's how these two planes coincide.
Yeah. One more side issue. You also have the Abraham Maslowian pyramid, where it talks about the basic needs at the bottom and then transcendence at the very top. But if we go by this, there is a simultaneity.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
Question there.
Sorry.
The spiritualism has come into existence to fight against materialism. I don't know when it started, but it goes on and on. When this fight ends, that is my question.
Fight against materialism?
Fight between the spiritualism and materialism. You started long back. It goes on and on. When will it be end? When will it end?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm really qualified to answer in the context of this presentation, but my one-liner here is, you know, we also hear from many Gurujis and even Swamiji that materialism and spirituality are not opposed to each other, and there are ways and means to reconcile these two. You know, they seem to be opposed to each other. They are not. That's my answer. But if there are better people to answer this question, I feel, and if the chairman feels there is time.
Take a shot at it, absolutely. But
Yeah,
just
sir.
one last answer,
Sir,
please.
you want to
before
answer
I
that?
summarize.
If I may add, when we talk linearly, we always tend to talk one topic at a time. And what Doc is saying here is that sometimes it can be doing Nishkama Karma also. I mean, you're doing something pretty violent, but it's also a dharmic action. And that is precisely the beauty of our tradition, I guess, where action is lauded, but hankering or, you know, worrying about the fruits is proscribed. So it is possible to live that life even while doing something pretty violent or demanding, if I may say. Yeah.
So, I think
Thank you, Mahesh.
Mr. Ravi will now summarize this session's remarks.
Thank you, three speakers, for your fairly lucid talk. I mean, I'm not a great summarizer because I've never done anything which I thought it's more academic people do this kind of stuff. But I've taken enough points for me to kind of put together a short story around these. I felt there were three diverse areas were covered. One was more the theoretical aspects of the sustainability and eco-feminism as spoken by Shireen. Then we had Ram speaking about the industry and corporate aspects of where that sustainability is being driven. And lastly, the so-called spiritual angle to it and how to kind of mitigate those issues. So obviously, there were diverse topics, but then obviously they have a connect in a sense how to kind of largely address that aspect. Naomi spoke about ecofeminism relating to gender justice and environment justice, and how women face more vulnerable issues in the climate change aspect. She spoke about the theoretical aspects of ecofeminism, tracing it back to the Western discourse, which is probably how the whole thing came about, and how human activity is causing a lot of environmental changes, according to US climate change reports. And she also spoke about the non-Western approach to address the ecofeminism issue, the spiritual aspects, which I think are very relevant in the modern day context. And also spoke about in context of what Vittal said about how the media narratives need to be control in order to address the issue of ecofeminism. Ram's topic obviously was very relevant to the world we live in terms of how the emissions in the battery industry, which were hitherto causing a lot of issues, especially in the context of the Bhopal incident, and how the industry has gone about making a lot of changes to address that issue. It was heartening to know that 20% of the CEO's time is spent on in the industry on environment issues. I guess probably it needs to be a lot more, given the fact we're moving toward electric vehicles, which obviously are also going to have a lot of battery being used. Maybe the lithium part may be more eco-friendly, but I guess I'm sure as time goes, we'll probably have more time being needed to be spent. He spoke about the industry drivers for sustainability, drivers from business compulsions to survive, and how to lower the cost of sourcing, and also, stick on to the laws and compliance, and what the industry is doing for environment sustainability, which is the 3 mantras of refuse, reduce, and recycle. I think refuse is something which is probably difficult to kind of accept, because everybody wants to, I guess, from a capitalistic world, wants to make money. So it's very difficult to kind of take that stance and say refuse, I won't adopt. Like for example, talked of thermocol, maybe the industries adopted it, but many other industries probably find it difficult to make a refuse as a paradigm to take on. Yes, reduce is something which definitely industries can consider, surely, because that will help them kind of look at alternative ways of addressing that issue. And recycle, yes, it's something which is the industry is looking at doing a big way. And I like the piece about the connection to peace and justice, where he talked of, on one side, how the industry is giving careers and innovations, which is necessary. And the other side, the kind of contribution the industry is making towards, things like water, environmental friendly ecosystem, and landfalls and greenland, and so on and so forth. On the whole, very heartening to know the industry is changing. I hope all industries do make such changes. I think the power sector is one industry which probably needs to do a lot of changes. And probably the hydrocarbon industry, where cars are coming up in different ways, and so on and so forth. Lastly, Mahesh's talk, something which is close to all our hearts as devotees of Sri Sadguru. The Upadeshams are always something which we all read every day, because we do get daily Upadeshams on our WhatsApp channels. But to break it down and into a form which is kind of related to the sustainability of environment is something which was heartening to hear from Mahesh. I had heard this presentation earlier too. At that point of time, I didn't kind of sit through, but sitting here, I had to go through it intently because I had to summarize. So obviously, there's a better understanding of what it was than what I heard last time. But the paradigm which he suggested about, the thing of leading from one foundation through to thought of use to state of the mind, thinking, motivation, choices, action, and goals, I think is an interesting paradigm. And I think at each stage, the Upadeshams do become relevant. I think there are different aspects of different Upadeshams which are very relevant. But in the context of this Upadesham, I think there's a lot to be understood and learned. So, and how it basically helps in inner transformation and, focus on the core transformation of individuals, which probably lead to, as I call, personal sustainability, which is part of the larger, in the larger piece, a very important aspect. There are a few other things, like he spoke about, the internal and external aspects of the framework of sustainable development, how the internal aspects being the spiritual aspect and the external one being market ethics and the legal frameworks. So all in all, something which I enjoyed quite a bit, because in the context of what we all go through on a day-to-day basis, I think a lot of relevance. Hopefully it all gives us, it's a small stepping stone, but I guess we all probably need to take those baby steps to basically not use this framework, even if you don't use a framework, I think they do are relevant. But coming from a corporate world where we deal with paradigms and models and all that stuff, I think it's something which touches our core. We do understand that better. So with that, I'll end my summary. Thank you so much. Have any questions? I'll take it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ravi, for this wonderful session. We are now slowly coming to the end of the whole conference. So we now move on to the next, which is the validatory function. I request the guests on dais to please take their seats. Yeah. I request C.T. Indra ma'am to please come on to the dais. And Mr. Trimurthy to please come onto the dais. He is the former permanent representative of Government of India at the United Nations, who has been a member of the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation for quite some time, and he has contributed a lot in helping us run this foundation. He will be saying the few words. Next, I call upon Mr. Natkarni, Vital Natkarni, who is a renowned journalist who has worked with some of the world's biggest brands, newspapers, and magazines as a science and technology editor with an in-depth background in arts and letters. He was associated with the founding of the Speaking Tree brand for the Times Group. He also has an extensive broadcasting and television experience. He's a fellow of the London-based 21st Century Trust and Salzburg Fellow, and a recipient of the prestigious fellowship named after the Washington Post editor, Alfred Friendly. Mr. Natkarni is the author of several books, and his latest adventure is a UNICEF-backed guide on how to conduct a successful Kumbh Mela. It was launched at the Museum Society. As an initiated practitioner and follower of Hatha Yoga, Mr. Natkarni curated an expo on Jhansi Ki Rani's yoga manuscript for the Tata Institute of Social Sciences. This was pegged to be the first ever international day for yoga. Mr. Natkarni is also active in conserving India's classical and folk music. He has engaged with and is a well-wisher of the foundation for many years and has participated in many of the foundation's activities and seminars. Now, I request Professor John Clammer to please come to the stage. Professor Clammer has been a professor of sociology and anthropology at O.P. Jindal University, Sonipat, Haryana for the past 8 years. He has a long association with India, having been a visiting professor at Pondicherry Central University and a professional fellow at the Center for Advanced Studies at Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi. He is a graduate of Oxford University, where he completed his PhD in social and cultural anthropology. He subsequently taught in the UK, Germany, Singapore, Tokyo, and Kyoto in Japan before becoming Professor of Development Sociology, Director of International Courses, and advisor to the Rector of the United Nations University in Tokyo, where he directed the programs in post-conflict reconstruction, peace and sustainability, and development studies. He has published widely on these subjects and other themes, including art, religion, urban sociology, solidarity economy, and his most recent book is Cultural Rights and Justice, which expands the original UDHR definition of human rights into the field of cultural rights and the Rights to Cultural Preservation, and his new book in the press on risk, vulnerability, conflict, and disasters, which will be published soon. Yes, thank you. Mr. T.S. Tirumurthy joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1985. His previous diplomatic assignments include postings in Cairo, Permanent Mission of India in Geneva, Representative of India in Gaza, Washington, D.C., and Deputy Chief of Mission in Jakarta. He has also served as Undersecretary, Bhutan, Director, Foreign Secretary's Office, Joint Secretary, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, and Maldives, and Joint Secretary, United Nations Economic and Social. During his stints at the Ministry of External Affairs, New Delhi, Mr. T.S. Tirumurthy assumed his current assignment as High Commissioner of India to Malaysia on 20th December 2013. Sorry for that. He is married to Mrs. Gauri Tirumurthy, and they have 2 children, 1 daughter, 1 son. He has also authored 3 books. I'm sorry, this is slightly outdated. Presently, he is the former permanent representative of Government of India at the United Nations.
Hello. Respected Swamiji and distinguished friends. You know, in our college, we used to play a game. We used to have an event called Jam, just a minute. You are given a title, and within 1 second, you should speak about the title for 1 minute without a break and without any mistakes in English. And this is exactly what Swamiji has done to me. I just came here to participate this afternoon, and he's given me 1 minute to give a speech. So Swamiji, I'm very happy to be here. I'm very grateful that you have given me an opportunity to say a few words in such an important conference. I met Swamiji for the first time when I was High Commissioner to Malaysia. And I was very fortunate to collaborate with him on a conference in Malaysia. We had an extremely important set of Malaysians who came and spoke on moderation, on the importance of moderation. And from that time onwards, I have been able to keep track of what Swamiji is doing. And what he is doing is something which should be picked up. It should reach more people. And I really wish that it truly becomes an all India movement. I think that's extremely important, what he is doing. And this conference, this is the 8th edition of the conference on peace and reconciliation. Of course, when he called me, I pleaded with him that, I have no knowledge of peace or reconciliation, even though my job is to strive for it, but I've never really managed to get it. Because, I used to inhabit the world of diplomacy. And in the world of diplomacy, you would have, of course, heard of Samuel Huntington's book, The Clash of Civilizations. So in the world of diplomacy, we deal with clash of civilizations. We deal with clash between countries. We deal with conflicts. And our job as a diplomat is to transcend these clashes, transcend the clash of civilization, transcend conflicts, and still learn to work with each other. I think that was our job. Our job was not to be judgmental about what is justice and what is not. Our job was to work with each other in spite of our differences, in spite of our conflicts. So that is a world of diplomacy which we inhabited, where you have to make sure that you are not judgmental about what you are dealing with. And as an Indian diplomat, of course, we inhabit the space between Ramayana and Mahabharata. Ramayana, at a very basic level for a diplomat, teaches you that there is something called justice, and that justice can lead to peace. Mahabharata, on the other hand, for a diplomat, it teaches you there is nothing called justice, but it can still lead you to peace. So we inhabit this space between there is something called justice for peace, and there is nothing called justice for peace. And this is the area which we operate. And when we operate in this area, there are two very important variables. The first variable is power. Because international relations between countries is built on power. Of course, we have the UN Charter, we have the values, we have so many things, but it is basically based on power. Power equations between countries determine the balance. The equilibrium is determined by power equations between countries. The other very, very important variable, which of course applies to human beings, but also applies to countries, is time. Time is a very important variable to just determine what is just and where you can achieve peace. In 1948, when the Palestinians were given a two-state solution, they rejected it. Several decades later, they wanted a two-state solution. Because, so where is justice? What was justice in 1948 is not justice in 1967, or it is not justice in 2023. And now here you have this sense that justice itself is different. Time makes a huge difference to the way you view justice. Justice, time makes a huge difference to the way you view peace. So when you inhabit this world where power and time both determine these concepts, then you just have to find that excellent equilibrium where time and power coincides. And when time and power coincides, then you will have peace and reconciliation, if not justice. So this is the world which I inhabit. And I'm the practitioner of diplomacy. It is not for me to think about a goal. My goal is that if people reconcile, that is justice for them. And that is just. And if people reconcile, that is peace. It doesn't matter on what terms. So I just thought I'll share this with you because I come from a different world. And I know that you're all academicians, you're philosophers, you're intellectuals, and you're a whole lot of other things. And I'm none of those. But I inhabit a very practical world, which is not about the individual. Of course, it is about the individual. But for me, it is a group of individuals coming together where it makes a difference, which is a group of individuals. It can be a nation, it can be a village, it can be a state. So this is the world I come from. And this is the way I look at how this whole concept can be used in the world of diplomacy. So I thought, pardon me for making some impromptu statements, but once again, I'm very, very grateful that I'm given this opportunity to share some of my thoughts. And once again, it is always a great honor to be in the international conference, which our Swamiji has put his heart and soul into it, so that we can be better human beings and we can understand each other better. Thank you very much.
Honey?
Hello, yeah, okay, yeah. Pranams, Swamiji, with your permission. Namans to Guruma. I am very, very grateful for this invitation, but also to borrow a word from you, I feel that this is not the jam session, but being inside the jam, being in a jam, you know. What do I say to a audience filled with such beautiful minds and such lovely hearts? What do I do for them? As I was sitting here, and then again, Ambassador sort of bailed me out by mentioning Ramayana. Earlier speakers spoke about Ramayana in a different context, and she invoked the death of Vali and the dilemma of Rama in that. I would like to invoke Anjaneya in this. Maruti, Hanuman, you know. Jitendriyam buddhimattam varishtam, you know. Manojavam marutatulya vegam. Jitendriyam buddhimattam varishtam. Vatatmajam vanarayuta mukhyam. Sri Ramadutam sharanam prapadde. Now, one of the stories of Hanuman regards, it comes from a power locked on him by the rishis because of the kind of energy that he had, the kind of imbalance that it could cause. They thought it wise to sort of put him under a self-forgetting spell. And it was only when he was reminded of his own power that he could sort of regain that form of his. And this applies, I think, to us humans also a lot. Advaita teaches us that we are Brahman, but somehow we end up thinking of ourselves as being limited or being separate or being confused or whatever, you know, and then it requires the anugraha of a guru to perhaps to realize what is latent within us. Now, what has this got to do with peace and reconciliation? If you reach that space of knowing that you are yourself Brahman and that it is filled everywhere, it is absolutely a corollary that peace should follow. Bliss should follow also, which was invoked here. Sat Chit Ananda, that must come from this Atma Jnana, as it is called. Now, here, what I would like to do instead is talk about the social aspects of our life. Because we are not just individual isolated beings. We are also a clan, we are a group, we are a youth. Yes. So in this context, relationship between members within the cohort. And here I want to now, as a science editor, I want to draw your attention to something which is not normally appreciated in lay circles. And the fallacy of the survival of the fittest model. Often we are told that Darwin talked about survival of the fittest. And then we also, I think it was Professor Ramachandran who spoke about life being short, brutish, and the famous Thomas Hobbes's quote. Now, that quote is actually originally quite frightening if you really look at it. It says, no letters, no art, no arts, no letters, no society. And which is worst of all, continual fear and danger of violent death. And the life of man, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. So said Thomas Hobbes in Leviathan. I would like to differ from this and say the story is actually exactly opposite. It is the survival of the kindest which has ensured us this state today. But there is a dichotomy. You're kind to your own clan. But when it comes to a threat from another, or when it comes to, say, a Cro-Magnon fighting with a Neanderthal or whatever, we can also be the most brutal. This is the dichotomy at the heart of this seminar, I feel. Because how is it that a man who is the very epitome of kindness to his grandchild or to his son or, whatever, how can he be so merciless in his persecution of his rights or his grazing rights or whatever you call it? How does that happen? Now, this is a dilemma that has been tackled by neurobiologists very often. And they say that there is an inbuilt reason for it. It is the smartness of our brains for which we are paying this price. Because if we were continually nasty and brutal, we would not be where we are. Together, we have done great things. And this is something we should never forget. Like you helped me start this mic. Now, I probably am good at something like making a headline or making a mess in a newspaper. But together, we are making great things. Now, in the context of peace, we need to keep this in mind, that togetherness is important. And as Swamiji talked about, where there is a sense of injustice or deprivation on any side, it is not likely to give you lasting peace. Yeah. Now here, I think that is where you need moralistic, I'm uncomfortable with that word, precepts and practices and continual guidance. Now I'm going to depart from my script completely. And I'm going to say how enthused I was by this gathering. Now, this gathering to me represents both the antithesis and the answer to the dilemma that you have posed here. Look at how many people are here. Look at how much friendliness and goodness is here. And what is the incentive for it? I would submit the incentive is the exemplary life that is at the center of it, in the form of Guruma and in the form of Swamiji. It is when these are the pole stars that guide us in this stormy night, as it were. And look at the way we are helping one another also. What I might need, what I might want for, or whatever. But does that protect us from the vicissitudes of life? Not really. We also talked about death in this conference. And I think this is the only civilization that has talked about the world's greatest wonder being the denial of death that Yaksha Prashna speaks of. Ahani ahani bhutani gacchanti yamalayam, shesham stavaram nityam, kim ascharyam atapparam. What is a greater wonder? But it is that denial of death that gives us the power to live. So you also need a binary there. You need Thanatos, the god of death, also Eros. Without Eros, life would not be livable. So that is the balancing act that we need to do. Now, another speaker, I think it was the General Indrabalan, who spoke about how is it that gods have a weapon in the hand. Now, that is a dilemma. I mean, pacifists are sometimes doomed to be overtaken and overrun by invading Huns or whatever you call them. But does that mean that they can afford to be unkind to their land, to their people? Absolutely not. So everything has a place and a context. Context is everything. In this case, I used to work for a very big newspaper magazine in the United States, which also has the New Yorker as a magazine. And New Yorker had a very legendary cartoonist called James Thurber. I dare say you would have heard of him. And a very great writer called E.B. White. Charlotte's Web and Stuart Little and all that came from his pen. And these were the guys who were, role models for us. And one day a story is told, which is to instill in every journalist the art and craft of his calling. In this story, White and Thurber are walking, and suddenly is asked a question. Thurber is asked, I heard your mother-in-law is not well. How is she, James? So James turns around and gives a one-liner. As compared to what? Now, everything is as compared to what? What is the context in which you are talking? If you are talking about Gaza, it is a context. Now, if you're talking about the just war that the general so movingly talked about, that is another thing. Now, here on the same planet, you have a country that feeds 97,000 prisoners of war without violence and sends them back without crossing the LOC. Now, this is the morality of the Indian position that I would say we need to remember all the time. And he talked about Bangladesh again being born not because India wanted to invade there, but you see the burden that was coming to us in terms of refugees. Now you have refugee situations everywhere. I've been to 144 countries around the world to work, and everywhere I find when they say what is so great about your country, I said what is so great about our country is the song that beautiful child sang for us, Vande Mataram. You know, it is that song that evokes it. You know, Shubhra Jyosna Pulakita Yamini Pulla Kusamita Drumadala Shobini Suhasini Sumadharo Bhashini. Now there are so many languages, but you don't have a cacophony. You have so many diversities, but we are still together. And look around our neighborhood and you will see what people like Ambassador have been doing for us. It needs to be appreciated. Instead of looking at the bad things in our society, and in this sense, I would like to congratulate Swamiji, if I may. This is a huge thing for me to say, is that this is the kind of effort. Now, he need not have done this. Why you do 8th edition? My God. And yesterday I was told about something I'm working on. Is we have already done a seminar on that. Now, it is this that separates India from all nations, I submit. There may be so many faults and things like that. And then we were talking about legislation. As a journalist, I'm interfaced with these very areas of dysfunction. But I also see the enormous goodness of people, ordinary people, which is keeping this nation alive and ticking. I think we should never forget this in this. But at the same time, we also must be prepared. And that preparation warning that came from one of your speakers, that there are these, yes, there are these hotbeds which need to be paid attention to. Now, again, the way we handle that is also important, because the way we can mishandle it is very easy, by tyranny, by the iron boot or whatever, and you get what you're seeing in the Middle East today. Can we do it the way we did it in Kashmir, the land of my ancestors? Yes, it is possible. You can win people's hearts, but that requires faith in your methods and a sort of a transcendent wisdom that only comes from realized Jivan Muktas and masters at whose feet we are very happy to be. And I don't want to take too much of your time, but I would like to sort of invoke one little abhanga from Tukaram Maharaj, the great Varkari Sant of Maharashtra, who was a contemporary of Shivaji. And he says, Jethe zato tethe, tu maza sangati. Wherever I go, you are with me. Chalavisi hati dharoniya. He makes me walk. Bolo zata barala karisite nita. As I try to speak, I sort of ramble and talk like a drunken fool, which I am. Neli lazadita kelo deva. So he says he has taken my shame for exposing my ignorance and made my speech right. And that making of our speech right comes from insights which were invoked at this conference. What is that insight that I would like to leave you with? Manaprasada saumyatvam, maunam atma vinigraha, bhava samshuddhi itetat tapo manasa uchyate. So this bhava samshuddhi, if you've got, you are immediately going to get manaprasada. And you will be giddily mad. People will say, why are you happy in a country which has floods and, particulate loads that are so heavy? But if you practice this inner wisdom that has been the great lot of ours to inherit from our forefathers, I've experienced it. I've experienced the magic of Hatha Yoga in a place like Kosovo and, Zambia or wherever, where there are shots taking place. And I shared a little story of mine with Swamiji before I came here. 26/11, we signed a MOU at the governor's house for Aman Ki Asha to go and build bridges with Pakistan. And I had arranged a banquet at the Taj to celebrate it, 15 people. And earlier I had seen a dream in which I see a girl child breaking Cartier windows near that same spot where I had. And I had said, why do you do this? And then I see a cart laden with foreigners wounded with bullet holes in that dream. And I take that to the edge of the Raj Bhavan, and there's a dead end. That's the spot where Indira Gandhi used to sit and meditate, I am told. And the Arabian Sea outside the Raj Bhavan wall. And I thought in the dream, I can hear the AK-47s going off. Suddenly, a Tirupati Vigraha starts coming out of the Arabian Sea. And my dream, I feel, oh, we are safe now. 1 month later, we are, with not knowing anything about 26/11, I'm signing this MOU. We are going to Taj. Then my Bengali vice president says, Vithalji, we need to have the blessings of Balaji at this momentous moment. And my driver finds a Balaji temple at Banganga outside the governor's house. As we are putting our heads down, I get a phone from my college in Ghatkopar, where I'd seen that Cartier window. And my director of this college is calling me saying, NAC committee is coming, come and plead for us. I said, I have this big thing happening. So that lady who's a wily Tambram says, Vithalji, you have not paid your Guru Dakshina. And that made me cancel that banquet. And I went to my college. And what is the result? 15 years of life have been given to me so that I may stand before you. And we are really, really, really blessed. And it was 26/11. Imagine. So while there is violence, there is also saving. And it is a saving from the Guru. Which is why I want to end this, Brahmanandam Paramasukudam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandva-titam Triguna-rahitam. So these dvanda, these binaries, finally it is the Guru with his anugraha who takes you across this samsara. And I can tell you, I can keep you engaged with these stories of the anugraha of the Guru, which are not just myself, but my family have lived through literally carnage of partition, of Pathans chasing, of Sikhs. I told you of that story where I narrated this to the Khalistanis. That open your Granth Sahib and you will see Vitthal being celebrated there. Ibhay Vithalu, Ubhay Vithalu, Vithalu bina samsara nahi. So it is this tradition that I bow myself, and thank you for listening to me with such patience. I hope I have not exceeded my brief. Thank you.
Mr. Mahesh Venkatraman, trustee, Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation. Can we have you here, please? To please honor Mr. Trimurti.
Trustee, Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation.
Mr. Ravi Gopalakrishnan. May you please come here to honor Mr. Vital Nadkarni. He's the trustee of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation. Mr. Ravi Gopalakrishnan. Now, I request Professor Clammer to come and give his thoughts.
Very much indeed. And okay, let me start with just three little words of thanks. One is, in fact, to my dear friend Shobana, who just a week ago called me and said, "This is conference in Chennai. Why don't you come?" I think she was up to her knees in water probably then. But fortunately, the weather improved. And I've come because of that invitation. And it's been a wonderful 3 days for me. I'm also delighted to actually re-establish relations with the Sri Vishnu Foundation. Years ago, I was in contact with them. In fact, I still vividly remember the occasion. I don't remember even which year it was, being honored with the invitation to give the Sunday morning discourse at the ashram in the presence of Her Holiness and Swamiji. I'm sure I have no idea what I said, but I do remember being given a large handful of sweets by Her Holiness. It took me several days to eat. Probably ruined my cholesterol, but they were very delicious. Thank you for those days. And thirdly, one of the things I always found very charming about Indian life is this is not the first time this has happened. I arrived somewhere and there's a conference going on. So he said, "Oh, you should come. It'll be interesting." And the organizer immediately say, "We'll slot you in to the program in some way." Not many countries would do this. So, well, the schedule is fixed, the speakers are arranged. It would have been nice if you could have said something, but there isn't any space. And I'm experiencing that once again, this very moment. So thank you to the organizers for giving me just this few moments, which again, I'm going to throw away my notes and say something. Well, hopefully the notes were sincere, but of a little different kind. I sat through these 3 days with great pleasure because I have been a practitioner myself, as you probably heard, working for the United Nations in conflict resolution and post-conflict reconciliation situations. Working in that field, like some of you who have been in fields like social work will know, is a kind of field in which burnout is very easy to achieve. I imagine some of my doctor friends must feel the same kind of thing. Every day you go to work, and everybody you meet is sick, right? It's a bit like this, of course, in conflict situations. Everywhere you go, there is trouble, there is danger, there's death, there's injury. There are deep resentments, which are going to go on for years. And within the kind of, if there is such a thing as the profession or practice of conflict resolution, the kind of issues we've been discussing in these 3 days are rarely raised. There are all sorts of questions about mechanisms of bringing people back together in dialogue and things like this, which are perfectly true. There's nothing to discount those kind of things. But the level at which we talked about for the first 2 days in particular, I think, are something which do not impinge very much on the nature of conflict resolution. I think it's important because one of the reasons for burnout in many of these kind of fields is that you work hard at something, but you don't see results. Now, you can take a very philosophical position, perhaps a more Buddhist position, or maybe it's maybe a more Hindu position. Act and don't think about the consequence of your action. Right action is what you should do. What comes out of that, other forces will determine, okay? Nevertheless, it's disappointing. And it's very disappointing when you've worked in a place and things seem to have calmed down, things seem to be peaceful again, people seem to be relatively reconciled, and you go back a few years later to find exactly the opposite has happened. For example, we worked in the Sudan. And as you know, I hope you know, tragically, the Sudan is now in a situation of civil war once again, between groups which were at one time antagonistic to another, were reconciled, and that reconciliation did not last long enough to create a permanent state of peace. With the conflict in Israel and Palestine, Gaza particularly at the moment, and with the conflict in Ukraine, often under our radar, this is partly because, what we see on television news, are all the other conflicts which are going on in the world at this moment. In fact, you only have to go to Manipur to find a tragically local one occurring in this country at this moment. In Cameroon, in Ethiopia, in Somalia, in parts of Latin America, all over the place. So these problems persist, despite the fact that a great deal of professional time, energy, and thought has gone into the process of resolution. And I think on the one hand, the reason for sometimes failure or relative failure of those attempts at reconciliation is precisely that the issues discussed, particularly in the first 2 days of this meeting, have not been the question of education, question of spirituality, the question of the role of religion, for example, are underplayed. And in fact, often with my professional colleagues, if you brought up the question of the nature, the possibility of religion as a factor in post-conflict resolution, they'd look at you if you were getting a bit flaky. That's okay, but this is not really the kind of mechanism or institutions through which we would normally work to try and achieve those ends. And I think hopefully we've grown up enough to realize that's not true. There are many institutions in which religion is one of the primary ones, in which forms of reconciliation are not only built into the teaching of those religions, but they themselves have an institutional presence on the ground, which gives them the kind of grassroots effectiveness which agencies coming from the outside frequently do not have. They do not have legitimacy, and they do not have the cultural know-how. I still remember a situation I was involved in Bosnia several years ago, where we reached the situation where there were approximately 300 NGOs trying to operate in the same space as we were operating in, both with the UN and with the UN High Commission for Refugees and other agencies. And what those NGOs were doing, they all had wonderful hearts. They all had wonderful ideas about resolving conflict. And what they were doing in practice was using up all the educated Bosnians who spoke a language like English as their translators. So the very local people who could have contributed to peacekeeping on the ground were in fact busy interpreting, driving Land Rovers, shopping and so on for NGO workers. We finally had to actually put a stop to this. Partly because NGO people were getting into trouble. They would wander into very dangerous zones, and we'd have to send UN peacekeeping force to rescue them from the very danger they put themselves in. Lack of cultural knowledge, lack of the real history of the place turned out to be fundamental questions. Now, there are many issues we could talk about, of course. We could have talked about these 2 days. History, in fact, is one of them, because we see the way in which history is, in fact, now working its way out in Palestine and Gaza. The ancient historical roots of that. In the Balkans, we found the same kind of things, where people are killing each other because my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather was killed by one of those other people in 1726 or something. I remember the first time I went to Northern Ireland, had to remember my high school history, seeing painted on a wall, remember 1688, which I couldn't personally, I'm not that old, right? So what did I do in my history, right? The period, of course, when a Protestant foreign king was imposed on the Catholic Irish by the English in order to, keep those noisy, dangerous Irish people under control. And of course, the present and continuing troubles in Ireland in many cases date back to that kind of period. History is an extremely important thing. So are the stories which people tell each other about these kind of situations. We did a very interesting exercise once with a group of students who were attending one of our peacekeeping courses at the UNU. We asked them a very simple question, which you can ask yourself. We won't do the exercise now. I'm sure you all need to go home soon. Right? Was to ask them to identify two things. Who were their heroes? And who were the heroes that were represented to them through popular media, through film, through television and things of this kind? And the answers turn out to be very interesting. I remember once sitting on a plane from where to where? Miami to Chicago on my way back from Latin America. The journey's too short for a movie, but there were television screens, down the aisle of the plane, narrow body planes, only a domestic flight. For 2 hours, we were bombarded with violence. Op and robber movies, explosions, car chases, which always end up in some cars, being thrown into the air and this kind of stuff. Plane is full of children who sat there for 2 hours watching this kind of stuff. And then you got to the end, you think, why is there so much violence in the United States? What stories do they tell themselves? And do those stories, in fact, correspond in any way to the reality? Remember our keynote speaker, I'm very short now, okay, I promise, she's pretty strict with me, I have to behave, right? 2 more minutes, right? Our keynote speaker points out that it's quite possible that by the 100th anniversary of India's independence, India will indeed be the third biggest economy in the world after the US, right? After China, and will be number 3. Okay. What he perhaps didn't, I don't remember if he pointed out or not, the US, which is the world's biggest economy. So on the index, in terms if you measure by GDP, is the strongest world economy. If you look at the index of social inequality, the US ranks, last time I checked, 83. So at economic prosperity, the size of the economy measured by conventional economic forms does not, of course, necessarily translate into social justice, into the equitable distribution of those resources amongst the population. But when I was often looking at, Peace is Born of Justice, I was tempted to sneak up once or twice with a piece of chalk or something and write, peace is born also of economic justice. Inequality breeds discontent of many kinds. There are other factors, of course, in conflict, ethnic, religious, other kind of factors, but indeed the economic factor is often a big one. And that brings me to just my concluding thought, which is this. We've talked quite rightly about spirituality, about the nature of religion, about all of these factors. This should not obscure to us the role of structural factors. Process of globalization, for example, is currently widening disparities between countries in the global community. At the same time as if you look at the distribution of economic resources within countries, including the wealthy countries, Japan, for example, which I lived for a long time, social and economic inequalities are widening, even in or especially in the rich countries. This should, I think, simply alert us to the fact we've talked about inner and outer. One dimension of that outer is, in fact, to be very alert to those structural factors which also generate differences between people, resentments, inequalities. And in fact, peace can only come in part from addressing the causes of conflict, the nature, what are the sources from which these social injustices arise. Without that, of course, we are in a sense whistling in the dark, simply because our methodology will not ever reach the reality of the situation we would find on the ground. With that thought, thank you all so much. And thank you for the privilege of sharing with you on this final day of the meeting. Thank you so much.
I call upon Mr. Ramdas, trustee, Sri Jnana Advaita Peetham, to present the memento to Professor Clammer. We are now coming to the end of the 3-day conference. to give her concluding remarks, I call upon Professor Indra.
Pranam to Sri Sadhguru. Pranam to Swamiji. I thank you, Swamiji, for asking me to just step in one more time. I was reading Amartya Sen's idea of justice, one of the most controversial books. When I was writing on the Booker Prize winning novel, The White Tiger, why there is so much injustice, do we recognize that? As one of the speakers said, the floor of discontent generates conflict. And we are living on bestial floor, as the poet says. And therefore, there are dissident voices, as Matthew Arnold put it, dissidents of the dissent and the Protestantism of the Protestant. In his great magnum opus, Culture and Anarchy, he said, you can substitute the words, dissidents of the dissent and the Protestantism of the Protestants is causing the instability in England in the Victorian period, he said. Amartya Sen may upset you because he is left of left, okay? You can be center of left, but he's left of left. But what took my mind and attention when I read that book was, there was a reference to Krishna and Bhagavad Gita. Yesterday, Professor Shrikala Nair was very unhappy that I chose to read this book or something like that, you know. But you should know your Purva Paksha. What is your opposite position in order to understand how you can remedy it or how can you position yourself? And Professor from anthropology, he said that it is very difficult to position yourself purely in religion or spirituality because when all is said and done, you have this, he comes from very practical situation. So you have this problem. You cannot simply wish it away. Professor Amartya Sen made a great distinction between the material matrix in which we live. I'm not quoting him. I've tried to assimilate him, which deals with the economic deprivation, lack of resources, lack of medical facility, mortality rate, denial of childhood rights, childhood education, so many matrices. And therefore, he says, we cannot talk about what he calls deontological justice. With regard to Krishna and the Bhagavad Gita, he uses the word, as philosophy people may know, ontology, the objective presence of a transcendental power. Deontology, of course, Deo, God, divinity, and so on. Krishna presents a deontological position which Amartya Sen opposes. You remember he got his Nobel Prize for economics. And there is general perception that he is against right-wing position of India. I'm not very good in politics, but I can say. Earlier, he wrote The Argumentative Indian, but I was not very sure of my understanding of that. But this I understood. The second thing which he pitched against was what he called comparative idea of social justice. Justice is not like, as I said, Tirupati Laddu, which drops from there. It is also molded, okay, by hands. So prasadam is something that is molded by hands and given to you. On the other hand, you see how the idea of justice is something which keeps moving and it is compared. He says, we must become aware of this comparative idea of justice and we should not think like John Rawls, who said, mention was made of John Rawls in Oxford. Idea of justice as fairness. Fairness to whom? That's why I said you have discontent everywhere. Okay? The Marxian phrase, the specter of discontent. Okay? And therefore, you cannot, Krishna tells you that discontent cannot be completely done away with if you're dealing on this plane. And therefore, Amartya Sen calls it deontological position, a transcendental position. Amartya Sen also refers to two ideas in India. One is Niti, other is Nyaya. Okay, we have Vidura Niti and so on. Niti is a kind of institutional, organized, abstract idea. Krishna preaches, he says, I don't agree with him, but Krishna, he says, preaches that idea of Niti to Arjuna. Ask him to do his duty without expecting any kind of reward. On the other hand, he says, you have Nyaya. That is why in various Indian languages, I need Nyaya. Enakku Nyayam venum. Okay, in Tamil, you have a cow whose, the cow lost its calf because the son of the king killed it. And therefore, the cow goes there and pulls the bell of Dharma. And the king comes, Manunidi Chodan. Am I right? He just comes there and delivers the justice. Okay? And Nyayam is something which is circumstantial, which generates from a particular context. It is context bound and it is time bound. So you need to recognize Nyaya is also important and it is not abstract. It has got to do with the socio-cultural matrix, the economic deprivations, the deprivations of the psyche, and so on. Psyche may be there, they may not be aware, but it is there, the psyche is there. The Greek idea for psyche is butterfly. How is butterfly born? It is born of a caterpillar. The caterpillar transforms itself into a butterfly. Krishna preaches that idea. On the other hand, Amartya Sen focuses on how you are still a caterpillar. Okay? And therefore, I was not very sure, but I felt that this is also something that we have to take into account, the comparative idea of the difference between Niti and Nyaya. Niti is something abstract, institutional, and therefore it needs to be practiced unquestioningly. On the other hand, Nyaya is something, it is contingent upon your situation, and it is, he calls it socio-consequential theory. Okay, Arjuna is involved in a situation where he talks about the social consequences of this action that he's forced to take. And Krishna asks him to transcend. And therefore, that may not be very appealing to many people. And that is why the anthropology professor said, for 2 days, there was talk about spirituality and so on, but one was not very sure how this was going to operate. So today, we had three speakers. The one who came in like a fleeting migratory bird, but put us into the world of diplomacy. Do you know that today in Kapali temple, you have pelicans? Would you believe? Kapali temple tank is full and the migratory birds, pelicans are there. Last week in the Kapali temple, all fish were dead. And today pelicans from Pallikarane Marsh have come to Kapali temple tank. So there is hope for us. So Mr. Tirumurthy, whom we heard earlier in the peace conference, I think last year, he talked about a very practical thing. He said that while you are there in that kind of situation, you cannot talk about justice. When you reconcile a situation, you reconcile it in their terms. There is no question of you're just asking about the dharma of that situation. And therefore, transcend conflict is very, very easily said than done. So he also talked about power. The two variables, one is power and the other is time. And therefore, find the equilibrium between the two is the real challenge. When I come to the key speaker, Vittal Nadkarni, he has been like Narada. He has moved over in various situations, conflict situations, media, journalism, writing, Hindu Dharma, quotations, okay, bhakti, poetry, and whatnot. I hope I've not offended you. Thank you. And so Swamiji has given me freedom to speak as I like. Thank you, Swamiji. Hanuman, he mentioned about Hanuman. He said, Hanuman has put up a self-lock. That was a very nice way of saying you have to just know how to unlock yourself. We have immense potential. So a self-forgetting power. I think Jambavan tells him that he has, I'm a poor student, so but I remember here and there. So the social aspects of our life, he says that we are in a group, but he rejected Darwin's theory and said, we have survival of the kindest. But he warned us, we are kind to our own people, but we may not be kind to people who are not in the same axis or same kind of situation. And so writers like Manto, who is much revered in Northern India and so on, he was also a filmmaker, he settled, he was in Bombay, and then people don't know about the South Indian writers, but everybody will talk in a national forum about Manto. I have nothing against him, but I'm saying that the story of Manto, looking at during the partition, you see, some Hindu lady had left and her tulsi plant was there, and he was trying to water that plant and sustain that. Noble idea. But I'm saying this kind of idea that you may not be, Manto sees how you may not be kind to the other group. That is why Professor Paneerselvam talked about the other, hospitality to the other. He mentioned Derrida's late essays, hospitality to the other. You can be hospitable to your own people. If you take care of your mother, that's not great virtue. It is your dharma. But how to be hospitable to other person? So somebody like, I mean, who has been in the conflict zone like Bosnia, Serbia, and you find that Jankovic was living in ghettos or in kind of anti-bomb ghettos, you know, cells, and he has become world champion. And the kind of he practices yoga and so on as a tennis admirer. No, I'm thinking of how conflict situations also create a great genius or thing. So Vittel Wittgenstein talked about the survival of the kindness and the need to just not only own one's group, but also avoid brutality to other people. And then he talked about how togetherness is very important. And this country, you have this idea of togetherness. I do hope that we maintain that. And he talked about one great thing about our culture. Death is not the end of this experience. I don't know. I'm not sure that other cultures don't have it. Australian Aboriginal cultures have very similar ideas about death. So denial of death, you know, which is something he quoted from Mahabharata and so on. So, and he also said that every Indian god is equipped with not only with a mount, but also with a weapon. Okay, so Swamiji once said that Krishna was not only a doting child, he was also a ruler. So he developed great physical strength and also martial arts and so on. He had to fight with different kinds of enemies. So you cannot simply, in a way, Mahatma Gandhi's ahimsa may not work for Krishna. So he talked about, he mentioned it, but he didn't talk about breaking India forces. Rajiv Malhotra is the one who has written a lot about breaking India forces, and some of these American universities are fostering them. In my last endowment lecture, I made a reference to that and so on. So thank you very much for your very vibrant kind of talk and so on. And my colleague from a different subject, anthropology, students of literature, the last 25 years, we started moving into critical theory, and therefore a lot of anthropology, sociology, and so on, interdisciplinary theories, and so on. So to him, life is rather bleak because he's seen bleak and black horizons. Okay, I hope Delhi he is happy now, despite the fog and the smog. And he talked about the difficulty of working in alien land. When you don't know the culture of the land, when you don't know the language of the land, how can you be serving that kind of thing? That's why most South Indians are very, very closed. Okay, it's very difficult for us to move into another kind of a situation. In general, I think up to India's, I think of it as South India. Okay, so the problem is what kind of a popular culture and media, what kind of heroes are made of, and when you just sit on the flight, you know, what kind of movies are shown. And we have very bad view of United States, and he's denying that, but he's basically from England. So if I say some bad things about US, that's okay, that's so. And then he talked about the role of structural factors, how they are widening our divisions and so on. So peace is, it's in some way, it's in a dialectical situation with conflict. So these are the things I have in mind, and some were very unhappy that I started with Amartya Sen, but I'm not unhappy with that, because you have to know, as I said, he brings in the, we think of Niti and Nyaya are the same. Niti and Nyaya, maybe in Sanskrit it is the same, but my friend Meenakshi will immediately protest because it's a Sanskrit, but Niti is different from Nyaya. But once you come to a kind of a transcendent situation, you give Niti and Nyaya to everyone. That is what Swamiji is trying to say. And hats off to Swamiji for sustaining this. So what is sustainable development? I don't know. We listened to so many speakers in the previous session, but Swamiji is really creating a sustainable matrix for us so that we can just take off anywhere we like. We have become a kind of an international airfield. So whichever way you want to turn this, it can be done. Thank you very much, Swamiji. And it's a great privilege to have been part of this program. And I do hope that we live to see the fruit of this in our own lifetime and not in another Janma. Thank you.
I request Ma'am Shakuntala to please come and honor and be a part of us and help us in our journey to understand more about peace is born out of justice.
Wardrobe, Swamiji has given so many of these. Last year, for every session he gave, so we don't want it. But anything from the bazaar.
Now, I call upon Mr. Padmanabhan to present the vote of thanks.
Pranams to Sri Sadhguru, pranams to Swamiji. I want to keep the vote of thanks very short. But still I'll be failing in my duty if I don't, so many people have been involved if I don't thank them. First of all, as always, our thanks are to our Guru, Sadhguru Swami Jnanananda Saraswati, whose grace only makes all these things happen. And you may say, why you have not thanked God first? But for us, Guru and God are same. So when I say Guru, it also includes God. I'll be failing in my duty if I don't thank the speakers, but it's special mention must be made of the Sri T.N. Manoharan, who inaugurated the conference, His Holiness the Mahanayaka Sri Banagala Thero from Sri Lanka, who came all the way from Sri Lanka to bless the conference and give a short address. Then the chief guest of on the second day, His Excellency Sri Christopher Hodges, Consul General of USA, and today's chief guest, Dr. Nandita Krishna. A very big thanks to all of them. Professor Clammer said that how in India he has always been invited even at the last minute to some conferences, and that's a peculiar feature of India. But I've also seen the other side, maybe Mr. Tirumurthy will know, where if your name is not appearing in the invitation, they will not come. And not only not appear, they will see the size. Oh, for him you put capitals. For my name you put small font. Then they will not come. People are so egoistic. So I'm extremely thankful that Professor Clammer and Sri Tirumurthy have agreed to speak, even though their names are not in the invitation. And Mr. Vittal Nadkarni, he was a live wire participant in all the sessions, and special thanks to him. And of course, Professor Indra is one of us, and I've always been amazed at her knowledge in a very wide variety of subjects and the ability to connect all those different spheres of areas of talk. Thank you, all of you. I'm not listing the other speakers individually, as I said, it's a very long list. But as already Swamiji also thanked, a special thanks to Professor Ranganathan, who has been of a great help in arranging many of the speakers for this conference. Thank you, sir. And as maybe all of you know, this conference was originally scheduled to be held in Hotel Deccan Plaza, some Deccan Regent Tower, it's called. But because of the rains, that their electrical wiring, which was in the basement, got completely flooded, and they're now they've closed the hotel completely for an indefinite period. So we had to, the last minute, within last just 2 days before the conference, lot of running around and contacting the various hotels and this and that. Ultimately, this hotel was fixed. And for that, a very big thanks to Nisha Janikraman. Nisha, big thanks to you, ma. Of course, the outstation people will all know her because it is she who has bought their tickets and made their stay arrangements, everything. But special thanks to Nisha. In any conference, the technical support is very crucial. And this conference, on the technical side, everything has gone on very well without any glitch. There was some glitch on the first day that was due to, because of the rains, the Wi-Fi system in the hotel itself was very slow and all that. But from the conference point of view, everything was perfectly done. And for that, big thanks to Mr. Shyam of Epix Entertainment. Shyam, please come. And I request Mr. Kaushik of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation to honor Shyam with a shawl. In this Shyam and his team consisted of Dina from Modern Stagecraft and Chandru, the cameraman. I know that they, some days they even forgot that they didn't have their breakfast. We had arranged breakfast for them. No, they said, no, there's no time. We have to set up everything, see everything's in order. Some days they didn't have lunch. So with that kind of dedication, they worked. Thanks to them. Then special thanks to our YouTuber, Sri Vijayan. Vijayan, Mr. Vijayan is having his own YouTube channel, and in which he uploads various cultural interests, which are cultural events, this like that. And he not only just uploads, he edits all the programs And speaker by speaker, he uploads in his channel, which is a very great thing. And I request Mr. Kaushik to honor Mr. Vijayan with a shawl. We also thank our Astana photographer, Mr. Rajashekar. He is not there today, but his team member is there. Please convey our thanks to Rajashekar. And special thanks should go to the Savera hotel staff, because in spite of the staff shortage, many people, many of the workers were still there recovering from the floods in their homes. And especially on the first day and all that, there was really a lot of staff shortage, but they have given us a very good venue with all good arrangements. Special thanks to them. And I should also make a special mention of Mr. Jayaraj. Jayaraj, கொஞ்சம் இப்படி முன்னால் வந்துங்க. He is our sort of go-to man for everything. Swami, go-to man for anything you want. Somebody wants a cup of tea, Jayaraj, கொஞ்சம் எடுத்து கொடுங்க. Somebody in the tea cup எடுத்து வையா, Jayaraj. Somebody wants a pen, yeah, Jayaraj போய் எடுத்துன்னு வாங்க. For anything and everything, he has been there right from morning till first person to come and last person to leave. He has been there. And in this, his wife, Nithika Lani, also is a great support. So thanks to Jayaraj. And again, I should mention our master of ceremonies for all the 3 days, Shobana, because all of you have been seeing her. So actually, she was allotted only, initially she was allotted doing the MC duty for only 1 day. But because somebody was ill, they could not come at the last minute and all that. She ended up, yeah. Yeah. So she was asked to do it. And on the first day, because she did it so well, that it was sort of decided that she will do it in all the 3 days. And she also, without any murmur, she has accepted. So big thanks to Shobana. Yeah. Yeah, then, of course, a lot of devotees of the ashram, members of the Sri Jnana Dviti Peetham and Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, they have been working very hard behind the scenes. Maybe some of you may know them, some of you may not know them, but they don't want to be known also. They all like to be in the background. And it's not our practice to list them by name and tell them, because they say that, they're doing it as a seva, as a kaingaryam to the Guru. So big thanks. And I'm sure that the grace of Sri Sadguru Ma and the blessings of Swamiji will be on all of them. And last but not the least, pranams and our eternal gratitude to Swamiji, because it's only because everything right from the conceptualizing the conference till the execution, till the minutest detail, who should garland, who should do this, who should be invited, who should give the memento, to whom it should be given, this, that, everything, he is there. He is the person giving directions. And in spite of his not so good health, and he's been doing it. He has always been a source of inspiration for all of us. And I don't know, words fail me. Everyone said, most people said that don't have the conference now because of the rains. You postpone it. But he said, no, we'll have it. And I'm very happy that by the grace of the Guru, by his untiring efforts, everything has gone off very well. So Pranam Swamiji, thank you once again. Thanks to all of you. With this, we end. I think we'll have the national anthem. Now we'll have the national anthem. I think.
Request all of you to stand up.
भारत माता की